You ready? We'll wait for everybody to get settled in.
Okay.
Karen, you ready? Good. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. The date is January 22nd, 2024. The time is 9:01. I'd like to start with roll call from our Southern office, please. Can I
Board
get
member Harris, present.
Board member Moreno present.
Board member Detry present.
board member O'Brien present? Can I get?
Board member Wold, present.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Can I get roll call from our board members from our northern office, please?
Board member Jeffers present.
Thank you. Can we do roll call for southern staff?
Stephen McDonald, Executive Director.
Jeannie Huggins, Chief Compliance Officer. Lauren Gossett, Regulatory Compliance Specialist.
Christy Harris, Deputy Attorney General.
Tiana Polar, Inspector. Jen Packard, Inspector. Dana Lopez, Inspector.
Joe Herrera, Inspector.
Bertha Jackson, Chief Operating Officer.
Perfect. Can I get roll call from our staff from our northern office, please?
Erin Litter, Lead Service Specialist.
All right, thank you and welcome, everyone. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. At this time, we'll move on to comments from the general public. These are for discussion only. The board will entertain comments from the general public for any item that is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology. Members of the public can call into the meeting to make public comments by dialing 1-720-707-2699 and entering 886-9059-6960 for the meeting ID. Comments are limited to 3 minutes or less, and no discussion or action can be taken during public comment. Do we have any public comment at this time?
We do have public comment in the Northern Nevada office.
Wonderful.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Billings.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Before we start, would you be able to state your name, please?
Debbie Billings.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes.
I am the owner of the Firm Cryo Spa and Wellness Center in Carson City. And I am a trained cryo professional with over 5 years of experience. We offer cryo T-shock treatments where the T stands for thermal, not electric. These treatments are 100% natural, non-invasive, and involve alternating hot and cold temperatures to create the desired effect. There are no needles, chemicals, or products involved. We use an inert gel for both gliding and to protect the skin from the cold. The treatment is so natural that it does not even need FDA approval. We have received comprehensive training and certification from both of the U.S. distributors, which is CryoSkin and Cryo T-Shock. Since 2019, we have been providing this exceptional service not only for body contouring, but also for pain management. These treatments are safer than the common household items such as hair dryers or curling irons. And some of my clients have even chosen to purchase their own cryo machines for home use. The machines are equipped with pre-programmed precise temperatures to ensure safety at all times. Our method simply applies heat and cold, similar to being massaged with an ice cube. Massage therapists, physical therapists, and chiropractors, among others, are just a few examples of non-Cosmo professionals who also utilize them. However, as you all know, the SB 291 was recently passed by the Nevada legislature, and under this new law, only advanced estheticians are allowed to perform cryo treatments despite having no training or experience in this field. When renewing my Cosmo Board license in 2023, I received an email stating that my renewal was declined, and now I need a different license to include the previously unregulated cryo room. This new license requires the cryo professionals who are not estheticians to be advanced estheticians. The requirements for this license exceed those of current estheticians' licenses in terms of training hours and cost, and none of the previous training had included cryo treatments. And since the license is new, there were no existing professionals with this qualification. As a result, I have lost my spa manager and cryo professionals who have been with me for years. Although I have hired an advanced esthetician to take over the cryo treatments to stay within your current regulations, I am now no longer even allowed to work in my own business. As a small business owner, I know the importance of regulations and laws in maintaining safety and professionalism in our industry. However, this recent law change has severely impacted my business. While I understand the intention behind it, this has caused unnecessary challenges and limitations. I'm here today to request a revision of this law specifically for the cryotherapy professionals. I understand that there are various invasive body contouring treatments available, such as lasers and also cool sculpting, which is classified as a different type of cryo treatment, and it does require an FDA approval. But specifically for our type of cryo treatment, I propose allowing estheticians to perform the cryofacial component while not requiring for administering the body treatments and the pain management procedures. If anyone is interested in observing the cryo treatment process at my spa, please don't hesitate to reach out. I urge you to consider the impact of this law on small businesses like mine, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
We do have one more up here in Reno.
Great. Once you get settled in, would you please state your name for the record?
Hello, for the record, my name is Jennifer Baker.
Hi, Jennifer, go ahead.
I am here today on behalf of the Cryo T-Shock machine as well, and everyone who has purchased them. While I was working at the legislature in 2019, received a cute invitation to try out a complimentary cryo treatment. And so on a Saturday, I went over for their introduction. They were the first one that I had ever heard of. And prior to that, I had actually looked at a couple of different treatments that I went, oh, wait a minute, you cause pain and bruising and downtime and it's thousands of dollars. I'm not interested. And I thought, oh, this cute thing, if it's free and it's inexpensive, I'll give it a shot. I went over, I met Debbie, who just previously spoke with you, and I loved the treatment. I thought it was great. I am a very natural person. I love natural healing, natural foods, organics. I won't do the fillers, injections, the crazy stuff, and I won't go do something that's going to cause pain, to do anti-aging, beauty, any of that. So for me, it was a perfect fit because there was no downtime, no pain. It literally is just like getting a really cool massage that goes hot and cold. So for me at that time, it was a perfect setting. And I've been a customer of hers since then in her spa. I actually considered, as she said, buying my own because I thought, well, this is so great. You could just do it at home. It is that simple. When I recently reached out to her, I hadn't done one in quite a while, and I recently reached out, she said, and during the last legislative session, she said that some things had changed, that Kat, the gal that had originally done it for me, could no longer do it. And she's just this amazing young lady who put herself through college doing cryo, which I thought was awesome. And then instead of going into her field, continued in the cryo because she's an artist and she loves the artistry of doing cool things and serving people. So I was really upset that Kat was no longer allowed to do it and that we had to have an advanced esthetician. I then couldn't get an appointment over the last few months with Debbie because they were so booked and so busy with the advanced cryo person and no one else in the building could do it, that I reached out to another facility that another advanced esthetician was working at to get my fun little facial done because it's so easy to do. And the gal had just gotten her license, was by no means more qualified than Kat was, but she's lovely. And she did the same thing. There's no difference between Kat with no license at all and then this advanced licensed person. And I wanted to share that personal experience with you because there is literally no downtime, no pain caused whatsoever. And this is a natural way for people to do things that they enjoy doing and trying to stay up on modern technology. I ask you this because it took away income from people that have been doing this for years and being a policy person and working inside these fields, that's not okay. And there's many levels of not okay in that, including legal. So I just ask that you reconsider the Cryo T-Shock machine. And I think there's one other one that was used originally they're non-invasive, completely non-invasive. So thank you for your time and for hearing my story. And I hope that you at least reconsider, because someone like me who is not in the field, who does not work in a licensed environment, can go purchase the machine at home and use it and serve people with it. But a basic esthetician cannot, and
Thank
have to
you
have
so-
advanced.
Yes, thank you so much for your comment. We appreciate that. Okay, are there any public comments at this time? Any others? Anyone with their hand raised up? That we see? No? Okay, all right. Well, we will have another opportunity at the end of the meeting for that. So let's move on to agenda item D, please. Approval of the minutes from previous meetings. So we would like to approve the minutes from January 8th, 2024 board meeting. Please, can I get a motion for that?
Board Member Harris, I would like to approve the minutes from January 8th, 2024.
Wonderful. Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Moreno, I second that.
All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, let's move on to agenda E, felony review petitioner Geneva Dorsey. U-10101657 petitioner is requesting approval to receive her cosmetology license in the state of Nevada with a felony conviction.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I interject here,
Yes.
Steve McDonald for the record. As you are aware that the executive director has reviews these felony submissions. I review them directly. And some I do bring before you, some I do not. On those I do approve, they go through the system. Others that I do not, based upon what has been submitted, based upon what the felony is, I will bring before the board. I do not approve them or deny them, I just bring them before the board. So just want to put that for the record, that in the law it does allow me to approve these. So the ones that you see have been the ones that I have not literally approved.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Dorsey, are you present? Okay. Would you come to the chair and we'll get you, yeah, we'll get you sworn in. Okay. We're just fixing something.
Good morning, Ms. Dorsey.
Good morning.
Could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, you'll be given the opportunity to state your case. Tell us why you're here today. So if you want to do that in your own words, go ahead.
Yes, of course, I'm here because I have a license. I was originally inside of Florence McClure Correctional Facility that's inside of Las Vegas, Nevada. You guys inside of the prison offer programs from expertise. Expertise, of course, put up a flyer and then I met the criterions. In meeting the criterions, I followed through with the program. I was successful with that, but I haven't been able to use my license yet. So of course I did good in school, I got good grades and I was able to pass the board. And I got my license. Now I want to bring my license from Florida to here. And in doing that, that would be great for me. I don't have any charges on my license. I have nothing. It's pretty much ready to be up and going. So yes, but in stating my case, there's not really much to say other than you guys have supported me in having the license. And, you know, yeah, so I find myself here today with your process. And to be honest, until you ask the questions about what else is necessary or, you know, can be looked upon to be either, you know, like I can't see why this won't go. I can't really, I cannot see how to come here. I cannot see why this wouldn't be approved. I don't know what else to tell you except I met your criterions then. I should still meet them now. So other than that, yeah, let's see what you guys have to say about it because like I say, I'm willing to do the work. I'm enthusiastic, you know, I meet all of my, applications for, you know, the standards and professional. So I'm hoping that I can take that and I can pretty much get started. You know, I don't want to prolong this. I don't, you know, I plan on doing a blog and doing things of that nature. So, yeah, I'm enthusiastic and I'm pretty much ready to get going. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Can we hear from board staff at this time? Or
Start.
executive? Okay,
Yeah, we don't have our
Fine,
documents.
since I've reviewed her application.
sure.
The documentation, that I received from Ms. Dorsey, it was submitted from the Nevada Department of Parole and Probation. The document's a Word document, it's not even a PDF. But there are definitely questions with the document itself. We tried to verify the information. We actually did reach out to Mr. Jennings, which is the probation, parole and probation, and he didn't really identify himself as Mr. Jennings, as an officer of the state. So we were still verifying. There's no court document that was submitted to me. The court document is from the court, not from the Department of Probation, parole and probation. This is the first time hearing about that you applied for reciprocity from Florida. So it appears that you may have applied but didn't finish off the rest of the documentation for reciprocity. It's just that the document that I received, which is what I review what you give me. It's not my job to make the case for you.
Yeah.
As you guys all know, I'm a lawyer, so I'm not your attorney. My job is to review what you submit, and based upon what the submittal is, I could not approve it. If the board wants me to review it again, we can reach out to Mr. Jennings again, try to verify his employment that he is with the state. But the document that was submitted to me, it appears that it's not real, that it wasn't submitted to state officers don't submit documents like this or sign documents like this. They're easily manipulated. As I said before, I'm a lawyer. These documents are easily manipulated the way it was sent to me. So it doesn't, I have a lot of circles on this document. I'm trying to verify. So that's why I could not approve it immediately. And this is the first time I'm hearing that you want to do reciprocity from a licensed employer. So a lot of questions were raised, flags were raised for me.
Can I please speak? Of course, and you checked my license from Florida and it is real. Am I correct? You checked you went to the DVR, put my license inside and you checked to see that it's real?
That would go,
That's part of it.
that's part of the process.
So, the DVR, I am a licensed cosmetologist. Okay, I am a felon too, and I am on parole inside of the state. Okay, I have to go and see my parole officer every month. Okay?
Who's your parole officer? So I'm sorry, it's hard to object.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so my parole officer name is Mr. Jennings. He's inside of the office that, and yeah, if you Google it, and you didn't have to, but if you Googled it, it went straight to the office that is presented there. So you say that when you call them, the officer, they didn't have an officer, Jennings, is that what you're telling me?
Your officer did not identify himself as Officer Jennings.
And did he identify himself?
He didn't identify himself.
So, okay, meaning did he state the purpose or the reason why he wasn't allowed to identify himself? Because I mean, when you call a place of business on these terms, is that the reason why? Do you get that? Excuse me, guys, I am so sorry. Do you usually get that type of block? Because this is a processing error. So of course, the document, you know, like I say, I'm a felon, you know, and yeah, so when he gave the document to me, I still have it on my phone. If you would like to see the under part that he gave to me. If you're saying that he wasn't supposed to send it to me, I'm not understanding how do a person even proceed from this point if he don't send a document to me. So I wouldn't understand how would I go about giving, and then of course, and then it states too exactly, I can Google your Nevada Cosmo.com that states that either have the court order form or, it says or, and it says or the parole letter from your parole officer. So of course, this is the closest thing we have because I'm on a lifetime supervision. So of course, we was gonna do this thing speedy and get it done, and then they're gonna most likely have me talk to my officer and tell my officer to get it for me. So in doing that, of course, I am on probation. The board is just like this board, and they appoint people like the parole officer. So, if you're seeing, I can call them now and see what he answer. You can call them, you can call from the office, from the Google account, you can step out for a moment. I've been waiting for almost a month. If that's the only thing, that we're waiting on, and I already paid the money. I went to school inside of the prison here in expertise, Ms. Gwen, she's on this board. I went, she's no longer on the board?
No.
But she was, right? I'm like,
That's correct.
on the board. She's no longer on the board. Okay, no problem. But yeah, I pretty much went to her school. And I pretty much, so I can't push something that is already been pushed forward. I do have a license. I am trying to get it from, I'm trying to get it transferred to Las Vegas. And, I am on parole. If you want me to, I just need to know more about the suspicion inside of this situation that could easily be cleared up, because I mean.
Ms. Dorsey, can I interject? I'm sorry, let's get to, let's focus on the issue here. There's two issues here that you brought here right now.
Yeah.
You have a reciprocity application. That's one way to get licensed here in the state of Nevada.
Could you explain to me exactly what that is, so I can see if we already started it?
Sure. Reciprocity, because you filed an application to do that, is where you have a license in another jurisdiction, and then you try to use that license to get licensed in Nevada.
Yeah.
That's what reciprocity is. That's one way, okay? The other way is that you're saying that you went through New Path, a program through the prisons. And is she in that program?
My records show that she withdrew, but
Okay.
Because I was released and I will go to Florida and finish my 2 months.
Okay,
And I
So-
finished for you guys with no problem.
okay. So you actually you're trying to get a reciprocity application. You're not trying to do a regular school here in the state of Nevada, then getting licensed. See, so that is now off the table because you didn't finish through New Path.
I'm done.
Okay, so you actually got your license in Florida.
Yeah.
So now you're trying to do a reciprocity application.
I'm living here now.
Okay,
It's true. I want my livelihood to be inside of Nevada.
all right. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now we have that cleared up and how you're trying to get licensed here. So that's through our licensing department, chief operating officer. And so when you submit your application, you have to, of course, answer the question whether you've been convicted of a felony or not, and you have. But based upon the documents that you did send me, this document did not appear to be real to me because it was all over the place. And there's an electronic signature here. You don't sign like that. They use DocuSign, things of that nature. So that's why it didn't appear that was a valid document sent by an officer of the state of Nevada. Okay, so it is incumbent upon the person that's applying or incumbent upon the person that is petitioning to get their application approved to provide documentation. So you can go back to, is your parole officer H. Jennings? What's his first name?
His name is Officer Jennings. Let me check, 'cause like I said, I have the same form as you. I can see exactly what he stated on there as his first name. I call him Mr. Officer Jennings. I don't call him anything else.
This is an important document. And just for the record, this is a Word document.
Yes,
That means it can be easily manipulated.
yes.
I can tell you from me, as executive director, I will never send a document that isn't a Word document that someone can change.
So the
I
next-
send it in PDF, I DocuSign it, which shows that it's me DocuSigning it. It would have DocuSign information at the top saying that it was me. And you cannot change this document. This document you can manipulate, this was sent.
No, let me ask you this.
Open.
Because you're, and this is, okay, the manipulation of the document. I am here today and I haven't been a president, the document's not supposed to say anything other than that I am a prisoner under felony conviction and what it was. And you can Google the answer. I mean, this is, you said that it can be easily manipulated. Manipulated into what? This is the plausibility part. There is no manipulation plausibility.
Ms. Dorsey, I'm not,
Problem.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not saying that you manipulate. I'm saying that this can be made up because it's not a permanent document. It's not permanent electronically. It's not sealed electronically. So you can do whatever you want with it. I can do whatever I want with this. I can actually have Mr. Jennings and put him on a document that I make up right now. Because this document allows me to, that you sent, that you uploaded here. We didn't get this document. We didn't make this up. You sent it to us.
This is correct, because my officer sent it to me. Now, he sent it to me on email. In order to get it to you, I had to put it on a flash drive and then have it sent to you. Now, this is true. You put it on a flash drive, it's going to work. I can mark up. Look, I don't understand any other processor that it's going to go to. It's going to go to Word processor is what it's going to do. So if I download that from my phone, it's going to your Word application processor to be transferred over to you guys. And that's how the process is going to transfer. That's the transferring method. And when it comes down to documenting and doing all of that, something for a hacker, they might know that. I'm not a hacker. I'm not a person who manipulate documents. This is beyond my integrity stamp. Like this is unusual. Like this is unusual criminal behavior and criminal participation. But, you know, like it's a Word document. My officer trusted me with the document. I don't know how to like maneuver when, you know, like, and did you put a stipulation for it to be on a PDF? Because you're telling me what you prefer, but then, you know, I'm not really, I didn't get, let me just say, I didn't get the stipulation, but it is a stamp on there. It's a government stamp. Now, can that stamp be manipulated?
It can.
Yes, and it's an open document, Ms. Dorsey.
It's an open document, okay.
I can move things around. This is what you sent. So if you can tell.
And then this is Jane, the compliance officer, just to be clear.
Yeah.
If any other office, a law enforcement office, a regulatory body from another state were to send us any information in a Word attachment to verify information, we wouldn't accept it. If your license certification was sent to us in a Word document where it was able to be manipulated by any recipient, we wouldn't accept it. We don't typically accept any kind of verification through a Word attachment. It should be in a PDF form. The felony submission document does say specifically to upload a PDF. I understand that you may have been sent this Word document. Whether it was sent to you this way or not, we wouldn't accept it. We can't verify the information in that document.
So let me see that he send me a PDF, because if the PDF was converted into a Word, into the regular file, let me see that he send me a PDF when he sent it to me.
Additionally, the concern that I have is I've seen documents provided by officers from the Department of Public Safety. I have never seen a Word document. And it's a completely different format than what I've ever seen uploaded normally for these types of hearings. individuals who are in circumstances different from hers, like let's say they finalize their probation, we would get what they generate, which is an order honorably or dishonorably discharging them from probation. It's almost always on a PDF format. So that is a bit troubling for me to see that. Not saying that, not alluding to any wrongdoing on her end, but it has to be in a PDF format for submission, whether it was the 8th District Court, criminal division, or any other agency. It's almost always in PDF format.
Okay, and this is PDF, what we need for the reciprocity to go through?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Especially when
So-
she's submitting letters from, because since it's a felony application, she has to answer that yes, and then submit documentation
Okay.
for that. And based upon the documentation, I can go through the document. It still says Joe Lombardo as the, that's a chief on there, but it's all, the letterhead's all messed up. The signature is in ink. It looks like it's been copied and then put on this document. It's not like a DocuSign. It's not a PDF as well. The person has their cell phone number on here. DPS officer 11. There's no such thing I'm aware of. It'd be DPS officer Roman numeral 2, not 11. So a lot of these things have been in state government so long, you start to notice. And so that's why it raised some questions. Not saying that she manipulated it, it's just that I could not approve it based upon what she submitted to me.
Okay,
And it's based upon what the applicant submits.
absolutely. So at this time, do you understand what is wrong with the document? So no matter what you have on your phone, if it is what you submitted, if it changed files, went from a PDF to a Word document, the format's still not going to get approved. So I think at this time, we need new documents to be uploaded to go forward with this one.
Nothing is, this is my question to you, nothing on the document that you asked, is everything that's supposed to be on the document? Like, if I go back to him and I ask him for another copy of this document, like you say, can you write a list of the things that, like I said, cause some tension with you, so I can be able to get it to him, because like I say, I'm sure they do the best they can, well, it's unusual, because this is a business situation, and then having, Crowley is doing great, so, it's unusual for that document, it's a scrutiny, but it's just unusual, so I'm gonna get it back to him, and try to, get the information that needs to be put on the document, and of course, I'll wait, because I have patients, like I said, I went through the path, been pretty much homeless for 2 years while been able to use my license. So, no problem, but,
She can resubmit her application.
Yeah.
She said
Yeah.
to get the right documentation.
Absolutely. You can resubmit everything and upload all of the documentation in the correct form. And,
And then also, is it my understanding that the 4 walls of her petition is only in reference to New Path and not the request for reciprocity?
I believe she's just requesting to receive her license.
Yeah, just reciprocity.
And her path is through reciprocity.
yes.
Okay, all
Yes.
right. Just wanted to make
sure.
Yes, already have a license, right? This is the process to where you got, and that meaning that I know you guys go through the kids that in school yet, But, yeah, I already have a license. And I'm pretty much just gonna go through the transferring process of bringing my license to Florida, from Florida to Nevada. So that's pretty much what I wanna do, and that's pretty much all. I do. So, yeah.
We actually have the document that parole and probation sends. It was nothing close to this.
Like that.
No, that's why we know.
I wanna say he's on my side, I wanna say he's on my side. I don't have no suspicion. I'm coming from work. You see what I'm saying? I'm coming from 7-Eleven, literally from 7-Eleven from work. I wanna say that he's on my side. I don't have no reason to believe that if I call him and he give me a document, that they're gonna toy with the document. I don't understand professionalism or the transference of, this priority. I don't understand it. I cannot, like I said, when we were with him, when we were working with him, I don't think he gave me a fraudulent document to make it look like a fraud. Am I a fraud? No, like, I got my business license. I went all the way through school. I did the process. I think, if I was, I don't know, and if I didn't meet the criteria, then I don't know. But I'm saying that I don't really see why he would be a fake document. I mean, I'm just thinking about that. I should, like, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna pretty much give him another criterion to put this document within these parentheses. And like you said, if you tell me that anything else needs to be on the document, then we're going to do that. If there's not anything else that needs to be on the document, then I won't ask for anything else, and then I'll pretty much have it in a speedy time frame. Will I have to go back through this process? If I see the information, will you be able to make the determination from that point? But let's see.
Yes, excuse me, Mr.
This is Board Member Douglas. Ms. Dorsey? Ms. Dorsey?
Yes.
Yes.
She's on the camera. Okay. Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, Ms. Dorsey, we're gonna probably make a motion because you're gonna probably have to reapply because this is we've been going on a long time with your request. So Madam Board Member Molly?
Yes, Board Member Harris wants to say one thing prior to the motion, and then we'll get right to that. But we're all on the same page, I think. So go ahead.
Yes, so this is Board Member Harris. So Ms. Geneva? Okay, so the thing is, it's all about technology. So today, in today's world, everything comes in a PDF. This has nothing to do with you or your office. Maybe he just didn't put it through the computer correctly. It's not you. We're not saying that you're falsifying information. You just need that right document. That's it. So when you go to your officer, so you can leave here clear, just ask them, say, hey, I need this to come from your office in a PDF form. So that's what you tell him, and he'll understand that. And then you go forth with reciprocity.
Okay.
And then you're all set.
Okay.
Is that clear?
And just so I'm clear, right?
Mhm.
Everything that he put on that letter is enough that needs to be on, just put it in the PDF.
Yes,
Yeah, to you guys.
yes.
All right.
There you go. Where it doesn't look like a copy or anything like that.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with you personally.
No,
So you'll be
that's
all
fine.
set. You'll be all set.
I thought you
Yeah.
said, I don't know nothing about.
That's okay. We're all learning in 2024.
Okay.
Yeah, that technology is something else. So yes, at this time, we are gonna make a motion.
That's all.
So,
I'm sorry, Board Member.
that's okay. Go ahead.
I was talking to.
Yeah, so and you can also reach out to board staff
Yes.
and ask them all of these questions. But I think at this time, I think that we have enough that we need to make a motion on this particular instance for today. So can I please get a motion for this started?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold her application and she can resubmit in the future for Genevieve Dorsey, U-1010165774.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, Ms. Dorsey, so what you're going to do now is we need that document. You're gonna have to resubmit everything. And if you do have any questions or your probation officer has any questions, they can reach out to board staff. They will help you with everything. And then our executive director will go over everything and, we'll start this process over, okay? But at this time, that document, we can't push it through, okay? And we wish you the best of luck.
Yes.
Can you guys keep the money in these, or would that be coming back to me?
Yeah, so this is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. For the record, the reciprocity application will stay on file as is. A felony review application is separate from your reciprocity. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna retrieve the document and you're going to resubmit that felony portion,
Okay.
which is a second part to your reciprocity application. So reciprocity will stay and you will resubmit your felony review application.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
You guys have
thank
a
you.
great day. Thanks.
Okay, good luck.
You don't forget your bag.
All right, let's move on to the second felony review petitioner, number 2, Erica Lozano. This is for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is requesting approval to enroll in the School of Cosmetology with a felony conviction. Ms. Lozano, are you present?
Okay, yes, I am.
Hi, welcome. Can you please raise your right hand and we will get you sworn in.
Good morning, Ms. Lozano.
Morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lozano, this is your time to state your case. Tell us why you're here to appear before the board, please.
I'm here to get licensed for permission to get licensed for the nail tech program. Right. Where at? I attend school here at Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center through the program New Path Expertise is where I attend school. I have about 100 hours left.
Are you already enrolled in school?
I am.
Okay.
So does she need to finish? That should be done. Prior to the leaders.
Steve McDonald for the record. We were not aware that she was enrolled. The felony review happens before enrollment. That even happens before enrollment, before you even get licensed. If you have a felony, if you try to reciprocity, hence the last agenda item, before you can get your license. If you have a felony, it must be reviewed under the law. And so this is the first time that we're aware under her testimony that she's actually enrolled. But besides that issue, again, I did not approve or deny this application. I just couldn't approve it based upon the type of felony that it was. It was robbery. And so that's why I brought it before the board for your consideration. If that's all the testimony that she is going to provide.
Yes, go ahead. And can you raise your right hand and we can get you sworn in as well so that you can chat.
Your name for the record, please.
My name is Roxanne McCoy.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Okay, go ahead.
So good morning, board. Thank you for taking the time to see us today. I kind of manage the New Path program here, and it's a unique setup on how we go about enrolling the young ladies in the different programs. The Nail Tech program is a new program in which we are offering here at the institution for the young ladies that have a shorter span of time. And the process that we go through to get the girls tested and selected to be able to come to class. And then there's a process that we specifically go through to get board approval for the executive director to approve those that don't have felonies that don't fall within his authority to approve. And so sometimes, in fact, most of the time in us doing this program, the young ladies have already been in school as we go through this process to get them before the board and get them approval to be able to continue with the class and be licensed.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that process. Question for board staff, is that customary? Is that how we want that done?
This is Janie for the Chief Compliance Officer for the record. I was always under the impression that they were to seek the approval prior to. I know that that has not been always done in the past, as you saw with the first petitioner.
Yeah.
She was not approved when she was originally enrolled. In my opinion, it only seeks to benefit the applicant and the student to receive the approval prior. Because if they're doing it towards the end of the program or before they need to test to get their license, then it holds them up even longer. But
Hmm.
And then also,
Yes.
if I may, Madam Chair. For matters like these, when it comes to petitions, we definitely want equal application across the board, irrespective of any applicant's situation or where they, or they happen to be incarcerated, non-incarcerated. So the concern that I only caution the board is not having gone through the felony. Not having gone through the felony review process first, when that would have been a requirement for anybody else. I do have concerns with that being backwards. To me, it's a simple formulaic process that just could be done so that we don't have to uphold anyone's progress. With that program, I do respect that program, but that's just the only concern that I have with there being inconsistent application of the felony review process.
And as right now, as our dad stated, we actually, person can't roll into a regular school that's outside of this program, unless they have a felony, they cannot enroll. It goes through this process first. So that way, of course, law will not hold anything up. Once they've been cleared, they can go on, get their trade, and get eligible and ready to take the test. What's happened now is that people are going into school, and yet we don't have no idea that they're actually in school and they only have so many hours left. And now it's going to be held up because they're going to have to put in that felony. And it's not going to go through. We can deny them just based upon that, even though they completed the process.
So, with all due respect, if I may. May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so, and I respect that and appreciate that. As long as we've been doing this program and moving forward, I can make sure that once we select the students to start school, that those students come before the board if necessary, but at least their petition be given to the board moving forward. But I've been doing this program since its inception, and this is kind of how we've done it. And so I apologize if it's been done in reverse of the way it should be done, but moving forward, I can absolutely make sure that once we test the students and they are given the opportunity to attend school, that we can make sure that it goes before the board before they even start classes.
Okay, yeah, I definitely think that we need to have the school on the same page with what the board expects them to do as far as sequence of events. So I think that that's a separate issue than what we have before us. So Executive Director McDonald, you said you weren't able to approve this one to go through. Could you let us know what you were?
The reason why was because
Yeah.
it was a violent felony. And
Okay.
that's the only reason why. It did happen, here's from the documentation that Roxanne had sent, looks like 2018. And it's a minimum 3 years, and it could go up pretty high. Maximum, probably 5 years, 6 years. But the nail tech program, because it happened 4 or 5 years ago, my recommendation to you is to go ahead and approve this one.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions for Ms.
Also,
Lozano?
can I add
Oh,
one
oh,
other
yeah.
thing? Should the board be inclined to grant approval of the petition, the only request that I would have is that as a condition to approval, that it still goes through the felony review process, and then absolutely, and then it could be processed accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone on the board have any questions for Ms. Lozano? No? Okay, then at this time, I would like to make a motion for Miss Erica Lozano to be approved to enroll in the School of Cosmetology with the felony conviction on the conditions that she appears before the board,
With the felony.
or that she goes through the felony review process properly. Yeah, okay, can I get a motion for that?
Board Member Moreno, second that motion.
You could just say so moved.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't know I made it. Oh.
Board Member Moreno.
She technically framed out the motions.
Oh.
You just need, if someone wants to make that motion, they could just say so moved.
Okay, Board Member, so moved?
Yeah.
That motion.
Board Member
Yes, sir.
Harris, I second that motion.
Awesome, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Ms. Lozano, do you understand your responsibilities from this point forward as far as the felony review process?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And then the school will assist her with that process? Okay, and then, okay, well, thank you so much for your time. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you for seeing me. You have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Is there a way to follow up with expertise to make sure that they're doing the things that we need them to do in the order that we need them to do it in?
I have the chief compliance.
Okay,
officer.
perfect. All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to our petitions today. We have our first petitioner, May Lu, ST 101017182, for discussion of possible action. Petitioner is asking the board to review her hours and application for her ability to allow her the ability to test and receive her esthetician license in the state of Nevada. As you guys may remember, May Lu, ST 101017182 student records were reviewed and entered into evidence during the board's public hearing in complaint number C-2022-0211 held on January 8th, 2024. Ability School of Aesthetics was the respondent. During this hearing, the board found factual allegations 1 through 17 as proven, all alleged violations of law as proven, and imposed discipline. So that was our last board meeting that we went over. Okay. Miss Lu, are you here?
Yeah,
Hi.
we're both here.
Awesome.
I'd like to speak on
Please.
behalf of my wife.
Sure.
She speaks Mandarin. We have a translator and an attorney if we need them on. Zoom.
Okay.
But
Yeah, come on up.
thank you.
Yeah, you guys can come to the front and then we'll have you both get sworn in by our executive director, okay?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Hi.
good morning. Bro Whipple on behalf of May Lu as well, Your Honor. It's the appropriate.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, he's an attorney.
Okay.
So is the attorney going to, the attorney, usually you hire an attorney, he's the piece.
Okay,
He is. So the question is, who's going to be speaking?
okay.
Attorney
Mr.
going to be representing them or not?
With
Let me
the,
try and explain this. We have a language barrier here. I don't see anybody on your board that speaks any kind of Mandarin or knows anything about the Chinese culture. Am I correct?
I don't think, I'm the one,
I
so
would like to ask you a question.
that's not a question right now.
Okay, I would like to ask a question of the board.
First, get
Yeah,
sworn.
yeah,
Yeah. Name for the record, please.
My name is George Sanders. I'm May Lu's husband.
Okay, do you swear to tell the whole, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
My name is Mabel.
okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
So the only thing that needs to be clarified is who's officially speaking on behalf of Miss Maylu. If it was her husband only or the attorney only.
Well, why can't we have equal representation? There's a language barrier. Okay, I just want to explain her case and she can fill it in, okay, is that okay? I mean, we're all regular people here.
Madam
This
President,
affects somebody's life.
Madam President,
If we could just get representation from her counsel on that,
Yeah,
if she's okay with only her husband speaking on her behalf.
Sure, Mr. Ripple.
so, Madam Board, thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. May Lu came into my office with her husband last Friday and asked if I'd be willing to be present this morning, which I am. I wanted to make sure that the board approved my presence due to the late notice. And I also wanted to give you a heads up. I'm very new to this case, and what I was specifically was going to ask for a continuance to allow me to gather information in order to represent Ms. Mei Lu in an appropriate manner. All I have is the notice which says unable to verify schooling information. I am aware of the Ability Schools of Aesthetics that had, I guess, a 90-day probation period implemented as well. That's maybe the root of the issue. But at the end of the day, I'm going to ask the board, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to represent Mei Lu, and also at the same time to ask for a continuance so I can get on board with the facts of this case.
Madam Chair, if I may, Chrissy
please.
Harris for the record, I would recommend granting that continuance. As she has retained counsel, we want to create a record of her receiving a reasonable amount of time to prepare. I have no objections to that.
Okay, yeah, we should make a motion to continue it then?
Yes,
Or-
when would be the next hearing? April, okay.
And are we able to?
So it would be any motion granting would factor in for the next board meeting to be held in April.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion for that, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold,
No, it's
student
approved.
number one.
No.
Oh,
Board Member Douglas, any motion would be on the issue of whether or not to grant to grant the request to continue this matter to the April board meeting.
oh, okay. Board Member Douglas, I would like to continue this. Am I right still? Oh,
I would like to
Yeah,
make a motion.
it will be a motion to continue this agenda item to the April board meeting.
Oh. okay. This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to continue this item for April meeting. Student number 101017182.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Ms. Lu, we are going to continue your case, so we'll hear you back in April so that your lawyer has time to review the case and you can come back before the board and present, okay?
Can I make a public statement at the end? Is that okay?
Yeah,
Public
absolutely.
comment, yes.
Public comment.
Yeah.
And can it pertain to the board and how it was, this case was handled to her?
Whatever comment you want to make is open for you. Yes, it's open comment. Yep, go for it. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, just a housekeeping matter.
Yeah.
My client only speaks Mandarin, as you're aware. Would it be incumbent upon myself to get a Mandarin interpreter for the April hearing?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do so.
Okay, thank you so much.
For your time.
Of course. Thank you. All right, let's move forward with the second petition, petition Xing Yu Chen, student number 101017529 for possible discussion and action. Petitioner is asking the board to review her hours for application to allow her the ability to test and receive her esthetician license in the state of Nevada. Ms. Chen, ST 101017529 student records were reviewed and entered into evidence in the board's public hearing on the complaint number C-2022-0211 held on January 8th, 2024. Ability School of Aesthetics was the respondent. During the hearing, the board found factual allegations 1 through 17 as proven, all alleged violations of law as proven, and imposed discipline. So do we have student Chen here today? Or present online?
She's alive. She
She should be online.
Do we see her online?
They're not registered online under
Under that name, okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's move forward and then we can come back, and then, sorry,
We'll trail it.
okay.
That means that we'll come back to it.
Oh, okay, we'll trail it. Okay, let's move on to petitioner number 3. Petition Connie Wright, student number 101017184 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking the board to review her hours for application to allow her the ability to test and receive her esthetician license in the state of Nevada. Connie Wright, student number 101017184. Student records were reviewed and entered into evidence during the board's public hearing on complaint number C-20 22-0211 held on January 8th, 2024. Ability School of Aesthetics was the respondent. During the hearing, the board found factual allegations 1 through 17 as proven. All alleged violations of law as proven and imposed discipline. Ms. Wright, are you present?
Yes.
Hi, please step forward.
I want my friend.
Yes, please. And then we'll get you both sworn in with our executive director.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like a firing squad.
But we're a little nicer, I promise.
You don't have a judge with a robe sitting before you. Ms. Wright.
Yeah, my name is Connie Wright.
All right, Ms. Wright. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Everything is true.
All right, thank you. And sir, your name for the records?
My name is Ron Kwan.
All right,
Last name is Q-U-O-N.
all right, thank you, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, you have the floor, so you get to petition us and tell us why you're here, and then we'll start the review process, okay?
Okay, my friend here is Connie Wright. Sorry for standing this habit. Apparently she came to me and asked for some assistance on this. Apparently there's some confusions. Need some clarification about what's going on. Obviously, her previous classmate, they're dealing with the school who has apparently issues with the board. Prior to renewing her license, she complied with all your requests, attend school, yada, yada, yada. She also went to the website and picked a school, not knowing the future problem you're all having with the school. Anyway, she complied and she did all her hours and everything, and the school had submitted all the requirements and hours for her to test. She tested and passed, but currently her license is now being denied for verification of hours, which she doesn't understand. I looked at the stuff and she's got all of her hours and she completed the class. She tested, she paid, she did everything that the board has asked. But there seems to be a conflict between the school and the board of whatever the hell they've done wrong. That's between the two of you. He just wants to know what can she do to move forward to get her license. Her not being able to work is causing a hardship on her lifestyle, as well as her daughter who's going to school. She's helping with the tuition. So every time she goes to the office, there seems to be they're bothering me kind of attitude. Not you guys, right? It's just that office personnel, maybe whatever the case may be, that person will have a bad day or whatever, but it seems like she's bothering her. And she keeps asking, what about the hours? What about the hours? Now, this has happened since last year, and she's still sitting here trying to get her license, but yet nobody seems to want to help her. So that's a concern for her. That's the reason why we're here. So we're trying to get a clarification. Okay, issues with the school, again, that's you guys, but she has complied with your recommendation. She paid. In fact, I think they also had a problem with her high school diploma, which they required her to go get a certified person to validate her high school, whatever. Okay, cool. School kind of, you need to be certified. She's done everything y'all asked her to do. So the question now is, what's up? I mean, it's straightforward, right? It's like, where are we at? Because they don't seem to want to help her with the hours. They're having a problem with her hours, but yet she complied. She went to school. She paid. The school submitted the hours to the testing board. She went, studied, tested, passed. Everything's on hunky-dory fine, and all of a sudden denied issues with the hours. So she being penalized because the school, or she put in the effort, she put in the money, she put in the time, and it's this last quarter. So we're just here to ask, where we at?
Yeah, absolutely. We can understand. And I would like to invite board staff into the conversation at this point and let them make their presentation. And then I think the goal for me, at least, is to clarify everything as far as how to go forward with this situation. So I hope that that's the result of today.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the school's also on probation for some shenanigans, maybe. I'm not a lawyer. But the other thing too, though, is last night, just for the hell of it, I went on your board site, you're still listing them as a authorized school. So if you have and also I think someone in the office, staff-wise, oh, we don't like that school, but that's your opinion. Why are you telling her that? It's on your board. So now do you have a problem with her because she went to the school that this person doesn't like? So everything's kind of like,
Right.
is this a personal issue?
Right.
Against the school, against her, or, I mean, again, as of last night, if there's an issue with the school, y'all should have removed it, but it's still on the, on your website as of last night. In fact, I printed it to make sure that if the school has an issue, then the board should have removed them or put an asterisk and, hey, issues with the school. But since there's nothing annotating, there's an issue, and it's still on the board as of last night, how does the fight between the two of you affect her, and what can she do to remedy the situation? She just wants to go to work.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
That last part, yep.
So first as a clarification, no member of board staff has made any disparaging or negative remarks regarding any application, regarding any licensee, including Ability School of Aesthetic. That's number one. Number two, Ability School of Aesthetics, as a reminder, is on a suspension order. So, and as a reminder, during the January 8th, 2024 hearing, they were specifically informed that they were not to resume operations until they had repetitioned the board and seek approval, as well as not take on additional applications. And so Ability School of Aesthetics knows that. So even if it's not immediately removed off the website, they are already aware that they're not to resume operations and are already aware not to take on new student applications until this matter is resolved. And so the third part of this hearing is a reminder to the board that Ms. Mayley was, she was given an opportunity to petition because there are concerns as far as not just there are concerns with not just with the discrepancy of the high school information, but also with the amount of hours that are not accounted for. I want to also be clarified. It's not a question it's not enough of questioning or thinking that she didn't apply or didn't generate these hours, but it's not, but we weren't there. Nobody was not there. It's about what does the paperwork provided to the board establish? Did she complete her requisite hours? Did she hit the particular subjects that she's required to study prior to receiving final testing? And so if she has any supporting documentation to help fill those gaps with what we have on her student records, now is the time to be able to provide that. So I just want to be clear to keep it in the four walls of that conversation. If she has anything supplemental, now will be the time to bring it forward for board review.
Board Member O'Brien, I would also like to put it on the record that in no way, shape, or form has the board before or will it ever take a past case and put it on a new petition. So this will be looked at with new eyes, and we are only here to help the petitioner go forward and to understand how to get them in compliance and to make this the best outcome for the petitioner. So that is the goal here today. At this time, I think that we should hear from board staff if you guys are ready.
I'll jump in, sir.
Yeah, again, she's not accusing anybody, but that's how she feels that when she approached. Now, this issue occurred last year before this, y'all nailed them, right? But she did this last year, and it's been on hold. And last year it was like in question, and then I do recall seeing a letter that there was an issue with something, but it was vague. As to, you talking about her hours in school or hours in the centric, whatever company? So it's kind of vague there. They're talking about whatever. But as far as I think you mentioned something about the clarification of her diploma and whatnot. She had an interpreter, certified interpreter from court to certify that her high school diploma is legit, and it was submitted to the board. Now, what happens after it gets submitted, we don't know. It's the government filing system is just a jungle. You can get lost there. That's a fact. So we're not blaming, but the question we're actually trying to find out is, where do we go? Is what she did being effective, and what's currently happening now with the school and the board? So she's been placed on hold since the year. Where can she go to complete so she can get her license, and get back to work.
Absolutely. Let's hear from board staff now, and then we can take it from there. I think it'll help us with clarification for how to get to that answer, okay? Okay.
As Madam Chair, Steve McDonald for the record, as I've stated previously, it is the petitioner's role to bring forward documents, and this is your time to do that. As Dag Harris had just said, this is a time for you to bring supplemental documents. What we have that was presented on January 8th as part of the hearing with ability, those are the documents that we had. And they were part of the allegations 1 through 17 that were found to be factual, meaning we proved our case. The documents could not be verified. Her documents were part of that. Okay, so that was the issue of why her renewal was being held up. It's because we could not verify the hours and or the documentation in there. So I'm glad that you're bringing forth the certified translation of her high school diploma.
Right.
This is the time to do that. You could have sent it to us. We already have that. That's fine. But there were other issues with the hours and what she's being trained. We could not verify that. And that was found to be factual by this board. So that's what is being held up, is that if you can bring additional documents, because this is a separate issue now. It's a petition that she has brought individually because she has individual rights.
Right.
So whatever documents you can provide to have us supplement to bring forward more documentation, we could take a look at it. But this is time to bring it now before the board to look at. Because the board has already seen what we have for her. They saw it all. Okay, so whatever she presents now, her job is to convince you on her behalf to give supplemental documents and give it to us so the board and staff can look at if you have additional information. Okay.
These are her hours, so.
We'll
Do you want
look
me
at
to, okay, the thing that she didn't understand, okay, the reason we're here is, I think there's a misunderstanding on her part as to what happened. So we're just trying to figure out, so now you're telling me that the school's hours couldn't be verified, but she had this. I believe she submitted it downstairs or whatever office she went to. And when she went to inquire about these hours, we don't know, we're still looking, we're still investigating. So that's all she's been given. Now, if you guys would have told her, hey, the hours are fishy, we've got an issue with the school. If someone would have told her that, then she could have taken a different course of action to verify the hours. But again, nobody's been really helpful. So we're just here trying to say, okay, where do you want us to go? Show us the path.
I can tell you, here's another wrinkle to this matter, is that there is pending litigation between Building and the state. So as directed by RAG's office, we cannot communicate with the opposing party, not unless through their attorney, which is Kurt Kennedy, which makes it cumbersome, very tough for us to deal with the school. So it's incumbent upon the petitioner to go back to the school and try to get the hours validated. Try to get documentation, something. I don't know how you can prove it. It's not my job to tell you how to prove it.
You got a second to just look at this?
Yeah, sure, please. Oh, we have copies of this. So we're just trying to
understand, that's all. Yeah, it's
That's
confusing.
fine. For some of us, we do this every day.
That's
Okay, this is like normal.
Because they feel 60 and 5 hours.
This is like, I guess they took a field trip too or something. These are her copies.
I don't-
I'll let my staff jump in a second. They probably already have this. But that's the other wrinkle, sir. Please let your friend know, is that when there's litigation, you cannot communicate with the other party. Right? You have to go to their attorney. That's what a lot of people understand that. When you hire an attorney, that attorney is your mouthpiece going forward. The court won't recognize you. But when I recognize the attorney of record, that mouth, that person is a lawyer.
And so just to add, the issues or the continued prevailing issues aside from ensuring that we have appropriate documentation to confirm that she meets the educational requirement or the equivalent of said educational requirement, is that for Ms. Wright, we have records, for example, provided by Ability on her student curriculum card as one example that are completely blank. We don't have her signature on the document. We don't have the instructor's signature on the document. And then also for the records that we provide, that we received. One second.
It sounds like.
Still, excuse me, still on the hours issue, is that on the sample standard aesthetics fundamentals course academic learning grade record by course unit, again, we have missing entries for the grade, the date, the student signature, and we also have missing entries for the state law, the midterm written exam, final written exam, and final practical exam. So there's a lot of prevailing issues with her documentation as far as her students' hours are concerned. And the board, in order to approve her to be eligible to sit down for licensing, everybody has to meet that requirement. And it's not just whether you're a student at ability, it's any school that's offering the aesthetics program has to be able to verify the hours that were completed. And so those are the prevailing issues that we still have with Ms. Wright's application.
Attorneys forever. I got that point. So the question now, it sounds like the school dropped the ball. Because her attendance there shows she showed up and she went to all the classes. And it sounds like to me, the school may have dropped the ball by not getting her to sign her documentations that's required by the board and all that stuff. So now she goes back to the school, if they correct the records, will you guys accept it? Or is it because of the litigations and probation, you're saying,
Well, anything that's involved in litigation, we don't hold that against anyone, right? That's a separate issue. The board is always open to reviewing any supplemental documentation to substantiate that she did in fact complete these hours in these areas. So any applicant, any denied applicant is certainly more than willing, is certainly more than able to go back to the school, cross-reference their records, because even Ability has been given that 3-month suspension to again, go back and try your best to correct these records, verify what has and has not been done. Because I also want to make it clear, we respect the hours that the student has committed, and we're not trying to take away those hours. But we still have a job to verify that the hours and the requisite subjects were completed. And so we need that additional documentation. We need that additional information. So if you're able to provide that, then the entire board staff will be able to effectuate another supplemental review to see if these issues have been thoroughly addressed.
okay. So like I said, it sounds like the school screwed up and they didn't do what they're supposed to do, even though she was there. And I kind of get that. The question is, can she get from the board what she's missing? So she can go, hey, school, you owe me these certifications. Or is that something the school has to have on their records?
But the records, I mean, the documents that we have, it's public record, it's there, you can actually see what we received from the
She called
school.
me last night, so I haven't had a chance.
But what Ms. Wright can do is, because a lot of these records were already used during the disciplinary hearing, so they're public record anyway. So she can submit what is called a public records request for those documents that were used during the hearing. And then there she'll be able to see every issue that's outlined in her records. So she has that complete list and that complete checklist as to, okay, this is what's missing from my records. This is what's the holdup. And this is what I can use to go back and cross-reference with Ability in order to help clarify from the board.
Cool. Question though, you said go find the records. Which office? Because the government's got so many offices.
Correct.
Do we go to the attorney's office? Do we go to the record?
No,
office?
it would be with this particular board here that you submit a public records
I
request.
just need to know which office. Go to.
Yeah,
There's so many offices.
we're downstairs, we relocated up here.
Yeah.
To the second floor. So that's where she came the first time. We were there for 7 years.
So if she wants to go now, she can go right out the door?
They're actually on the website
Okay,
because of public records.
okay.
You can actually, the board meeting, just call board staff. Board staff will tell you how to get it.
So we'll find out what she's missing, go back to the school, get them to comply, and then resubmit to you guys. The board.
Including any documentation that she may have had and verify that she can verify her hours. Because hopefully, out of this learning process, a student, please keep track of your hours. Because you verify it with your teacher. Verify your hours, keep track of it yourself. Because sometimes you cannot verify that the school is going to do it for you. Verify your hours. Just as you go to college, you verify your test scores, you look at your final grade, You say, hey, teach,
What I have,
that grade is wrong. I should have an A instead of a D.
see, my pet. Everything I prepared. Score.
Got a copy of our scores on the test?
No, I'm just saying.
I think,
Go ahead,
If I may.
Yeah.
There are levels of issues with, this is Janie Huggins for the record. There are levels of issues with the records. We've not been able to substantiate many of the documents that were included in the student files as well as these time records. We have several documented days where board staff completed inspections where individuals were clocked in and showing up on this report and they were not there. So we need additional information, not just about her grades, but about her hours that she actually clocked. 600 clock hours and completed the curriculum that is regulated by our chapter. Yes.
See, my question is, I already have 600 and 2 hours and 50 something hour, plus there have a field trip, the hour. So my totally already is 600, almost 8 hours. So, and I don't missing anything. And the last time you said I'm missing one, you said I don't punch out. But there have the internet, it's not my problem. So I punched every day and I signed because the school have signed plus have the internet. Sometimes the internet not punched. I punched in, they don't show at the school. Then that means I don't get the hours. So my hour is totally, as you legally said, is 600 hours. Now I already over almost 8 hours. So plus another question, you said my record is empty, but you came in, it's July. You worker is copied at July, but I graduated September.
Yes.
Then, so they still continue to do the record, right? So why you can use that against me? So my question is that. So I just.
To answer that specific question, this is Janie Huggins for the record. Yes, your files were scanned 2 times, once on July 12th and once on September 12th. So we understand that the file on the 12th of July that was scanned was incomplete because you were an ongoing student. It was originally labeled as such. I do believe the licensing department requested additional records to review. But we are aware that at some point that file was incomplete because you were an active student. So no one is holding that against you, is the short of the answer.
And then I just also want to add, just to be clear, that when we, because part of the board's finding was the factual understanding that if a record is incomplete or if there are supplemental records to be, provided for a student, that it is incumbent on the school to notify the board of such, as well as provide those supplemental documentation. Again, this is why we're still to this day open to receiving that supplemental documentation. And we would think that it would be very important to, number one, get a proper accounting of all of the records that we have. And what was admitted into evidence was a very drawn out list by our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Jackson, which noted all the discrepancy on the records. And I think that's an appropriate checklist that you can use to comb through your records to see. It's not a question of what it is that you completed. I want to be very clear on that. It's about what can be substantiated. And so I think it would be prudent to get that public records request, get all the records that have been entered into evidence. You could call the board, they'll help you with that process, and then look through those records and look to see why we find those records problematic and what information is missing. I think that's the best course at this juncture right now. That way you can then cross-reference with ability to say, okay, I was here, or I did complete this. What date do you have? Cross-reference to get updated records so that you can submit that to them.
Yeah, like I said, this whole thing could have been avoided. Someone in the board would have just told her, hey, there's a problem here. It was vague. Discrepancy with your hours. That's all they said. So it's like, What's up?
Yes.
If I said that to you, you as an attorney would grill the hell out of me until you got the answer.
I don't grill anybody, but my thing is like, any matter that's pertaining to an investigation, board staff is not required to speak on. And they were advised by counsel, me, to not speak on anything, especially since Ability has already retained counsel. And when you have two opposite parties on the end where both parties have retained counsel, if there is a question that one party has with another, you have to speak with your attorneys. That's just what it is.
But see, nobody told her that back in September, November, December. If she would have known, then she would have known which way to go. But the answer again is so vague. We're still reviewing the record. We're still reviewing the record. So, hey, if somebody would have said, hey, there's an issue, you need to go, whatever, then she would have had a direction to go, but nobody gave her a path to go other than we're reviewing your record, we're reviewing your, that's all they told her downstairs. So what are you supposed to do when you don't have a path to go, but stand there and go, duh?
Sir, when the document said I'm able to verify education requirements, we'll just say it like that. That's pretty general, isn't it? I can mean a lot of things in that.
Yeah.
What Ms. Wright should have done is gone back to the school, said, look, they're saying they can't verify education requirements. That means she should go through every education requirement that they're supposed to document. They know, they're a school. They know what they're supposed to document. They're not new to the rodeo here. What in testimony on the 8th, they said they had 170 students have gone through that school, 170 students. They're not new at this. They have other schools that come on testimony. They have massage schools. Been doing it for 8 or 9 years. They're not new to running a school. So unfortunately, we could not communicate with them because there's litigation.
When does the litigation
No,
start?
I do not recommend speaking.
yeah, let me explain.
It's a separate issue.
Yeah.
It doesn't pertain to.
But again, the point was, we're reviewing your record, we're reviewing. It doesn't say anything about, you know what I'm saying, if you say, hey, there's an issue with your school's time, then she could have gone back to the school. And then again, that's not, I don't think that, again, I'm not an attorney.
I know, but I think at this point here, we're going in circles on that issue. The course of events that happened from the time period of when she would initially receive that letter till now, it just is what it is. Again, at this point, all I can do is just continue to reiterate what are her options right now? And her options are she can submit the public records request by contacting board staff, getting all of her records and getting in a proper checklist or an account as to why her records have deficiencies and what she can use to go back to Ability to consult with them. So again, I just want to reiterate that I think the question now then becomes, okay, what is her recourse? What is the next step? And that's her next step and that's her next recourse. So in the abundance of time for the other agenda items on this agenda, I do recommend that, Ms. Wright proceed with those acts.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. You say you have sue with the school, but I graduated at last year, September. You don't have sue with the school.
I got this one. I'll take care of the car. I got it.
For the record, Bertha Jackson, if Ms. Wright needs a copy of that, we can provide that to her in the lobby.
Oh, yeah,
Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. I think that'll be helpful.
Just to understand, we're not pissed off. We're just confused.
Yeah.
I can tell you, as being the executive director here for, a year and a half,
Right.
I've been frustrated by some of the petitions that have come forward. And some of them might be so, some of them don't have evidence to even that they should even petition. But we're here to provide a service. I know this is a public service announcement. We're not here to keep you out of business.
We asked her to help.
We're here to help you. We do our very best to try to help you get licensed. That's why we're in the schools. The village is one school, win all the schools. That's one of the mandates that the board gave me when I got hired. It's like, we gotta get into schools and make sure that they're doing the right thing. And doing and providing training to these students to get out there in the field, because then we deal with the licensees. We want licensees to be doing everything by the book and right. Sanitary, controlling infection, hopefully making a wonderful living. That's what we want, because without you, we don't exist. We realize that. So, yeah, great hair, great hair.
So, just for purposes of the agenda item, I think it might be prudent to, instead of making a decision on the petition, to possibly continue it to the April meeting.
Okay.
That will give them enough time to gather the documents, review, and then we could see what updated documentation that we do have, and then the board could revisit this after this petition again.
Perfect. Okay, that sounds great. Okay, so to review, if you would like those documents that you need, Ms. Jackson's gonna meet you in the lobby with those, okay? So you can get those. Your next move is to go to the school. Is that clear? That way you can get the information that you need. Okay.
So as long as get my all paperwork coming, get to the officer.
Yeah.
Then I will get my license.
Well, no.
No, yeah.
That's the first step.
All right, so, can I get a motion to, approve the, yeah.
To continue this agenda item to the April meeting.
Okay, can I get a motion to continue the, petition to the April meeting, please?
Board Member Harris, I would like to petition ST 101017184 to continue on in our next April meeting.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Moreno, second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
good luck.
I was going down to the lobby and the chief operating officer will come out and give you your documents. Okay. Thank you. Take care.
Should we touch back with petition number 2 or continue?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, CG.
Okay, before we move forward, let's first touch back and see if Ms. Chen is available. Student number ST 1010. I'm sorry, I'll start over. ST 101017529. Petitioner Zin Yu Chen. No, not at this time. Okay, we'll move forward to petition number 4. Ingrong Gao, A 105607 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking the board to review the hours earned in the 75-hour laser course held in April of 2023, provided by Ability School of Aesthetics, license number SC 44984. On January 8th, 2024, this board held a public hearing on complaint number C-2022-0211. Ability School of Aesthetics was the respondent. During the hearing, the board found factual allegations 1 through 17 as proven, all alleged violations of law as proven, and imposed discipline. Is petitioner Gao present?
Board Member Molly, this is Lauren Gossage for the record. They did email me and requested to be moved to another board meeting as they are in Cancun.
Okay, can we do a motion to move
Continue
that?
to the
Yeah,
April.
okay, can I please get a motion to continue this petitioner to the April board meeting, please?
This board member Douglas, I would like to move this petition A 105607 to the April board meeting.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll continue that in April. All right, let's move forward with petition number 5, Gangwoo, A 106371 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking the board to review the hours earned in the 75-hour laser course held in April of 2023, provided by Ability School of Aesthetics, license number SC 44984. On January 8th, 2024, this board held a public hearing on complaint number C-2022-0211. Ability School of Aesthetics was the respondent. During the hearing, the board found factual allegations 1 through 17 as proven, all alleged violations of law as proven, and imposed discipline. Is petitioner Wu present?
We're here.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand and we'll get you both sworn in with our executive director?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry, could you put no, I can see them.
They just need to get the
Okay. Ms. Wu?
Yes.
Mr. Wu?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yeah, I do.
All right. And is she the translator?
Yeah, I'm the
Oh.
translator.
Your name for the record, please?
My name is Xunan Tian, Xunan, last name Tian.
All right, thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So welcome to the board meeting. You are able to state your case at this time, and then we'll go from there. So go ahead.
可以说。
我就是想问一下，就是我已经按照那个课程读完了那个75小时的镭射课程，我不知道为什么会被拒绝，不给那个 license。
He just wants to know what exactly the reason like he got denied. He submitted all the documents required and he has finished the 75 hours, which is required.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from board staff at this time?
Yes.
This is the time card with that. This is Janie Huggins for the record. The applicant's application was reviewed after submitting an application for grandfathering. At the time, his initial file was in our possession from scanning the student files from Ability. And we found the following discrepancies in the student records files for the aesthetics license. There were a series of handwritten time cards that do not go to 600 hours. They end at 565 hours. The handwritten records are not complete. There are different times with no ins and outs, no breaks are recorded. Some dates are signed and crossed out because they were absent, which indicated that they were just being signed repeatedly, not to verify the attendance.
他说你交上这个很多都是手写的，然后
The practical exam score is not completely filled out. The date on that is crossed out. There are copies in the file of quizzes with scores that don't mathematically make sense.
好多日期是划掉然后
10 question quizzes with like a percentage of 93. So we're not sure what the grading rubric would be on that. In addition to those odd grades, there are various student folders that we received the records of where they have all taken the same quiz, likely because they were all students in the same class. They have all almost identically marked exams the same way, but they all have different grades on them, which indicate to us that the papers within this file are just filler material, that there's no substance to them to verify the records that they used to receive an esthetician's license. In addition to that, Lauren has other things to present.
So, in addition to that, the reason for their petition was to allow them the ability for us to accept the 75-hour laser certificate from Ability College of Aesthetics to receive his advanced esthetician license. The next few slides are images of the time cards that were sent in from Jerry Wu. So on May 9th, service specialist Erica Swick received the following attendance records from Jerry Wu regarding the sign-in sheet for Ability School of Aesthetics. Laser course between April 4th and April 18th of 2023. So I have a more zoomed in version, but these were the time cards that we received, the ins and outs and the total amount of hours each day for each student. Erica listed out the following issues on the sign-in sheet back to Jerry in an email stating that number one, Chui Ping was listed on the sign-in sheet and there was no active licensed esthetician in the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology system. that were listed under that name. So the sign-in sheets also appeared as though one person had filled them out. The writing was all the same, and each day had no instructor signature. The document looked fraudulent. The sign-in sheet, she also stated that the sign-in sheet needed to be filled out by each licensee on each day of attendance. So on May 10th, Jerry Wu responded stating that this particular attendance sheet was created before the recent board meeting regarding the laser classes. This class was registered and started before April 10th. The instructor who taught the class reported the attendance and teaching hours on a daily basis, as they had done before. Unfortunately, this sheet was created without any specific guidance or detailed requirements from the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, meaning we specifically did not draw out exactly what was required of them. This is the new sign-in sheet that was sent in, that was, again, made up after Erica stated that she believed that it was fraudulent. So a new sign-in sheet was then drafted and made up. I'm going to scroll down to the larger version just so you can see. This was the original document that was sent in, where all of the times and writings are the same. There's no instructor signing off on these documents. And this is the new sign-in sheet that they created, and they were having everyone come back in to sign off. After they completed and received their certificates, they were instructed to come back to school and sign this document to replicate the attendance. So some of the students who are now on the sheet that don't have signatures and times were at that time out of the country or unavailable to come in and sign off.
Okay. Well, does the board have any questions at this time?
Madam Chair, I would just see if they have any response to
Okay.
this presentation.
Okay, Mr. Wu, do you have a response to this?
I'm
Oh.
sure they're on. I asked you to unmute your microphone. Can you unmute your microphone, please?
Okay, Mr. Wu, do you have a response to this?
Can you hear us right now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 让我讲是吗？就是我是按照那个课程来讲的，至于就是那个签字，我可能表示谅解。其他的就是我想问一下，我怎样可以才能得到这个证件？
He said he did attend all the required classes, and he just wants to know, like, that might be the instructor or school's issue, and at this point, what he has to do to get the license.
This is Steve McDonald for the record. Mr. Wu's records were part of the public hearing on January 8th. No, they weren't? It was just at a
They were
public hearing.
collected by us.
They were
This
collected.
is Jane for the record. They weren't part of the hearing. They were collected by us when we collected all the records at Ability. They were all reviewed. They weren't just reviewed for current students. Because there is the subsequent issue of dealing with individuals who are already licensed that did not meet the requirements for licensure by either obtaining an actual 600 clock hours or anything else, right? We had to review.
Yes, the completed file. This is Lauren Gossett for the record, meaning that they had the high school diploma and other documents that they needed during the time of enrollment for the school.
Steve McDonald for the record, the only thing that we can try to do is, if this is a time for them to, for Mr. Wu to submit additional documentation, based upon our, denial. And if Mr. Wu has documentation that can try to supplement what we already have, what we actually have through our investigation, we'll be more than willing to review it. Because he's an individual petitioner now, you know, so, but does, if I may inquire, Madam Chair, does Mr. Wu have any additional documents to submit to try to substantiate the classes that he, the 75-hour course he took?
除了交上去的那些文件，还有其他文件可以证明你上了75小时课吗？除了学校可以提供的。
那之前原来就是我可以，你得给我时间。现在因为过去了就是好几个月，我得去找。
He can submit additional documents, but he needs to take some time to obtain those documents because it's been a while since he took all those classes.
So it might be again prudent to continue to the
Okay.
April meeting.
Okay.
That time.
So we will, we'll make a motion to move this petitioner to the April meeting, so that they have time to gather more of the documents that they need.
给你留到4月份讲那些文件。
Can I get a motion for
可以
that?，
谢谢你。
他们在那个通过着。
Okay, Board Member Harris, I would like to move to continue this person's petition, Gang Wu A-106371 to our next meeting in April.
This board member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Mr. Wu, we'll see you back in April at the meeting. So that'll give you time to gather some more documents and submit them to the board for your case, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you, appreciate.
You're welcome. Good luck.
就等于说是4月份找。
All right.
And Madam Chair, you
Yeah.
can also, as our Deputy AG Harris has said, he can do a public records request, or he can definitely contact us and we can get him the records that we do have on him. Okay, if he makes a request, we can provide it to him to help him to try to gather what he can.
Okay, Mr. Wu, did you understand? You can reach
Yeah.
out. Okay, sounds
是不是
good.
email 通知我？
对。
Thank you so much, appreciate.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, moving forward with petition number 6, Frida Zhu. For discussion and possible action, petitioner is asking the board to allow her to continue being a liaison for the licensed cosmetology establishment. This includes but is not limited to new salon applicants, salon opening inspections, and communication to the board staff regarding salon closures. Is Ms. Frida present?
Yes,
Hi.
hi,
Please raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in.
sure,
Hello, Frida.
hi,
Hi, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome to the board meeting. If you would please state your case and, yeah, go ahead.
Sure. I'm a business owner of a global diversified services, and I actually offer administrative and business support services and also income tax return preparation. So basically, what my business do is I help like business owners with their business license applications. The business license application that I help with, it varies. Some come to me because they want to open up a restaurant or reflexology establishment, massage, even Uber, and sometimes with a liquor license. But my majority of clientele, they want to open up a day spa, which is include the provided cosmetology services plus the reflexology or massage services. And about 85% of my clientele, they are Chinese who speak Mandarin and does not really speak English that well. let alone filling up all complicated applications that they need to do when they're applying for massage, which is they have to go through background check, financial check, etc. When I do my service for them, besides filling out all the application based on the information that they give me, I also act as their liaison in following up their cases with all different departments, including but not limited to cosmetology board. I also deal a lot with Clark County, City of Las Vegas, sometimes City of Henderson, and also massage board on their behalf. Now, there's one main thing though. I usually just help them translate, interpret, and assist them in paperwork applications. I do not involve in their business operation at all. They are the one who make the decision on their business. I do not control them. I do not help them manage their business, and I do not make the decision on their behalf. So basically, sometimes when they ask me to communicate for them, they give me the information and I relay the information to necessary departments. That's been going on for a while with the cosmetology board, and I believe that's where the issue lay on. So when on October 11, I received an email from Jenny Huggins, the Chief of Compliance Officer, stated that several of the clients that I asked her to close down their business license is apparently they're still operating without license. And I was wholly responsible for that. That's where I'm kind of like confused and perplexed, because once again, I relayed the information that they give me to a necessary department, but I do not make decision on their behalf. So when they told me their business is closed, they asked me to relay the information to the cosmetology department. I did that. But if they still open after their the salon license is canceled, I have no control over that. That's why I'm requesting this board meeting, for the board can hear my side of the story, and then we kind of figure out where we go from here.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to hear from board staff.
Jane Huggins.
Okay, great.
And
This is Janie Huggins, the Chief Compliance Officer. So just to reiterate on some of the things that Frida pointed out, she at this time represents or has represented over 26 establishments, whether she's been there to submit their applications, communicate on their behalf, pay fees for them. She is sometimes present at openings to provide translation services. And the 26 plus establishments are just in the digital records. She, to my knowledge, has been a participant with establishments since at least 2017, 2016, and not before. She has provided information specifically to me to close out establishments where we find that they remain open. We have concern over that because it was pointed out on the second time that it just doesn't appear to be a mistake, as at least 8 of these establishments were closed by Metro's SIS unit or Clark County Business Licensing Department for engaging in illicit massage or prostitution, 8 of them in the last year in 2023. Yeah, you wanna, I can't remember.
So this is the last correspondence, or we'll start with this correspondence. This is Lauren Gossage for the record. So on August 28th of 2023, Frida emailed stating that Viva Spa S708841 establishment is closed. This is a representation of that email to Janie stating, please cancel the salon license for Viva Spa effective immediately, and we replied back that it has been closed. On August 28th, again, she emailed us saying that it was closed. During a routine inspection on September 19th, which is 22 days later, Viva Spa S708841 was found on our route, open and operating. They were cited for operating a salon without a license because it was closed out. These are images from that inspection that it was cited for operating without a license. So this is an image of the front door with the business hours. There's a camera on the door and it does say that it's by appointment only. This is another image from that inspection of two individuals walking out of the establishment after receiving services. And again, this is on September 19th on the routine inspection. We also have a video from business licensing, if you'd like me to show it, of consumers entering into the establishment. Give me just one moment to pull up that video.
And that video was taken on a separate day, showing that the business remained open to the public for more than one day after it was being closed. You can see an individual in what appears to be khaki trousers and a dark shirt standing at the door of the establishment. You will slowly watch him disappear. Correct.
And this is video from a Clark County business licensing employee.
And now they have entered the establishment and the door is closed behind them.
Okay. This is the second establishment that we have received from Frida. On June 9th, Frida emailed stating that Garden Spa S707802 establishment is closed. She emailed Janie Huggins. So she emailed us on June 9th to close out the establishment. On October 11th, 4 months and 2 days later, Garden Spa was found on the route, open and operating. And these are photos from the October 11th, 2023 routine inspection. So this is an image of a consumer entering into the establishment. This is also another photo of another consumer waiting for the door to be opened, to be let into Garden Spa. This is a photo of an individual refusing board staff to enter into the establishment to allow us to complete a routine inspection, letting them know we have you on our route, you're listed as closed, but you are open and operating. So she is refusing an inspection at the door. They were then cited for operating a salon without a license and refusing to allow staff of the board to perform an inspection. And that was on October 11th. We went back on December 15th. They were still open and operating, and we were able to gain access as we had a few additional inspectors with us. So this is just an image of one of the rooms inside of that spa. It was listed as a body scrub room. And this is what was found inside of the room. This is one of the employees that was found inside of the establishment. I don't believe she was licensed. I don't believe she was a licensed provider for any licensed individuals. This is another statement. On November 21st, 2023, an opening inspection was scheduled for Maryland Spa. Inspector Dana Lopez arrived at the location and met with the owner. The owner did not possess the keys to open the business for us to allow to enter in to do the opening inspection. He contacted Frida by phone for information on how to access the business. Another individual did arrive at the location and provided entry into the establishment, as that time she was previously made aware that she needed to petition the board for the approval to be involved in the applications. On January 9th of 2024 of this year, we received a new establishment application. The lease agreement was requested to verify ownership of the establishment. Frida was copied on the response, sending back the lease agreement to us. And this establishment application has been placed on hold until the review of Frida's case. So she is still involved in the new establishment applications after being advised that she would need to petition the board for approval to assist. So sometimes it's made aware to us that she's involved, as she's copied or called mistakenly in front of us, but not all the time is that happening.
And then this is Jamie Huggins for the record. While I understand that Frida may not be the business operator or owner, and she may not understand specifically what's going on in the businesses, she should not be communicating on behalf of them to close out licenses if she is not confident that the business is actually closed and that the consequences of that are understood. I'm under the impression that the establishments that we continue to inspect are also not operating in compliance with local ordinances, with local business licenses. And although that's not in our jurisdiction, it's something that we work closely with them to make sure everyone is in compliance with everyone's guidelines, regulations, ordinances. And I will go further as to say, if an owner doesn't have the keys to their establishment and they are contacting her to receive the keys, I would assume that she knows more about the business than whether or not, or than just submitting the application. These are the establishments that we have been reached out to from Metro's SIS department, as well as Clark County Business Licensing or City Business Licensing, Henderson Business Licensing, with concerns of prostitution and or illicit massage.
And Madam Chair, to close to add the last part of this, is that we don't issue liaisons. Even though Frida has petitioned the board, we have no such license as a liaison license. So she's basically, I guess, wants to continue doing business for these individuals. But the information that we're receiving from her is in error. It's inaccurate. We have inspectors go out there. We have other jurisdictions, law enforcement, other regulatory agencies that are giving us this information because we exchange information amongst each other, amongst each government entity that they're open and they're operating, and they've been operating. So that's why we find it very hard to deal with Frida because she's giving us erroneous information. So we said that you can petition, you can bring something before the board, but just to make it clear, we don't have a liaison license in cosmetology. And that's all we have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. Frida, do you want to respond?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go for it.
I understand your concern, but once again, I really do not have any control in how they run their business. Basically, what they tell, I basically only know what they tell me, okay? And I can explain about FIFA Spa and the Garden Spa. The reason why I sent the email once because of their language barrier, and then another issue is because their Clark County business license was suspended by Clark County. When their business license, cosmetology business license was suspended by cosmetology, they cannot operate. That's what I was told even by the Clark County Business License Department. When they open up a salon, they're supposed to have an active salon license plus an active business license from the Clark County in order for them to operate. That's why when they show me the suspension or revoke letter from the Clark County, I did tell them, you cannot operate. I relay that's the regulation. I told them they're supposed to have both active license from salon, from the cosmetology board and the Clark County in order for them to operate. And then they decide, okay, we're gonna close down the business all over. Then that's why they asked me to send an email to the cosmetology department to close down their license. But if they operate without license afterwards, I have no control. They don't tell me everything. And I'm not their business owner and I'm not their boss, if that makes sense. And also when they apply for a spa, which is with cosmetology and massage, I'm not only deal with cosmetology board. I have to deal with the Clark County business license if their location is in Clark County, or the city if their location is in city. And I also have to deal with massage board. So basically I help them with that part. And as for Marin Spa, why he called me? Because when the owner took over the business, he actually reached out to me. And then he kind of asked me some guidance about how to apply for the salon license, which he did. And then about the key, there's a miscommunication between him and the esthetician. And then he called me to verify if I have the key. I did not have his key. And as for Desert Inn Spa, Mr. Wu, the owner, copied me because I'm doing their cosmetology license, massage license with Clark County and also with the massage board. That's why he feel like a need to copy me in his email. I hope this explanation kind of give you a sense what I'm doing here. I didn't have any intention at all to make you upset or give you false information, but you have to realize that I don't have any control over my clients. But if it's okay with you guys in the future, probably whenever I have a client saying that they want to close down their salon license, I'm not gonna take that case and just have them to do it by their own. Because I cannot control if after they close it out, if they're gonna open it without license or not.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comment and explaining everything. I think just, going back to your very own words, you are not a part of their business. So I think that is where the board needs to stand firm. Any communication to the board needs to be done by the licensee or the salon owner. I think that would just eliminate any of the confusion, period. While we can't tell you what to do with your individual business and your consulting, direct communication as far as any directives to the board, what needs to be handled by board staff or any assistance, I think needs to come from the licensees going forward, at least in my opinion. I think that eliminates the problem, period. Because again, we don't have a liaison license. So you don't have any capacity to be reaching out to the board on their behalf, legally speaking. I think just to eliminate any issues in the future, this is kind of what needs to be precedent, in my opinion. Any other comments from the board?
This board member Douglas, I agree with you.
Okay, any other comments, or are we comfortable? How do we make a motion?
Right. There'll be a motion to deny the petition.
Finish, okay. Any other comments? If not, can I get a motion to deny the petition, please?
I'm sorry, I still have questions here.
Oh, sure, yes.
All right. Like I mentioned in my petition, my clients hire me for the translation and also for interpretation too. If you deny my ability to submit the application for them, can I still be in their inspection to interpret for them? Because I see that when the Clark County come in for the first time inspection, I usually be there to translate.
Are you talking the opening inspection?
Yeah, opening inspection.
They can hire whoever they want as an interpreter. You're just not able to be a liaison to them. Any communication or final decisions, communication on application needs to be their signature, their emails, all of it. Closing, same thing. We just can't take an email from you and apply it to that business. And so if you want to be there for an opening inspection, that's fine. You would just be acting as their interpreter.
Okay, because all I'm doing is their interpreter. I'm not talking on their behalf, basically. It's just kind of like interpreting for their needs.
Madam Board Chair, Chrissy Harris for the record, just to add, the denial of the petition is also just to just make it clear that, number one, there is no recognized authority that allows you to be recognized as a liaison altogether. And number two, the licensee, should they elect to have someone speak on their behalf, it does not defer responsibility from the licensee. They don't get to say, well, our liaison said this, so that's what I went with. Each licensee still retains that ultimate responsibility. And so that's where this denial means. Now, whatever arrangements the applicant would like to have, or the petitioner would like to have with the licensee, that's between them. And as long as it's understood that that licensee bears the final responsibility.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that's good points. Does that make it more clear?
So I understand, I can interpret at the opening, but I cannot email on their behalf or call on their behalf directly to the cosmetology board. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now,
yes, all of that needs to be handled directly with the licensees.
okay, now, if they need help due to language barrier in their salon license, help them.
Would you repeat that? You cut out.
All right, if they need help in filling out their salon license application due to language barrier, will I be able to help them with that?
Yes, you'd be acting as their interpreter again.
Yes.
You just cannot speak for them, make demands on their part, requests on their part, anything as that. If you are acting as a communicator, an interpreter, helping them to understand, we welcome that. That's helpful. If they need assistance, please provide that, but you cannot recognize yourself as a liaison to the board. We do not recognize that license.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I never ever saying that I'm a liaison of the cosmetology board.
Okay.
From the beginning, never ever. I always be like the interpreter or the assistant on the client, on the licenses.
Okay, so going forward, communication needs to come from the licensee. You may still interpret for them. You may not speak for them. Does that make sense?
Fine.
Okay, awesome. So can I please have a motion to deny the petition?
This board member Douglas, I would like to deny the petition for Frida for speaking on behalf of her clients.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you, Frida. If you have any questions, of course, you can reach out to board staff for more clarification. Hope you have a good day. Would everybody be okay with taking a small break? Teresa, you're getting a little fog. All right, can we please, the time is 11:13. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. And let's be back here at 11:23, please. All right, thank you. Okay, I kind of felt it. Nevada State Board of Cosmetology's board meeting. The time is 11:26 on January 22nd, 2024. We are going to jump to petitioner number 15. 15 and 16 together. Okay, so we have petition Maidolis, Alejo Moreno, OBO Mido's Beauty Salon, S706221 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing V3145654 and V3145584. And then in addition to that, we have Maidolis Alejo Moreno, C45789, and petitioner is disputing the V3145655. Would you like to come up?
Oh.
And then, yeah.
Just for the record, member Moreno, just for the record.
No relation.
No relation.
Yeah. Oh.
Just so the board knows, I went through the same thing. This is a McDonald on it.
Okay.
I have no relation to that person.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying. And then,
yeah, we're getting,
Huh?
getting your translator right now.
no, they stated that for the record. You can-
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. We're gonna bring in the interpreter for you.
Do you guys have video down there?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, that was my error. Yes, now, thank you.
Ms. Bertha Jackson.
Okay. Ms. Moreno, would you raise your right hand so we can get you sworn in, please?
Yes, Ms. Moreno, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, I see.
State your name for the record.
Bertha Jackson, Chief Operating Officer.
Thanks, good morning. You swear to raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Awesome. At this time, you're allowed to state your case and why you've appeared before the board.
Si quieres, vamos a la porque está aquí y decir lo que en su casa. El motivo por el que estoy aquí es porque dice una persona so she's here to dispute 3 of the citations that were issued to her. 2 of them, I believe, with su licencia personal. 2 citations were for her personal license. There's 1 on the salon. She disagrees with the findings for those citations, so that's why she's here.
Okay. Can we hear from board staff and then we'll give Ms. Moreno opportunity to respond to that.
My apologies, let me just a minute, like I can proceed.
No worries.
So Ms. Maydalis was cited on 3 different violations, but I believe it's not her salon was cited 2 violations and her individual cosmetology license was issued 1 violation. The salon was cited for for allowing a licensee to practice with an expired license, and she herself, as a cosmetologist, was also cited for practicing with an expired license. So as the owner of the licensing, he was cited twice.
Licencia personal que usted tenía.
Right there.
Licencia personal porque estaba vencida y luego la licencia, la multa que le dieron al salón fue por permitir a alguien que tiene la licencia vencida trabajando ahí en el salón. Por eso le dieron de caer con eso. Eso es lo que quería explicarle. Esa persona, y yo le expliqué, traté de explicarle lo mejor que pude a la inspectora, de que ella trabajaba en limpieza. La multa que ellos están diciendo es la multa que le dieron a usted por usted tener
So la multa que debieron primero con licencia personal, pero se bajó a la licencia personal. La licencia personal fue al salón, pero como usted es dueña, por eso le pagó a usted esa multa por permitir a alguien trabajar en el salón por una licencia expirada.
Pero entre tratando de explicar esto, por ejemplo, esa persona no es computador.
No.
Can you just hear her responses?
So she's disputing, she's under the impression that the person that was issued for who she received the citation was for somebody else that doesn't work there, and I'm trying to explain to her that the citation was issued because she was the one that held the expired license. And I don't think she's understanding that she was issued those two, one for her having the expired license, which she claims that she submitted 2 renewals. She was never aware that they were rejected. And if I may speak, I'll stop
Just
there.
translate. Sorry, Madam Chair, let's go ahead and do our presentation.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way, and then we can go
Perfect.
back and then do this back and forth.
Perfect.
Primero y luego empezamos con los preguntas.
And feel free to let us know if,
Dejen que ellos presenten.
and feel free to also let us know if she's going too fast, that way it can, because the idea is everything that she states, we want you to be able to translate at the same time, so if we're going too fast, we'll slow down.
Ella va a explicar lo que los inspectores se encontraron y luego va a dar la explicación.
And so I've isolated the information, this is Janie Huggins for the record, pertaining to 2 of the violations. The licensee, C45789 was cited for practicing with an expired license. Her renewal was received and rejected. The payment was also refunded. The reason was that a passport quality photo was not received. That did happen 2 times. She did submit 2 times. They were both rejected. One on June 5th, 2023, and one on June 29th, 2003. The citation was issued on July 6th, 2023. The final renewal that was accepted was later that day after the citation had been issued on July 6th, 2023.
Ellos encontraron que usted sometió 2 renovaciones para la licencia, uno el día 5 de junio de 2023, el otro el 99 del 2023, y esos 2 no se aceptaron y se le regresó el dinero porque no tenían una foto de estilo pasaporte. La tercera renovación que hizo fue el mismo día que le dieron la multa, que fue el día 6 de julio 2023, y es cuando al final sometió una nueva foto.
Digo que ella me dio 24 horas y me dijo que no iba a tener problema con la licencia porque ella entendió de que yo había tratado de hacer las 2 veces y que no pasó por la
So she's saying that she was told by the inspector that she had 24 hours to renew her license and that she wouldn't have a problem if she renewed it within 24 hours.
Y entonces la hice en 24.
And that's why she renewed it within the 24 hours.
Cambié la foto porque no me había dado cuenta que era la foto la que estaba haciendo el problema de que no pasara la licencia. Por eso
She changed the photo because she wasn't aware that it was the photo that was causing the issue with the renewals not being accepted.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. The inspector that issued these violations has retired and is not here and present today to provide information. I do recall these violations when they were issued because a subsequent email had to be sent for the other violation with the photos. That's not our policy typically to allow them a grace period. The citation, I believe, had already been issued at that time.
El inspector fue, ella se acuerda de esta situación porque ella manda las notificaciones. Es costumbre de no permitir que el inspector no le esté diciendo que tiene 24 horas para someter la renovación sin recibir una. Es por ley que ellos tienen que dar la multa que.
Pero eso fue lo que me dijo.
And she's saying that that's what the inspector kept on.
Oh, we asked for this particular violation, but we have photographs of the other violation.
Okay, should we just go to the other?
Well, you wanna make a motion on one item and then we'll move to the other one?
Well, they're being decided together.
No, they're gonna be decided together, okay.
So continue the presentation.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
Thank you.
And so we're doing this, right? Correct? Okay. So this is for, this is Lauren Goffin for the record, Mido's Beauty Salon, S706-221. They are. Okay. So salon and allowing an unlicensed individual to perform services. They were issued $1,000 on the first offense. So specifically, it was the individual who was at the shampoo bowl, who is unlicensed.
So la siguiente multa fue del salón, que le dio la multa por tener a alguien trabajando sin licencia y haciendo servicios de cabello en el salón. Y es una foto de donde enseñó una persona que no tiene licencia haciendo un servicio en la estación de shampoo.
Sí, eso lo que sucedió fue que como ven ahí, no había, ese día no había clientes en el salón. Y entonces, esa es la muchacha que limpia, como digo yo, la que me limpia el salón, y yo le pedí de favor, o sea, no estaba haciendo un servicio a otra persona, a otra clienta. Yo le pedí de favor que me hiciera el champú.
Okay, so she's stating that at the time of the inspection, there was no other clients in the salon, that person that you see in the photo is the person that she hires to clean the salon. And that particular day, she had asked that individual or employee to wash her hair in the shampoo bowl.
Quizá yo sé que estuvo mal, pero, o sea, no fue a una clienta particular, sino fui yo misma la que le pedí de favor.
She's saying that she might have been in the wrong, but it wasn't just a regular client, it was her just asking her to shampoo her hair.
Okay, thank you for your explanation and going forward with everything. A couple questions from myself. Your license, to be clear, was to expire on 6/12/2023, and you had tried, do we have dates of when she submitted her first one? Because I see the 6/5, is that when it was rejected and sent back to
Yeah,
her?
there was one, I believe, on 6/5 and 6/29.
Is that done right away? Like, what's the time period between like when she would apply for that and when it would be rejected?
Within 1 to 2 business days, but
Okay.
typically they're done sooner.
Pretty quickly, okay. And did you not get the renewal or did you not, or the denial letter, or what happened with that? It looks like there was 2 notifications sent out to you, one prior the expiration date and one after.
Su licencia se renovó el día 12. Did you say the 12th was her?
The 12th was the expiry date of the licensure, and then the rejection was on the 5th of June and on the 29th of June. So one before the expiry and one after.
Su licencia se le vence el día 12. Usted sometió una renovación que se le realizó el 5 de junio y otra el día 29. Recibió notificaciones de esas dos licencias que se expiraron.
Lo que pasó fue que el mismo, en esa semana, como fue el día 12, cayó el cumpleaños, yo me fui de viaje. Yo estuve por 10 días fuera del país. Cuando regresé, pensé de la licencia, porque pregunté a otras personas y me dijeron que eso se demora. Y la verdad no chequeé el correo, no chequeé nada. Ya después cuando...
So she's saying that the week that she submitted that first renewal on the 5th, it was her birthday week. She was out of town for that week, so she didn't check any mail to see if her renewal had been accepted or rejected. So she had asked around and people had told her that it usually takes a while.
Amigas mías que tienen, que son cosmetólogos también y tienen licencia. Me dijeron, no te preocupes, que eso se demora, va a llegar. Entonces como que me desconecté de eso, la verdad. Pensé que estaba tomando su curso de terapia.
And she was under the impression that it just took a while to receive her license in the mail, and she never checked back on it.
How are the renewal rejections sent? Email, letter,
Via email.
email? Okay,
Email that's supplied by the licensee.
okay. You didn't check your email?
No cheques su correo electrónico.
Algunas veces sí, otras no.
Sometimes she does.
Honestamente,
Thank you for your honesty. Appreciate it. Does anyone else on the board have any questions?
This is Board Member Harris. To board staff, how soon can you reinstate your license before it expires? Can you do it a month
Renew it
before?
3 months before the expiration date.
3 months before? Okay, thank you.
We start putting the notice out 90 days ahead of the expiration,
Yes, okay.
every month. Sometimes we were doing it weekly.
Oh, wow, okay,
And then, I'm sorry, board
all the way
member,
After your expiration date,
okay.
wow. Because I was questioned about that by the legislature.
Right. So how did,
Ask me, how often do you guys have, starting 90 days before your license expires, you'll start seeing renewal notices.
Yes.
Renew.
and how do you do that? Just
By
on computer,
email.
by
By
email?
by the email that's supplied by the licensee.
Okay. No physical at the address? No. Email only? Okay,
That's the
3 months prior?
3 months prior, every month,
yo vine
minimum.
una vez aquí a la oficina y estaba cerrada la oficina.
She had come here to the office, but we were closed that day.
okay,
Okay, thank you. Madam President,
yes.
back to you. I yield.
It's a guess. Okay,
question.
yeah, go for
Board
it.
Member Moreno, there's two different ways to renew your license, correct? One on the cosmetology app, where you'll get it immediately versus coming down here.
Correct.
Okay.
Because we'll print it out for you right then and there.
3 months prior.
We print it out right here and hand it to you.
Yes.
So when you pay online, that's your, kind of like your receipt, correct? Okay.
And your credit card. Is you
Oh, that's fair.
you get money out of your account, you know, it got processed.
Yes.
If it won't get processed, if it's rejected.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's how you know, because money's still in your bank.
Right.
Okay.
De la forma que se sabe si pasó. También como ya sido su tarjeta de débito.
Ms. Marino, how long have you had your licensure?
Tiempo tenemos su licencia.
Desde el 2017.
Since 2017.
Okay, so you've renewed it before.
No ha renovado anteriormente.
Sí, la primera vez que hice la licencia y ahora que la renové por primera vez.
Yes, the first time she did her license and then the second time that she renewed. So
Y
she's like-
créeme que no me va a volver a suceder.
She said it'll never happen again.
Okay, yeah. And then, fully aware that, unlicensed individuals cannot perform any type of services with people on. Like, it's definitely a violation. It's, safety, sanitation concerns, even if it's done on you. You're aware of that?
So usted sabe que no se puede, alguien que no tiene licencia no puede estar trabajando en salón, aunque se esté haciendo servicios en usted, simplemente no puede estar haciendo servicios en el salón.
And Madam Chair, I may add, the license expires on your birthday. So
Oh, yes.
people will remember their birthday.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
A lot of boards, they have different, they do it on other dates and those become quite confusing. This one's quite easy and nice. So, yeah,
I sure do send out those notifications.
yeah,
But get it.
yeah. Any conversation on the board?
I have a question. for
Go
her.
for it.
Do you have other employees in your salon that are licensed?
¿Tiene otros empleados que en su salón que tienen licencia?
Ahora en este momento.
At this time, no.
And we're gonna do a joint,
It would be a joint,
okay,
unless the board is inclined to do something different, but if they're inclined to have the same action for both agenda items, then we could just put them as part of the joint motion.
Thank you. First ask that, is the board inclined to keep these on the same action, or are we feeling different actions for these? How are we feeling as a board?
The same action, same.
Action the same?
Yeah, the same.
The same. William?
Yeah, the same.
Okay, Jennifer?
The same.
Okay, all right, then at this time, I would like to get a motion for petition 15 and 16, and if we can list those out individually, all three of them together, please.
Right. This is Board Member Harris. I would like to am I denying this petition?
Yes.
Denied to uphold.
Denied to uphold this position. For 15 petition S.
Can we pause and ask
It would
for,
be to uphold the violation.
Oh, okay, sorry, scratch that. Okay, Board Member Harris, I would like to uphold the petition S-706221 for disputing V 3145654 and V 3145584, and also for petition 16
For violations.
for violations. V 3145655.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
can I get I'm sorry, all in favor?
Oh,
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Ms. Moreno, go ahead.
Y es lo que hicieron en las juntas del salón y la multa que le dieron.
Ms. Marina, do you understand what just occurred with the motion that we just passed?
She wants to know why they can't be removed. Why you can't help her with that.
Because we find her in violation of the things that she was accused of. She didn't present enough evidence to prove otherwise.
Solo somete sus para enseñar que las multas se le dieron en el mismo. Pero no es suficiente porque tratan de sacarla de la. She asked if it's not enough evidence that she tried to submit her renewals twice.
Y a la otra que no era un cliente.
And then the other one, that it wasn't a regular client, it was her. Unlicensed.
The person that was working in the salon was unlicensed, and that was the violation, if I'm correct, right? So no one can work in the salon.
Nadie puede trabajar en el
I
salón.
don't think you're sworn in, so we can't actually like communicate. I'm sorry.
This is board member Wold. So even if somebody just washes hair or styles hair, we have licenses for that. So if your cleaning person is only there to clean, that's all she can do. If you want her to wash your hair, she has to get the appropriate licenses. So anybody who does any styling, curling, blow drying, washing has to have a license. That is why it was denied. You were denied for the renewal because you didn't submit it on time. The board responded within their correct time period and you failed to respond, even though it was your birthday. You know, there's just, you have to do it within the time period.
So la primera, lo que ella dijo que la primera vez la licencia con alguien que tiene que estar trabajando con licencia de salón. Hay licencias para tipos de servicio. Si ella usted la empleó como una persona de limpieza, entonces su trabajo es puro limpieza. Si ella quiere estar haciendo shampoo, hay licencias para shampoo. Si quiere estar haciendo otros servicios de cabello, hay licencias para esos tipos de servicio. En la licencia suya, cuando se le venció la oficina, se respondió con el tiempo suficiente para que usted pueda renovar la licencia. Si usted no chequeó, ellos de todos modos respondieron con la respuesta suficiente, con el tiempo suficiente para que usted sometiera una nueva foto.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to petition 21, Jennifer Cuevas, Novak Lasers Boutique. S 708451 for possible action and discussion. Petitioner is disputing violation 3144 316.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I apologize for the looks.
Oh, no, you look
You
great.
did.
No. No, thank you for coming. If you would raise your right hand, we'll get you sworn in.
You swear to tell the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter? Thank you.
Okay, so the floor is yours. This is the time where you can state your case and let us know why you've come before us today.
So I'm here trying to appeal for the citation, and I honestly cannot remember the number. Because it's that a false advertisement. And I asked for proof, I emailed someone, and they said that because they've done a business card saying that I was a certified laser technician and I was not allowed to perform blah, 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 laser treatments, which I was not at the time of the inspection. I wasn't even in the office. They came in, they found an advanced technician who works for me, performing laser treatments and everything. So everything was fine according to me, compliant with all of these. I am a certified laser technician. I understand that the law changed last year. And so this is not enough to perform laser treatments, which I don't. So this is what I'm trying to appeal.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, if we can hear from board staff, and then we'll give you an opportunity to respond with their findings.
This is Lauren Gossett, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. So as Ms. Cuevas has stated, she is here to dispute using advertisements which contain knowingly false or deceptive statements. So she was cited $100 for the business cards that were placed at the reception desk inside of Novak Laser Boutique. So I was there personally on this inspection. It was a joint inspection with other agencies in the Valley. These were present at the desk. She was present there. She was not performing services. There was an advanced esthetician there who was present and was performing services, but these were at the reception desk. There was a stack of them for people to take. Just stating that, just as the card explains, that she's a certified laser technician and a laser safety officer. It does state novaclaserboutique.com. It has the phone number and the address of Novak Laser Boutique. So these were present inside of the licensed establishment.
Okay, thank you. Will you explain these cards?
Yeah. I mean, those are, I had those cards. You can find other cards saying that I'm a manager, they're business cards in my office. I don't even know. To be honest, I wasn't even aware that the citation happened. They did tell me about some steamer that was dirty. And I was like, oh, we'll get rid of them, fine. Until I got like a payment reminder or something. And I was like, I wasn't even aware. They did not tell me that I was gonna be, they were giving me a citation for that. I was not in the office. They called me in, they were doing random inspections and it's fine. I'm trying to complain. We've been in business for over 10 years and I honestly pride myself with having everything according to the state law. So you try to comply and then I honestly felt like they were just looking for something. And I don't think it's fair because I hire people to provide those services. So the fact that they find a card saying that, which I am, so that's not a false advertisement, I am, that does not mean that I'm trying to provide services. It's like being a licensed esthetician here and going to California and you're not lying if you're saying that, you're a licensed esthetician, you are. That doesn't mean that you can perform treatments in California.
What is your responsibilities with Novak Laser Boutique?
I am the owner.
You're the owner?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Were you at one point one of the laser technicians?
Yes, up until December of 2022, someone, and to be honest, it's like in the business, like you gotta know people. So another person, they told me, are you aware that? I was like, you know what? That kind of works out for me because I'm trying to step out of doing anything. Before, I believe was medical regulated, which I was in compliance with that. And then they were like, it's gonna go into aesthetics. I was like, I don't see how, but whatever. I don't want to work, to be honest, it's not what I want to do. So, and I understand that I can go into a 6-month school and get a license if I wanted to. At this point, I just don't want to do that. And if I honestly were to try in the future or do anything, it would probably be like a nursing school to do Botox and things like that. But I haven't decided on that, one, and two, I'm honestly trying to just have a business where I'm just not there, which was what happened when they went in. I was not even there.
Okay.
They called me on the phone, I got to the office.
Okay.
I was not there. And what else? And the reason honestly that I'm trying to get this removed is because it's public, it's out there, you go on the internet, and that looks really bad for a business, saying that you're trying to deceive people. I do believe that looks really bad on a business. And I mean, if you're trying to grow, like expand to another state or whatever, and then they come in and are like, oh, but these people are doing false advertisement in Nevada, what does that say about a business?
Right, I think where the concern with the board is that by having your name on the card and then stating that you are the certified laser technician, which you are, and that is your certification, but with the law change, you can't have your name on there anymore because you are not covered under the licensure. And so that becomes where the false advertising comes from, because the general public walking in there wouldn't know that by looking at that card. They would assume it would be the one that they would be receiving the service from. And I think that's where the concern is with the board for this.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
also, I think for context of why we were there on a routine, we were actually there with other jurisdictions. We were there with law enforcement. It was with the police. So it wasn't just there just for us being there. There were other jurisdictions there doing the same type of inspections for what they were looking for. So that's the reason why we were there. It was a joint.
And it's okay, I mean.
Okay, so it's not that we're trying to pick on somebody.
Yeah.
We were there with other jurisdictions.
I understand that. I'm trying to not be so, like, not expand to everything. I'm trying to focus on the cosmetology word, obviously.
Perfect, yep.
But that is the point. Is that
Okay.
the general public would not know.
Yeah.
That's why we have a false advertising law and regulation on the books.
Yeah.
It's that the general public wouldn't know.
It's the same thing for social media.
Back is so back.
Yes.
There's so much on it.
And question for staff, is there like is she listed for booking on the site? Did you guys check?
She's not listed, this is Lauren Goss for the record, she's not listed for booking. You can find old reviews relating back to her for services, like she stated before the law change.
Okay.
So if you were to walk in there,
Wouldn't
see the
know.
card, you can see reviews, and you're not putting two and two together with dates specifically.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be aware that she's no longer able to provide that service.
Yeah.
Because she does have really great reviews from when she used to operate in the state of Nevada.
This is board member Wolf. I would just encourage you, if you're gonna be the manager, to get new cards, let's say.
Those cards are not there.
Okay, well, I'm just saying,
I was
what any
surprised
card
when
you
they- I
have.
was like, where did they find this card? Like, I
Yeah.
had no idea, like,
Yeah.
but they did come in and they searched the whole office. If you go into my office, there are cards there that say manager, probably, or something like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I meet someone, I want them to have my, like sometimes you meet a celebrity or someone, and
Yeah.
you want them to contact your office, so I can give those, not specifically those, but those were done, and I gave them away before the law change, obviously.
And then also question for board staff, since she is not an advanced esthetician, wouldn't she need to have somebody else technically be her laser safety officer? Because she isn't covered under the scope, and someone who would be the one to deem the provisions for that.
This is JD Huggins for the record.
Just for
That's-
wording
that's
purposes in the future.
A gray area. The laser safety officer doesn't necessarily have to be responsible for the service or the treatment. It's more for a safety concern and operating machines, but you can see where that.
As
could-
far as like teaching, cause didn't,
Oh, yeah,
all that.
there should be. no
Yeah,
teaching.
so that's what I'm saying. So maybe I wouldn't, if I were you, I just wouldn't even put anything with laser related. Just for the sake that
And my business cards?
Yeah.
I don't have any business cards.
Okay,
Just for
well,
the record.
okay, well, I'm just stating that going forward, yeah.
I don't know where they found.
Okay, well, just going forward, I just would.
I don't have any business cards. I'm the owner.
Yeah,
I buy machines, I maintain them, I make sure everything's okay with the business, but I'm not performing any lace. Those are all cards, because I did, like they said, in the past, perform treatments, which was legal.
Yeah.
I was in compliance with everything, it was medical supervised.
yeah.
So now it's prosthetic. I thought that I was in compliance with, I mean, you're trying to do everything by the books. And then I feel like they come in and then there's something, I'm like, I was like, they didn't even tell me they were gonna give me that citation when they were in the studio, I mean, in the laser room.
Madam Chair, Steve McDonald for the record, I believe there is a collaboration agreement there. So there's a doctor,
Okay.
a medical professional, healthcare professional that is supervising the work.
Okay. Any questions or concerns from the board?
Board Member Harris, so you're saying that your cards were there just really in error? They were just forgotten about, just up there at your business?
I have no idea where they got or where the business cards were. People came into my office, so there were more business cards in my, I have an office inside here, inside my office.
I can see you getting busy and forgetting about the cards, yeah. I can see that.
See, just hold on to, just because you're.
But they came in, they talked to me,
About
they
that.
talked to
Yeah.
the advanced esthetician. They asked her questions. I mean, I was like, what is all this? And all that random inspection, I spoke to the cops. And honestly, it was just that they started getting, it was like a personal, like
Yeah.
this
it's
is why I
okay.
didn't want to get.
Yeah, don't get into
It
that.
was just,
Yeah.
yeah.
You don't have to,
Like
yeah.
random phone calls.
Yeah, I
and
got you.
And it's fine.
Mhm.
They can come into my office anytime to do any, like, and I told them this, I'm trying to comply, so tell me if there's anything wrong, when they
Yeah.
come in to do their inspection before providing the business license.
Mhm.
Tell me if there's anything. So you're trying to comply with everything, but then I seriously felt like that was just given, like.
We appreciate you trying to comply, we really do.
I mean, I'm trying.
That's good. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Board Member O'Brien, question for board staff. Where was the card found?
This is Lauren Gossage, for the record, it was found at the reception desk.
Is that in the front office where the clients are checking in and out, to be clear? So not in a office?
Not in a locked office in the back. They were out in the open in the front on the reception desk.
Multiple or one?
There was more than one, yes.
Were other cards present?
I don't believe so, but I can't recall. I don't think.
This is Board Member Douglas. Ms. Jennifer, did you ever hold any of these titles that you have listed?
Yes, up until 2022.
Okay,
I went to a certification program in Arizona to be able to perform these treatments under the, what is it? Like, under a doctor. So yeah, I did in the past.
thank you.
But I always had other estheticians working in my office, not just my.
I think for me, I'm really struggling with this because I'm just thinking of my drawer in my office. And there is so many cards with past employees, it's not even funny. But where my struggle is two-part. Number one, they're not on the front desk. I made sure to remove them. They're in my desk. I love them, but not enough to put them on my front desk. Clients know they're not there anymore. And then the other thing is precedent. And we have precedent for this already on how we should proceed with regards to social media. It is not the intention. I do not think it was meant to confuse the general public, but it is not clear that she's not the person doing these services to the layperson walking in and seeing that card on the desk is my concern. And I think that
I'm sorry, what is the thing with social media?
it's very similar to what we experience a lot with similar social media accounts, because not a lot of people are having business cards anymore. They're mostly going and finding people on social media. So it's like, you know, the little bio and stuff. It'll say like a lash artist or a hairstylist and blah, blah, blah. But really they're either in school or not licensed and things like that. So it's falsifying. It's the same thing that you got cited for is what I'm saying. It's just one is social media, one is a business card. They're essentially the same. And so that's kind of what we need to consider as well. Unfortunately, we have the precedent there on how it's gone forward, but open to other ideas and feelings of board members. I don't want to be the only one voicing mine.
Yes,
Um,
this is Board Member Douglas. Is she just disputing the $100 citation?
I just don't want my business to be listed as I am trying to, what is on your website, a citation for false advertisement, deceitful, blah, blah, blah. That's the only thing I don't want that on the business record. I honestly don't care about $100. It's just, that looks really bad for the business when I'm trying so hard to maintain a good reputation through the years. We've been in business over 10 years.
This is Board Member Wold. I totally understand what you're saying. The board's responsibility is to protect the public, and my only concern is that if someone were to walk in and they wanted a service and they saw your card and they called the number or thought they could schedule a booking, that you wouldn't have been in compliance to do the service. And a lot of times the public isn't really aware of the politics and the logistics that go on in our industry. And so that is where it gets hard to decipher. So if I were to make, you know, a sound decision, I would have to uphold the citation because, you know, someone could, you know, you're just not in compliance. So now you're breaking the law and now the person is getting a service from someone who's not in compliance with the Board of Cosmetology, which I'm sure they would prefer to have somebody who is in compliance. Not saying that you're not certified, not saying that you're not educated, but due to the law changes, that is what it is now. So, yeah, I understand, like, you know, we appreciate business owners.
By the books and.
Yeah, and that's why it's really important, you know, to come to the board and stay up to date. You can get a law book here at any time. You can call about any questions, but as a business owner, you have to do your due diligence with things change all the time. Even, you know, with the other departments that you have to get registered for, how they operate, how you sign up for stuff. So it's your responsibility initially essentially at the end of the day. So,
but I want to make clear that those business cards are not, like, they're saying they found them in the front, I don't know. They're from before the law, like, the law just changed last year. So that was not, I have always been in compliance. And when you come into my business as of last year, I'm not performing any, I'm not even, I answer the phone, I hope I'm allowed to. I can schedule treatments, I can schedule people with my employees.
Yeah.
So I want to make that clear, that those business cards, whatever they found them, were from the past.
Yeah.
And this is, we're talking about, what, 2 to 3 months difference? I don't know when they're like April.
and board staff, when was the law officially passed? What was the date? So I don't.
It went into effect January 1st, 2022. But
So almost a whole.
But the law was passed in 2021.
Exactly. Exactly. So, and then these were found just recently. So that's what I'm saying is that when there are changes going on, especially in your field doing lasers and advanced aesthetics, and all these new modalities are coming out, it is up to you to know what's going on. So, and that's what I'm saying is that for how long it's been since these provisions have came out, and there was a lot of noise that was made due to SB 291, it's up to you to do your due diligence. And so, yeah, but those cards are, like I said, they are false advertising to somebody that you were able to perform those services because they wouldn't know any different. So for me, I respect you as a business owner and I appreciate you and your hard work in the community, but to protect the public, that's also what we're here to do, is that I would have to uphold that citation. It's like, I understand there is like a gray area. It's like, yeah, I get it, but also, you know, we want people to stay safe. And that's essentially what it's about at the end of the day.
Thank you. Anyone else, or are we ready to make a motion? How are we feeling?
I'm ready.
All right, can I get a motion for petitioner 21?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the fine for license S 708451.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
You opposed? Okay. You guys have it, so it's a sorry second. All right, motion carries. All right, motion carries.
How do I go from here? I'm sorry. How do I
So-
go from here? If I wanted to, I don't know what to do, like, when I feel like it, what do I do?
I'll just interject real quick on that one, if I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
This is not a contested case, so the buck stops here on a petition as far as disputing the violations. So, I mean, if there's something that we didn't receive that wasn't provided in evidence, I mean, there is no stopping necessarily a new petition, but as far as addressing the petition on that issue, that is the last stop.
Okay,
Then it goes to legal.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
okay, so I would suggest just locating those cards and just getting rid of them. Yeah, if you haven't already. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on to number 23, petition Terry Mahoney, A1678 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation 3146509. Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Would you, of course, yes, we wanted to accommodate since you were present. Thank you for coming in. We're gonna get you sworn in, so if you'll just raise your right hand and then we'll go ahead and get that done in just 1 second. Just gonna get her logged into the Wi-Fi, so, yeah.
Hello.
With MV Cosmo, let me just, maybe it'll show up.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm ready. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
MVBOC. Okay.
Wi-Fi problems.
Can I ask a question? What you're doing that?
Is it pertaining to your,
No.
oh, then yes.
Yes, it's where I work. There was a period of time when they thought dermaplaning, you were gonna have to have an advanced license. So we were told we needed to put a little sign up that said, this is not a medical facility, which I work in a really small day spa.
Oh, let's see his
So
focus.
we've got on both doors, underneath our sign that says, to please use a soft voice
Mhm.
here. And
Thank
it
you.
seems to recommend people.
I don't have to use my hotspot anymore.
Can you take those down?
That wasn't working.
An advanced procedure, is that?
Yeah, it's only required for facilities that are licensed for advanced aesthetics when they're.
Okay, I'm taking.
No more.
Yeah,
Awesome.
like, what are you doing back here?
Yeah, what's happening? All right, let's go ahead and get you sworn in.
Well, she's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well then we can proceed. Sorry about that. So at this time you can state your case as to why you're here and then we'll hear from board staff.
Okay, I'm gonna be pretty simple and cut and dried. And I question now, watching everything, if I should even be here, but they came in to do a visit, the board did, and to check us out. And when they checked my license, it was expired in May, and I think they were there in July. It's 2 months expired, which I knew I was not aware of. I've been an esthetician in Nevada for about 22 years now, I think. Never has that happened. Don't get violations of any sort. But this is not an excuse, it's just a reason. We had some family trauma going on that started in about March. And when I look back, I'm sure dealing with all of that, sorry, has a lot to do with life based on my license. So I just thought about it, and the girl was very nice. Oh, sorry. That came in, she was
But she said she had, she couldn't give you a warning, it had to be a sign. And that's really what I'm here for, is that esthetician's record, doesn't that stand for something, for a warning, rather than for $200 at that time especially was rough. And that's what I'm here for, maybe for myself and anybody else, that isn't there a time and place for warnings? Instead of $200 is not, $25. It was a lot, and that's the only reason I'm here. I'm sorry to get emotional.
It's okay.
It's not about the fine.
I don't know if we have anything to present. She's,
Yeah.
that she was there and was cited. She's just asking for mercy.
Yeah, that's all. I was late and I did it, I tried to do it that night, but my Cox was down, so I did it the next day. And it won't hopefully happen again. It took something pretty big for it to happen. So.
Yeah.
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. I can affirm that she did submit her renewal the next day. We received it and it was processed and approved.
Yeah, I just forgot.
Yeah.
If I may, I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything.
Just state your name for the record.
I'm Jen Packard, inspector. I was the inspector that day. She
Okay.
did not have any clients. I don't have any photos of her actually servicing anybody. She just had her license that was expired.
Yeah, and you were very nice. And we have a great record up there. We don't get, we meet criteria. I'm at Red Rock Country Club.
I don't know.
These ones always hurt, honestly, because it's not like, anything is being done maliciously. It seems like it's very valid for what caused it. The problem with doing a warning is that it opens the door for a lot of problems to happen. So, there's a lot more follow-up to that. The board is very busy with what it has to do. The laws are put into place to kind of be like, okay, this is what happens if this, goes wrong. And, it kind of stinks for those rule followers that have done, by the book the whole time. And that first time it's like, dang it, I forgot. And I'm sure everyone on the board sympathizes with your situation. You're obviously like, overwhelmed with emotion at this moment with, even talking about this. And so it's not that we don't want to help you. It's that this is a law. This is what it states that has to happen in this case. It's not one of the areas that we can really do much about at this moment without, changing those laws and regulations. So if this is something near and dear to your heart, because you're not really petitioning anything, you're just, like you said, you're just coming on behalf of, the people that have never missed and, wanted a first warning. I would encourage you to maybe, at the next law review, maybe petition that, as to be something considered if it's something that you're feeling that strongly about. But at this time, we do have to hold everybody to kind of like a standard of, what it is for the first offense. And this is kind of the road or the path that we have to take for that. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, all of it makes sense. It just seems severe.
Madam Chairman, when she did renew,
Mhm.
she paid all the late fees, which we have no discretion on.
Yeah,
So she didn't
yeah.
pay her
No, I was
fees,
late.
and she paid the license. Once after the inspection occurred, the inspection was the trigger, even though she had been expired for 2 months. Citations, that is within your.
Okay.
purview. Under to waive it, to reverse it, that is within your purview.
Okay. And there was no clients in the salon at the time? Make it hard. Way to make it hard. I mean, I know what my heart's telling me what to do. What's your guys'?
Is reduce.
Yeah.
I'd say reduce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suggestions?
Reduce,
Yeah. To.
$100.
I agree.
Let's be fair. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
I feel like you're hearing the part about your record standing for you.
Yeah.
And besides my emotional reaction, has nothing to do with this. And that those of us that have done the right thing for a long time, maybe you can look at it
For sure.
For sure.
I'm a rule follower. I feel you on that. Okay, well, at this time, then we need to put this into a motion. Would somebody feel comfortable doing that?
Okay, so we read this.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to reduce her fine to $100. And that's gonna be license number A1678.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. And you can reach out to board staff for how to coordinate that, okay? All right. Can we circle back to check on petitioner number 2? And if she is not present and available, I would like to break for lunch if everyone's okay with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, petitioner number 2. Yeah.
She's gone.
Are we still seeing her on there or no? No?
She appears to be gone at this time.
Okay, well, we will.
I think it might be a good idea. I mean, I don't know if she's gonna come back, but it might be a good idea to put a motion on to continue.
Okay.
It's related to.
Yeah, we've checked back a couple times now. Okay. All right, so can I get a motion to continue petitioner Then Chen ST 101017529, her petition for April's board meeting, please.
This is Board Member Harris. I would like to extend petitioners ST 101017529 for our next meeting in April.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're gonna continue that one. At this time, we are gonna break for lunch. The time is 12:24. We're gonna take a 30-minute, so we'll come back at 12:54. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Can I say something real quick?
To the minute.
Okay. What is that?
I just had a question really quick. Do you guys happen to know the order of everybody? Like, I have to take my child to juvenile traffic court today. I'm kind of embarrassed to say that. But her court time is 3 p.m. in Carson City. So I have to drive from Spanish Springs, Nevada to Carson City.
What's
And
your
then
name?
her court, my name is Jada Baxter.
Hi, Jada. If you would like to come back at 12:54, we will take you so that you can make that appointment with your son.
Okay, thank you guys so much. I've been on it since 9 and I've been getting kind of worried. So,
Not going quick today. I appreciate your coming on and letting us know.
okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we're gonna adjourn for lunch now. Wait a minute. All right, welcome back to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology's board meeting. The time is 12:58. Apologize for the tardiness. We are ready to begin. We're going to start with petitioner number 19, Jada Baxter. Let's see here. Petitioner Jada Baxter, N10739 for possible action and discussion. Petitioner is disputing violation 3145365. Ms. Jada, Ms. Baxter, I'm sorry. Would you please raise your right hand so we can get you sworn in?
Yeah, hi,
Yep.
Ms. Baxter.
Hi,
Hi, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, you're able to state your case for why you're petitioning the board?
Okay, so I don't exactly know what my fine is exactly for. I was on a 9-day vacation. So I don't know, like the picture that's shown that I got on my email is kind of like really zoomed in. It looks like there's like some dust where my drill would sit on the little black stand and then my drill bit is sitting there. I had everything tidied up before I left. I don't know if I left that there or if someone borrowed it, but I mean, so basically, I don't know exactly what it's for, but I also am just asking for mercy. I mean, I had my license 20 years in October. I've only worked 3 salons, very clean salons. I'm very clean. I've never been fined. So yeah, I'm asking to not have the fine at all. I'm asking for a warning. I do work in a nail salon with a ton of nail dust. It's everywhere. So I'm usually very clean. I've never been fined ever. So
Awesome, thank you so much. Let's hear from board staff at this time.
Excuse me.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. The petitioner is disputing the 3145365. So she was cited $100 for failing to properly maintain specifically her equipment. As she stated, there is some excessive debris and dust on the bits itself and in the image.
some of that is stuck on there too.
Okay.
Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's like gel from like my hand or like polish that had been on there. Like I can't get it off. Some of it, when it hits the light or whatever, like I've tried like orange, like, you know, like the goof off stuff. I've tried to get off the front of my drill. Like you could only scrape so much with a razor and then it actually like scrapes everything. You know what I mean? It like tears it up. So, I mean, it just, so yeah.
Okay, it looks like there's a few other items on this table at the same time, like we see a white container with like pen and some other things inside of it. Are all of these your items as well?
Yeah, but there's nothing that I use for like nail stuff. I mean, like just a pen. There was a little black bottle of nail polish you can see. And then there's hand sanitizer. So I mean, everything's labeled.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like anybody else's desk that that's on my work also.
Okay.
This is board member Wolf. You said you were on vacation when the inspection occurred.
Yes, correct.
So this is how you left your work area, correct?
Well, I mean, it looked, like I said, there's like only a tiny bit of dust. Most of that stuff is on there. Like it's like I don't know, it's just there. Like it's not sticky or gooey or, you know, like that. It's just like that's where your drill like rests, you know?
Yeah, so is this how you left your work area prior to leaving?
Yeah, like I cleaned everything else, scraped the razor blade, like where most of the other stuff is, cleaned off my light inside on the top.
So
Took out
my
my
only
garbage.
concern is that if you cleaned the other stuff, why wouldn't you clean this? And I'm just saying, I get my nails done very frequently, and
yeah,
one thing that I cannot stand is uncleanliness in the nail salon.
Yeah.
Because it's like our fingers, people have infections, people have
Yeah.
staph infections, like it's really serious. And
yeah,
but walking by this, I would judge the entire salon, not just the person who's not there. I don't know you're not there. And so, you know, seeing that, it's like, it's concerning because then if you leave for multiple days, this is
right, and it's sitting there. But I don't know if somebody like I don't know. So one of my girlfriends said that they thought one of the other girls borrowed it and put it there so that I could clean it myself and sanitize it before when I came back to work. And
Well, did you
so,
just tell me that you left your station like this, but you cleaned the light?
yeah, like that's what I'm saying though. I don't know if someone borrowed the drill bit. This was like back in July. So I was gone, I was on like vacation mode. I was there. I was like, I wiped down everything like I thought I wiped down everything. But like when you pick up your drill bit and you take it out and like that stuff is on there, and then that just like leaves like a little bit of like it's really not that much to be like in a nail salon when there's dust everywhere. Like it's
So-
not that dirty. It's not that dirty.
Are you
I have been
familiar with sanitation and cleaning procedures as a nail technician?
Yes, like I have to take the class every time I get my license.
Okay, so then you would know that this is insufficient to the policies and procedures, correct?
Correct. That's why I'm
Okay.
asking you for a warning. Like I have never had a violation in 20 years. October was 20 years, I believe I have my license.
I get that, but the best thing to do is follow the sanitation policies and procedures. Cause we
And I
don't know
wasn't
what type of
working.
We don't know what type of bacteria was left on this. You told me already you left your station like this and you cleaned some of the other stuff at your station and then you left. Now you're telling me someone else might have used it. I don't know, but I just know that this is just not the type of standards that we should hold ourselves to. We should expect more of ourselves. And so I'm just saying that if I saw this, I would say that you're in violation, and the fact that you left it like this and you stated you left it like this, I would say, yeah, maybe we should just have better habits. It sucks. But I'm an esthetician myself. After every facial, you have to clean the room. You have
Yeah.
single-use instruments that you throw away. that
Throw
you have to-
away, yes.
That you sanitize. I don't see the drill
Yeah.
bit sanitized. I don't see anything cleaned here as far as
Yeah.
the go. So it's just.
Well, I had drained my quads so that they weren't soaking and getting rusting for 9 days. So like they were in like the cupboard with the little dry sanitary, little thingy. And so like when I went to go back to work, I cleaned my desk. Like I have the that micro band, super good cleaner. Like I would have cleaned my desk down. I would have wiped everything down. I would have filled up my brand new quads. I would have put all my stuff in there to soak for longer than the 10 minutes or it's like I was not working. So therefore, to me, I didn't have a client that I was working on sanitary things. So I would have cleaned my desk and had it prepared and prepped and ready for like a new client when I started back up at work.
Okay,
So that's why I'm
after-
asking for,
After you're
a
done with the
warning.
client, do you clean your station?
yes, every single client. We have new towels, the
Okay,
single-use
so-
things are thrown away. Yes.
But that didn't happen here, and that's my concern.
Yeah, I was in a hurry. I'll admit, I was in a hurry to get out of town and I just took out my garbage and I just left. Like
Yeah.
I thought I had everything wiped up as best as I could. And he came in a couple of days later.
That's all I gotta say.
So, I mean, it's an accident. It was 20 years of one time leaving a little teeny bit of dust and my drill bit sitting there, not working. So that's why I'm asking for just a warning. 20 years is a long time without having a fine and being in clean salons and being a clean person myself. And I understand the rules, yes, but it's really not that dirty if you were at the salon. It's zoomed in pretty good.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns, comments? No? Jennifer, good? Okay. Are we ready to make a
Yeah.
motion at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I please get a motion for,
Board Member Wold, would like to uphold the citation for Jada Baxter M-107339 for violation V3145365.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
What does
Alright.
that mean? So it doesn't matter, I still have to pay the $100?
It does mean that we are gonna uphold the citation at this time. We would need you to get with board staff so that can get paid if it hasn't.
Just call the number on the paper or what?
Yeah, oh, they're gonna email you. They're gonna email you details for that. So they'll reach out with information on how to get that paid, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's jump back. We're gonna go back to petition number 7. We're going to call petition 7, Julie Mills, for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for an exemption to be made that would allow her to continue to offer laser services without an advanced esthetician license based on her previous experience. Ms. Mills, are you present? Julie Mills? All right, we'll come back. Let's move forward. I'm sorry. Do we have any?
She's notified.
Just worth that one point record that she was notified, it is her petition, and that she was notified that today was her time.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, it's a pleasure you even trail it and come back to it. Or we can actually move forward.
Okay, all right, well, let's just go ahead and, let's just make a motion. It's an exemption on a law anyway, so let's go forward with the.
As far as a motion, I would recommend that the board could be, it could be a motion to deny the petition based on no call, no show.
Okay, all right, can I please get a motion?
This is Board Member Harris. I would like to deny the petition based on no call, no show for Julie Mills.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Doug. Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on, petition number 8, Joanna Harden, N46303, for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is asking for her late fees of $520 pursuant to NRS 644A520 be refunded. What was that? Ms. Harden, are you present? Going once? Twice? All right, are we able to make motion on this as well?
Same motion based on no call, no show.
Okay, all right, can I please get a motion for Ms. Harden?
Board Member Harris, I would like to uphold this motion, deny this motion for Joanna,
Petition
deny the petition for Joanna Harden N-46303,
based on.
based on no call, no show.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
Third. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Madam Chair, this maybe board member, we can jump in real quick.
I know, right? Somebody's got a second, a third, a fourth. Okay. All right, moving on, petitioner number 9, Melania Crenshaw, U1010161446, for discussion of possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation 3145486 and violation 3144547. Ms. Crenshaw, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Ms. Crenshaw, would you please raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in, please?
Good afternoon. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So. This
Yes.
is this matter. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. This is your opportunity to state your case. Tell us why you're here today.
I was in the in the June 7th, 2023, I was sent the cease and desist letter for a violation of working and without the license. I was doing eyelash extensions. In my understanding, I had to remove all of the advertising on the social media and stop providing the services, which I did immediately. But on the July 5th, I got the fine I got 2 fines, both were $1,000 for not complying with the cosmetology board. In my understanding, I I did what I had to do. I basically disabled the booking site, which I had. I also changed the Instagram, which I was having the business Instagram. I changed it for a private one, for a personal and a private, because I didn't want anyone to potentially someone new look at it and I was like, oh, she's still providing the services. So I did what I thought it's right. But I was told on the July 5th when I think it was July 7th, that I should delete everything completely. I wasn't aware of that. I am not American. I'm still learning everything which is about the beauty industry and all the laws in America. To be honest, I didn't really have the head to deal with the social media deleting and so on. I'm not the best with that. And at the same time, my husband was deploying for a year. So my mindset was totally in different place. I thought, okay, I stopped. I informed everyone I'm not providing any services. I enrolled in the esthetician school. I actually am a student of the esthetician program right now. And I thought it was enough. I asked my husband to check the, excuse me, to check the, since he's American, I asked him to check the cease and desist letter if it's saying anything about totally removing Instagram or a booking site. And he said he did not saw it. So like I said, I thought I did the right thing, but apparently I didn't. So the moment I called and I asked why I was fined, I immediately deleted the Instagram and the booking site. So it wasn't like I didn't want to go with the rules. Since you sent me the cease and desist letter, I just didn't know I had to. The rules about the beauty industry are totally different than in Europe. I am certified and I'm a master lash artist in Europe. I had a 14 years experience in this branch, but I'm still learning everything about aesthetics and the beauty industry and how everything and the laws are working in here.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from board staff in their presentation.
This is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. This is the presentation for Melonia Crenshaw. She was cited for operating a salon without a license, first offense, and practicing without a license or certificate on first offense. Her first cease and desist notice was now on June 7th. And her second cease and desist notice plus her citation went out on July 5th. So upon the initial investigation, we found her advertising on Instagram. She stated that she was a master lash artist in Henderson, Nevada, and she is unlicensed with us. This was found on June 7th, and then it also leads you to her booking website. This is an individual post that was found on June 7th, that was posted on June 4th, of some eyelashes. Another additional post, unlicensed and advertisement as a master lash artist. She also has at Henderson Lashes, Las Vegas, found on June 7th, posted on June 2nd. Another post of lashes that was posted on June 3rd and found on June 7th. Another post found on June 7th, posted on June 1st. Advertising for lashes. This post was posted on May 27th and found on June 7th. So this was an advertisement for a Memorial Day sale. Excuse me. I was supposed on May 26th.
This is Jamie Hendricks for the record. This is another post that hashtags lashes, eyelash extensions, volume lashes. This is dated from, it was posted on July 21st, 2001. It was found on June 7th, 2003. These are prices from her story. They were found on June 7th, 2023. They go through the prices of her various eyelash extension services. They continue to advertise for price lists for body sculpting and laser lipo and some other services that fall under the scope of practice for an advanced esthetician license. These were found on June 7th, 2023. This is a screenshot of the booking website that was found from vagaro.com with a description, reviews. This was found on June 7th, 2023. It goes on to show some of the reviews, the services, and the staff, which shows the name of the petitioner, also found in June of 2023. This shows the services that were able to be booked from the booking website, found on June of 2023. These are some more of the services that are advertising for advanced aesthetic services like radio frequency skin tightening, body sculpting, and laser lipo. These are another example of services that we were attempting to book on June 7th, 2023. This was found on June 7th, 2023. The services listed in the dropdown are classic 2-week fill, hybrid mini fill bundle, so various lash extension services. We were also able to select various advanced aesthetic services on June 7th, 2023 for laser lipo, radio frequency, and body sculpting. This is a screenshot from the booking website that shows this is the person that we would have been booked with a classic set and radio frequency skin tightening, found on June 7th, 2023. This is the consent form for the body sculpting service, as well as the prices that we would have paid for the services from the booking website. And then this is the message that we received when we selected to book this appointment, saying your appointment is requested. Again, found on June 7th, 2023. It looks like we requested an appointment on June 14th, 2023. This is a screenshot of what she explained, how she put her account as private. It still has the advertisement as a master lash artist. It still retains the post from the previous account before it was made private. And then this is the booking website yet again, found on July 5th, 2023. It's still up and operable with the same description, reviews. That's all we have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything? No, because the account went private.
I actually sent a message once I talked on the phone with, I'm not sure with who, but I did send the email which showed that after the talk, after I speak with someone over the phone, I deleted everything. So as shown before, my Instagram is actually dated back to the 2019. Like I mentioned, I am a master lash artist in Europe. I was providing the services in Germany and in Poland. I knew from, I think 2020 that we will be moving, since like I said, my husband is the master sergeant in the Air Force, and he was stationed in Germany. We knew we were going to be moving to USA, and we knew we were going to be moving to Nevada. to the Las Vegas days at, I think it was the middle of the 2020. So I started to put the hashtags to just fund my business because that's what I thought it was okay. Also the hashtags and the interaction on the social media, I thought it's going to be helping me. So it doesn't say that all of the signs I was working signs then and then. No, I was posting just to have the presence on the social media. Like I said, I immediately after that, I deleted everything. I don't want to I don't want to put in jeopardy my future career as an esthetician. And I also don't want to make any potential problems to my husband, who, like I said, he's the master sergeant in the Air Force. So I planned to actually join the enroll to the esthetician school science very beginning when we moved in here, but since we are a military family, we got at least 4 different orders that were saying we will be moving. So we got 2 orders which got canceled still during the COVID time, that we will be moving to the Spain, to Germany, and to other bases in the United States. So once I actually knew my husband got deployed for 1 year, he got the information in the end of the May. I enrolled immediately in the G-Skin Beauty and Institute. I started my classes in October because it was very hectic moments for us since my husband was deploying. We got also the order for the new base, and I had to have the psychological and psychiatric evaluation that I am fit to go to another base, and also how I'm going to be handling stuff by myself in the time my husband is not going to be here. So like I said, I know I made a mistake. I'm very sorry about that, and I try to make everything to make it right. So that's pretty much, I'm not going to say, well, I didn't do anything. I know I did. And my goal was always to obtain my licensing and working as I should. But at the time, being the military wife it's a little bit complicated sometimes because of the constant orders movement. And I never knew like how long we're going to stay in the United States or in this base. So at the moment my husband got the deployment for 1 year, I immediately enrolled into the esthetician school. So I'm not hoping to totally remove this fine, since I know I did something wrong. I wasn't going by the rules, but maybe reduce it, since now I'm a student, I'm not working, and we basically living off of the one military pay that my husband have, and we're having 2 households since he's not here. So maybe I'm asking if it's possible to totally remove this fine from me, but if not, then to reduce it, so we will be able to pay it.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you to your husband for his service for our country as well. We appreciate all that he does and all that you sacrifice time-wise with him. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course.
Where were you working at when you received these citations? Were you inside of your home or were you inside of another facility?
I was working out of my house. Okay. I had a separate room, which was professionally set up, since I did had all of the stuff from my previous I previously worked in Europe. So I had a spare bedroom. The only one thing that wasn't up to the cosmetology board criteria was I didn't have a different entrance. So in my 14 years of working as a master lash artist, I did had at least 5 disinfection and infection control certification. I'm also certified in eyes, illness and diseases, how to check them and how to provide the safe services.
Okay, thank you. Do you, you're currently enrolled in G-Skin, correct?
Yes,
When do you graduate?
I'm graduating in May.
Awesome.
Also, the plan is, since my husband is deployed until the August, I actually right now trying to enroll myself from the April as well in the advanced aesthetic program.
Oh, cool. Okay. Nice. What are your goals for when you get out of school?
So for sure, I want to open my own eyelash studio because, like I said, and I stated it on my sites, it's my passion. It's everything I love, and I want to maybe continue educating the people because I saw a lot of and being myself a client, I heard a lot from the actually licensed estheticians. They were telling me, oh, if you have an allergy reaction, put the Flonase on your eyelids. My goal is to work as an esthetician. I recently fall in love with the skincare. So that will be my goal, to open the studio, maybe start after the advanced esthetician program as well, providing the services with the laser, like laser removal, scar removal, tattoo removal, and so on. Also, I wanted to say the body sculpting was on my site, but I never provided it. So at one point, my brother was doing something on the social media, because like I said, I'm not very best with that. And I just never cared to delete that. So I got certified in the body sculpting at one point, but I learned that, hey, you have to be advanced esthetician. And I was like, okay, so that would be it.
So it sounds like you have a game plan for what you want to do when you get out, and how you're about to go there. And then just know that here in the United States, your governing agency is going to be the state board for all of that. So when you get ready to open your license or your salon, that's who you're going to reach out to for your opening procedures and making sure that you can get that inspection done. Of course, before you can even do that, you got to pass your boards and et cetera. You do great work. I'm looking at it right now. I've been doing lashes for 15 years and I think your work looks great. I think you'd be a great asset to our lash community here in the States. I just want to make sure that you do it the right way. I also know, coming from a different country, that it's different when you come here and you got to learn all of that. I think that you have experienced a lesson there. But I definitely think that you know, I would be okay with reducing it, but I think that we have to do some sort of fine structure, but I do think that we could reduce it.
Yeah.
Half?
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Jennifer, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, can I get does anyone else want to say anything or mention anything, or are we ready for a motion?
I have one more.
Yeah.
Just some advice for her.
Sure.
When you get deployed to another state here in the United States, you need to check the laws over there for that state so that you don't fall into this. Because even if you get licensed in the state of Nevada, every state is different. That's my advice to you.
Yes, I have to say I learned that at the esthetician program. So there's a lot of things I wasn't aware. But like I said, I'm still learning. I'm pretty new in this country and I don't really have anyone in here. I don't have a family, but my husband. So I don't have anyone to ask, hey, how to do that. So basically for me, unfortunately, is the making the mistakes that that's the way I'm learning a lot of things. But yes, I am aware right now that I have to comply with the cosmetology board with everything. I will be every service I will be providing.
Awesome. And now, having gone to school, you'll have a whole network of mentors and people you can reach out to. So
that's true. That's true. I really love it. I have to say, I never thought I will love it so much.
Well, good, good. Let's go ahead and make our motion.
I, Board Member Wold, would like to reduce the fines for Melina Crenshaw to $1,000, U-101 .10101646 for violations V3145486 and V3145487.
Great. Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Moreno, second that motion.
Wonderful. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. Motion carries. All right, thank you, Ms. Crenshaw. If you're, have any questions or, concerns on how to go forward with this, reach out, and then board staff, are you gonna reach out? Board staff will reach out to you as well for how to get the citation paid, okay?
Okay, thank you very much for letting me speak today. And well, unfortunately, that's how I learn. Well, thank you very much. And I hope you guys gonna have a wonderful day.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's move forward to petitioner number 10, Estefania Ramos Heredia, ST 101016097. Petitioner is disputing violation V3145190 and violation V3145191. Are you present?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yes, Ms.
Hi.
Ramos, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can.
Awesome. Will you raise your right hand? We'll get you sworn in.
Yeah.
Hi, Ms. Ramos.
Hello.
Hi. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
Awesome. So at this time, you have the floor to state your case and talk to the board about why you petitioned for today.
Hello, my name is Estefania. I am petitioning because I got 2 fines. I got one of $1,000 for working in a salon without a license, and then another one for doing lashes without a license or certificate. And I was just disputing these because, well, for the first one, I've never worked in a salon, so I'm not sure really why I got that one. And as for the lashing one, I do have a certificate. I already finished my whole program in school. I completed my hours, and I was just waiting for my school to release my hours, which was usually what I heard would take a month, and it did. It took a little bit over a month. But I did do my mom's lashes. It was just practicing in bed. I didn't make any profit off of it or anything like that. But I did do her lashes. They were just classic lashes, which I do have the certificate for, like I said. But yeah, I was just wanting to dispute those or at least see if I could get a little bit off of that, just because I am 20 years old. I live alone and I haven't even gotten the chance to start my career. It's kind of sucks. So I just wanted to see if I could get that fine reduced or if there was anything you could do.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from board staff at this time.
Okay, this is Lauren Gossage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. In the case of Estefania Ramos, she was cited, excuse me, for a first offense for operating a salon without a license and a first offense for practicing without a license. Her initial cease and desist was sent on March 20th of 2023. The second cease and desist plus citation was sent on June 20th of 2023. She was cited for her nail account that we found, and a little later I'll show you how it led us to her nail account. So she is currently an active esthetician student. This social media account was found on March 20th of 2023. She enrolled January of 2023 into esthetician school. So this post states 1st of 2023. It was posted on January 2nd, found on March 20th. This is another post that says open availability for next week. Direct message me to book your appointment. This was found on March 20th, posted on December 20th, 2022. Another post from this account. Another post that's saying DM me to make an appointment, found on March 20th. Another post for a direct message to get your nails done. This one has the tags of Reno Nails, 775 Nails. This is just a cluster of pictures that were taken from that account. These are highlights that were from the account, same to direct message for pricing and opening. So she is unlicensed. These were found on March 20th. Another highlight on her Instagram saying direct message to book. Another one over here saying direct message to book. This account was pulled from this social media account, which take you to Divine X Beauty and then also the nail account. So this one account here is taking you to a nail account and an account that also does lashes. This is the account that we found for Divine X. So this one has the student ID. Call 775-244-3228 and ask for me to book an appointment. And then it has her main account, Estefania Ramos, which is this account that leads you back to the nail account. In this account, this specific screenshot and the way that students are supposed to present themselves on social media, they should have their school name, they should have their ST in front of their student ID. They should remove any personal accounts relating to that account and ensure that the services and pricing that are advertised on social media are prices and services that are reflective that are offered at the school. So if you're going to offer a full set, it should be what is offered on the clinic floor and the price, the school pricing. They should also tag your school, list the clinic days and times that they are doing services on the clinic floor. So on April 13th of 2023, this exact screenshot was sent to the student and the school to update the social media account. This is that email, sending it to her and the school, letting her know social media do's and don'ts is broken down in this 1 through 6. And I also sent that physical screenshot to show her exactly what we wanted. No response was received. I had all my contact information. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns. And then this one was the follow-up. So on the follow-up, the social media account had changed. So in previous, it had the student, this one now says DM me to book an appointment, main account, and tags you back to the main account that has this account and the nail account. So she enrolled for aesthetics, January of 2023. She graduated June of 2023 and submitted her testing application August 7th of 2023. So as of December, she's still taking she has not taken the exam, but she still to this day has not taken the exam. So even this account, as it stands today, she cannot advertise for a direct message me to make an appointment because she is still a student. She has not graduated from, she has not passed her exam and received her physical license.
Oh.
These are additional posts from that account.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Ramos, are you a licensed nail technician? Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry, no, I'm not. I haven't done nails since even before I started school, like that last post that I did on nails. That was literally like the last time I ever did them. I didn't even do them when I was in school or after school. Once I had gotten that warning, I completely stopped doing everything.
Okay.
And then for as long as the lashes go, I just wasn't aware that after school I still had to have all of that still up. That's the only reason why I took it down. But I haven't taken any clients or anything or done anything like that because I am not licensed. When I received the citation, I called the Nevada State Board and I asked, I guess I was under the impression that I couldn't take my test after the 3 months if I didn't pay the fine of the $2,000. So that's what I thought this entire time. That's the only reason why I haven't taken the test. And then until recently, my friend just told me to just book it. And I tried to call and I did end up booking it. And I was able to book my my test, which is this upcoming weekend.
Okay, so you're scheduled to take the test this weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Okay, perfect. The problem with the social media account, we're just gonna hit on this again because it seems to be a reoccurring issue, is that it causes confusion and it's false advertising. There's certain stipulations that the board wants to see. There's certain requirements that the board wants to see on your social media account. So when board staff reaches out to you to give those details to you, it's very important that that gets reflected on the social media account. And instead it looks like it kind of went opposite. And you did state there was, confusion on your end for not knowing that that still needed to be on there, but you still weren't licensed. So it's not so much as you getting to say, yay, this is what I have and this is what I don't have. It's mostly about protecting the consumer. That's what the concern and our main point of this thing is because if somebody stumbles upon your account, they're going to assume that you're licensed, you've passed all your protocols and you've been issued a licensure saying that you are safe to work on the general public. And if you look at your social media as it stands, that would be the assumption. And so that's not actually true because you're not licensed at this time. So that would be, something that you should have considered prior to changing everything to now just being DM me to book.
No, that makes complete sense. And I understand my mistake now because I've stayed on this whole Zoom call the entire time. And so I definitely have realized that what I put on social media is definitely not correct. And that's why I basically just didn't get it. I just didn't know. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I don't know, given her age, but she has a license, a test this weekend. Do we feel comfortable reducing? Huh? Is she scheduled for the test? We can verify that.
Once you get sent an authorization for Pearson VUE, we can't see what they're actually scheduled.
Okay.
But there's a note in here that says on 8/7/2023, she was uploaded to Pearson VUE.
Okay.
So she can test. My apologies if she did reach out to someone, we let them test. We just don't issue the license until the fees are paid.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So reduction, yeah. I'm comfortable with reduction. I think everyone, Jennifer.
Before you make a motion, my only concern that I'd like to point out is the nail page is still up and active right now.
Okay.
That's right. She's not licensed.
This is board member Wold. Hi, Stephanie. How are you today?
I'm sorry?
So how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So when you're in school, did they talk to you about social media at all?
Not really, to be honest. They had that one, what they sent in the email. I remember receiving the email, and that's when I changed everything, on my school bio or my beauty page that we had to make for the school. We had to make ourselves, but however it goes, I'm sorry. But no, they don't really tell us anything. They just have that poster in the break room in a little corner. They don't tell us. They don't say anything about social media really. They just say, oh, you have to make an account and tag us.
Yeah, so you enrolled in the program in January, correct?
Yeah,
And
of
it's,
2020.
yeah, and then it shows that your nail page was up in March, correct? Which is, but that's what it shows, is that this page was found in March of 2023. So that means you would have been in school for 3 months at that point, just about.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. I remember how it happened now. I was in school for a while, but like I said, I stopped doing nails. Like I hadn't posted anything. I think I still might have had like, I don't know if I had anything in my bio or anything like that. I don't really remember, just because I wasn't on there and I wasn't doing nails anymore, like I said, once I started school. And then a few months later, I think someone reported me, and that's when they pulled me into the office and they're like, hey, we need to talk to you. And then they told me that they had, that you guys had found my nail page, and I had explained to the teacher that pulled me aside that I had not touched nails. I have not done any nails since that last post that I had made. And I had
So-
not done, even though I know the account was up, I had not taken any clients or done anything like that.
Yeah, and so then are you aware that under the esthetician scope of practice that we are not governed to do nails? Are you aware of that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so do you understand how it may be misleading, the fact that you have been sent these warnings and the page is still up? And that you have completed school? Do you understand how that might be misleading?
Yeah, for the nail page, I like took everything down once my teacher had pulled me aside and I had gotten that first warning. And then that's when I took everything down, because I understood, or she told me that I couldn't have anything up, and I just had to delete the account because obviously I was in school for esthetician and not nails.
So you said the nail page is still active? Was that?
No.
No, it's not there.
I am incorrect.
I'm not
Okay,
showing it.
I thought I heard that. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure. Okay.
We were gonna make that a stipulation.
Oh, okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure, because I thought I had heard that it was still active. Okay, well, I appreciate you for taking that down, and just, you know, and on the site, even for MV where you can come down here and get a law book. Just be aware of what is in our scope of practice moving forward. That way there's no confusion or misguidance on your part to your clientele in the future. And good luck on
Okay,
your
yeah.
test this weekend.
I'm sorry?
I said, good luck on your test.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, honey.
All right, can I please get a motion for Ms. Ramos?
I'm trying to.
Board Member Wool, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something else. Okay, Board Member Wool would like to, did we say reduction?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we didn't discuss it, fine, did we? Huh?
Yeah, I can
What is
see
it?
it.
Sorry.
$2,000.
Okay, so Board Member Wold would like to reduce, Estefania Ramos Heredia's fine to $1,000. ST 1010160997, violation 3145190 and B 3145191.
Okay, thank you.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Ms. Ramos, you were granted a reduction in your citation fees. The state board staff will reach out to you for how to go about handling that. Is that right, Jenny? Okay, all right, perfect. So look, be on the lookout for their communication and get that paid. And then good luck on your test this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you in the field.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you as well. All right, petitioner number 11, Emily Rocha, U-1010161661 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation V 3146298. Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Thank you. We'll get you sworn in.
Hello, Emily.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Go ahead. You can take the floor and tell us why you're here petitioning today.
Okay, so my name's Emily. I am a tattoo artist who owns Tattooed Beauty that is licensed by the Cosmetology Board because I have an esthetician that I do booth rent with. My room is also regulated by the Nevada Health Department for the tattooing. And I received a citation saying that, that I was doing lash lifts. The agreement I have with my esthetician is that she gives me the rights that I can post her work on my social media platforms and our websites to increase her clientele. And obviously, I take a fee for what it is that I get booked, right, for her. I gave you guys pictures of what my website used to look like because once I got the citation, I took everything down. And as of then, we have not provided whatsoever any lash lift services or tints. I don't know if you guys have those, but I wanted to give you guys like a basic rundown of how the booking works on our side as far as like, if you wanted to book a lash lift service, you go to tattooedbeauty.com. You select the service. It'll take you to a new screen where you put in your details. I kind of like have the printout. So the client puts in their details, and then at the bottom, there is a required check mark saying that they understand that the services are being done by Anointed Skin, who is my esthetician. She's a licensed esthetician. The room is licensed. When I called and I had asked about what it was that was going on, they were saying that their complaint was that my name sits here, which that was our way of trying to see where the referral came from, so that obviously I can take my fee for that booking, right? But it doesn't just stop there. Once the client actually puts in their info, sends in the deposit through the booking site, which is my website, once it's secure, they get this by email. Obviously, it says Tattooed Beauty, Anointed Skin, and it tells them how to prepare for the appointment. Each different service has their own, what to do before you come in. I'm going to read you guys what it says for the lash lift. So it says, thank you for booking your lash lift and or tint appointment with Anointed Skin located inside Tattooed Beauty Studio. Below is information regarding your upcoming appointment. If you purchased a package, this will apply to every appointment. And it basically tells them not to wear mascara, this, that, and the other. So when I had called, they told me that we weren't being transparent. We were being deceiving to the person that's booking, which I don't agree with, because not only is it required on the booking form as a like extra mile, they get the how to prepare for the appointment. And that again reiterates that the service is being done by Anointed Skin, who is my licensed esthetician. We always inform the clients whether they're getting, permanent makeup, which is what I do. The lash lift, we try to prepare the clients before ahead of time on how to make sure that their skin is clean and whatnot. We talk about the products that we use. We give aftercare. So I don't feel that at any point are we being deceiving to the client. I promote her. She's one of my friends. She's the only person I have working there. I got the room license just for her. It was never my intention to go into like cosmetology and all this other stuff. I do tattoos. I do permanent makeup. I do mastectomy tattoos for free. I'm always part of the community. So for me to like get somebody told me like, oh, it's because you're trying to see people. That's absolutely not what we're trying to do. We're only trying to help the community by the services that we provide. So when I had called, and I was like, I just don't understand what it is that is you're claiming, because I mean, Groupon does the same thing. They just do it on a bigger level. I just do it specifically for her. You go on Groupon, the service is on there, you book the service, they tell you who the service is with. It clearly said on the website where the service was with. They get the service by that person, and then Groupon pays the provider that provided that service after they take their fee. So I feel like we're in the same boat in the sense of doing this. We have taken down everything on there. As far as the lash lift services, I'm no longer promoting that part. I still promote her facials on my social media, and just direct people to her website. But yeah, that's basically my salon.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, let's hear from board staff.
This is Lauren Bassage, Regulatory Compliance Specialist. For Emily Rocha, she is disputing practicing without a license or certificate, first offense. The citation is what she was given. Her first cease and desist notice was sent on July 13th, 2023. The follow-up cease and desist and the citation was sent on August 1st of 2023. She is the licensed owner of Tatted Tube Beauty, Salon S188375. So she is unlicensed as an individual owner. She does not need to be licensed in order to own the salon. She does have a licensed esthetician who works at this location, as she stated. This is the booking website that was pulled when the cease and desist, when the initial cease and desist was created. So it's Tatted Tube Beauty website. And again, they have a licensed esthetician who works there. These are the services that you can book there. So it has eyeliner with a wing, eyelash enhancement with eyeliner, lash lift and tint. This is specifically the lash lifts and tint on the booking website. When you go to select an appointment, it does pull for Emily's name. So we were selecting July 20th at 10 a.m. And it says that the only person available to book with is Emily Rocha, and that's on the tattedtubebeauty.com. And then again, here's another screenshot of the booking, I believe for a different date, August 10th. This is just a close-up of the service details. So it's tagging Emily, it is not tagging the licensed esthetician. A confirmation of where the service is going to be held at the licensed salon. So it's showing that it's not at a home. This is Emily's personal Instagram page. So it does show that she's a permanent makeup and tattoo artist in Las Vegas, Nevada. And it also advertises her business website, tattedtubebeauty.com, which she is the owner of. She does have individual posts on her personal Instagram promoting her licensed esthetician that does work inside of her facility. So this is a good example of the NTD Skin. This is another Instagram post that is promoting Anointed Skin on April 11th. And then this is a post from April 23rd that promotes a lash lift and tint, but it is not tagging Anointed Skin on her personal page.
So that was a story, just so you know, it wasn't a post. That's why it has a yes or no. You can't do that on the regular posts.
This is another post that was taken from that page. So it does list out lash lifts, tagging back to tattedtubebeauty.com, but it doesn't tag the Anointed Skin that is she would be promoting for. And then this is another post from August 19th, just giving information on lash lifts and tint, promoting the service, but again, it doesn't promote the Anointed Skin, the licensed esthetician.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right. Is Anointed Skin your employee, or is that a like a sublet situation for you?
It's independent. So she gets booth rent at my my room area. So she's not an employee. She sets her own schedule. She has, you know, her own licensing and insurance that she pays off on her own.
Okay. And she has her own like booking software and all of that.
Yes.
How do these appointments get onto her schedule then?
So when the appointment is made, then it will let the client know, look, once the appointment's made, one thing I did want to bring up that wasn't brought up in the little slide thing is, I don't know if you guys can see it, it might be a little small, but it says service.
We have that. Yep, that was included in your documents. Thank you for sending that.
What's it called? Then once the person books, I go ahead and forward that to Amy, and then Amy goes ahead and reaches out to them, make sure that they got the second email. And if there's any booking conflict on that end, then she takes care of that part.
Okay. So a lot of us are business owners as well. This is just a very interesting way of like trading, not even training start. What am I trying to say? This is just a very interesting way of marketing and like kind of like sharing clientele, you know, like I've never really seen it done this way. The concern is that it appears like it's you. And if it's appearing like that to the board, I can certainly see how that might be appearing, even with the checked box for anointed skin, how it would appear like that to the consumer as well. And I just don't see the point of going this in depth. Like you created a whole nother service on your booking software. You're reaching out secondhand when a client calls in. It would just make more sense to do it a different way than this.
So we couldn't figure out at that time, we couldn't figure out a way of getting that on her site for that referral, because Square doesn't allow that, you know what I mean? So like, it would just be like somebody's regularly booking. So we, obviously since then we've taken it off of everything altogether. But now I think we figured out a way of doing that. But at this point, I don't even think I want to do that.
So the concern here is not that you have the licensure in your salon to offer aesthetic services. So you can very well have this service on your booking site. The problem is your name. It says that you're doing it. So the referral system has to change. But you mentioned that you took off the lash lift from the booking options. You didn't even have to do that. You still
But when I
advertise.
called on the phone, the lady I spoke to made it seem like I had to take it down. So I did. So we've taken it down.
Okay. Yeah, but the facials and the lash lift and tint are under the same licensure requirement under aesthetics. So, you know, by offering, by offering the one, you can certainly offer the other. The issue is that it's saying that you're doing them. And we see the document saying that it's done by Anointed Skin. But I mean, devil's advocate, don't shoot me, but maybe Anointed Skin is your other business, you know, like we're not to know that, and neither would the consumer. And it's extremely confusing that it's your name on the service, and you're the only one that it's allowed to book with. Also, it doesn't even give. I mean, it would have been better to put Anointed Skin booked on your software, and then you tell her you're still giving the referral over there. You didn't.
Well, that's what the new system would have been, was that everything. She would have her own landing page under Tattooed Beauty, and then when you clicked it, it would go automatically to her. Obviously, like we didn't figure that out before because we just, this is the way we had it going on. It's just the two of us in the room. I don't do any of the stuff for her. If anything, I try to promote her. We go to church together. Like we don't skim off of each other in a sense. When I have clients and my clients are like, oh my God, about your skin, I instantly like, oh yeah, you know, go to my girl, she's in this room, you know, blah, 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 blah. And she does the same for me. So like, I don't think there's any deception for the client or the public in that sense, because I feel like it's not like they're not having to check off the required asterisk, you know what I mean? So like, I don't agree with what you're saying, how it looks and appears this way. Like we didn't figure out another way of putting like where the referral was coming from.
Okay.
This is board member, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna have one question.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
What was the citation? We don't have that listed
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry. It's for an individual practicing without a license.
Okay, and the fine of $1,000. Okay, all right, so that's what we're working with, $1,000 fine.
So
Okay.
this is board member Wold. Hi, Emily.
So,
How you doing today? Okay, all right. So my concern is the supporting document that you submitted. It has Tattooed Beauty, and then it also has Anointed Skin. And it says paramedical, cosmetic tattooing, and skincare. This, in my opinion, looks bad kind of for both parties because as an esthetician, you can't be putting medical anything, advertising that or cosmetic tattooing. And then on your side, tattoo artists don't do skincare. So once again, that's kind of where the confusion lies, is that to me, it might just be both. You know, you might just be one person, you're giving the same protocols for, and they may be similar for cosmetic tattooing and lash lifts and tints, whatever it may be, but I don't know that it's different. And again, if you're the only person I'm booking on the site, I'm gonna think it's you. And so that's just where the confusion comes in. And so when you have two different boards governing two different people, it's best to keep things separate. And this may be just what you learn in this process, is that even though you share a space, to keep her services and her scope of practice, just that hers. And what you do as a tattoo artist and how you have your thing set up, you keep that under your information. That way there is no misguidance, because your Instagram, I don't see anything about Anointed Skin. I don't see, hey, come see my girl at Anointed Skin. She's in my shop. It just pretty much says you. Even the story post with the poll, there is no at Anointed Skin located inside my shop, you know, and so that's where things get tricky. And that's why even if she's in your salon, she can have her own booking site. And if you guys are that close, I would hope that you guys have a trust system or an honor system where it's like, hey, I know, and you're gonna know who the clients you send to her and refer. You should also be keeping track of your referrals, you know, and as someone who receives business from you, I'm gonna wanna pay you for the referrals because I want you to continue to send business to me. And so at the end of the day, we just wanna make sure that we're not delving into other people's professions because we respect their professions. And, you know, you don't wanna do something that may contraindicate a service you're doing just because you didn't know. So, for me, it does look misguiding, that, you know, there's not much separation from the two of you, because I would think that you're also offering aesthetic services inside your tattoo space. So, and that's just my feedback.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Sure, we do have
please.
additional information.
Oh, yeah.
Anointed Skin does have its own booking website. We
Okay.
just didn't provide it in these slides.
Okay.
And on the slide that we did provide, there was confusion because I believe that the esthetician offers more than just lash, lift, and tint services. She offers facial services as well.
Okay.
But those were not able to book. So maybe that's the question, is why do we only offer those two skin services through Tattoo Beauty's booking website, and then every other service that Anointed Skin is on a separate website?
Okay.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And, yeah. Do you have an explanation for that? Why the facials and the lash lifts are the only thing that's listed on your site when she offers more of those services?
because that's
For
what
that
I
referral.
get the booking fee for.
That's what you're doing the referral for?
That's what I get the referral for, yes.
Referral, okay, okay. Thank you.
And I like, because I do eyebrows, I definitely recommend my clients go get a lash lift. Because obviously like microblading, I'm promoting natural looking brows. So obviously I don't want them to go get these extensions that look completely fake. I'd rather have them get a lash lift. It looks more natural. My photos look better. Like it's a whole process that we have going on where, you know, for me, it benefits me for my client to go get a lash lift from her and then come and do their lashes because I'm not having to rub off extensions as I'm cleaning the brow area. You know, I don't know if you guys understand that part of it.
I do. I'm a licensed, I both do lashes and permanent makeup as well. I know exactly what you mean. And that's a great business model. I love that you have a person in there that you can refer that out to. It is our job at the board to make sure that it is referred out and that you're not the one doing it. And that's kind of why we're here today. Any board member have any questions or?
The last thing I'm just gonna say is maybe just have a referral card you can give each of your clients. And it's like moving forward, that way you don't have this issue. You can be like, you know, you get your brows done here, get a referral from Anointed Skin and just give them a card, you know, or something that they can refer to. Just that way it helps not have confusion.
Yeah,
Or something
I get that
like
part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
Board Member Moreno here. So do you do all your bookings online or do they have some clients that contact you directly?
No, unless they are like large scale tattoos, obviously like I will get like an email because they need to attach photos. But as far as permanent makeup, it's very cut and dry. There's no like, let me design this whole arm for you. So that is booking online. There's a button for consultation if for some reason they feel like they need to talk to me before actually coming in for the service. I know Amy does consultations completely separate. So like the two, like what I'm trying to explain is the two don't mix in. Like she has her days with the room, I have my days with the room. If I'm doing regular tattoos that are not mastectomy tattoos, sometimes I take those outside of the room when she's working. So we don't like, I'm all about empowering her business and getting her as many clients as possible, and she does the same for me.
But all your bookings done online, correct?
Yes.
There's no way to do a referral code.
I think they have fixed the referral system. I think she mentioned they came up with a different system. So I think they're good on that. I think right now the question is, what do we want to do with this fine? Do we want to uphold it? Reduce it? Reduce it? What do we think?
If they were working on trying to get something fixed, they would bring to their attention that wasn't working. You fix it.
Like if you go on the website now, we completely revamped it. We're just waiting on this basically to figure out, you know, our next step if we even want to go that route. But I mean, the referral card is also a great idea that we didn't think about. We're just trying to make it more convenient for the client.
Board staff, are we able to confirm that it's no longer bookable on her end?
Yes,
On
there
site? It's
doesn't
done.
appear to be a functional booking website for her or for her handle.
Okay. And Anointed Skin is definitely a real person. It's not you.
Yes.
Do you guys want to see her? She's working right now.
Yeah, say hello.
Here, hold on. Let me go to the room real quick. Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, I will totally take you.
No, okay. I think, I'm okay with my questions. If anybody else has something else they'd like to ask or dive down, we can go forward.
How much is the fine?
Yeah.
Well, Madam Chair, we didn't swear her in. She's
Yeah.
sitting in the chair and she says it's me. Oh,
Right.
I'm just joking.
Oh. I'm just joking. Yeah. No, I'm joking. Right. Okay. All right. How do we feel? What are you feeling? Marina? All together?
Any violation? And I know these days everybody book online. My son owns a salon in California. That's the only way to book, it's online.
Just remember to speak up too.
Oh, yeah.
Liberation hour still on record.
So I just feel like we should just, that's, I see it.
How do you feel?
They've seen that kid without the kinks.
Okay. How do you feel?
Because I just feel like the Instagram is not very transparent. And I think, you know, the want to just not, and the, well, this is how it's been presented is kind of what makes things tricky. Cause if I didn't know, I would think it was the same person, but that's just me.
Huh.
Because there's no separation.
How do you feel?
Like you said, I don't.
I feel the same. It doesn't seem like there's no separation to me.
Yeah.
It's like Las Vegas lashes, hashtag Las Vegas, lash lift intent, Vegas lashes. And if you're a tattoo artist, really, you shouldn't be doing anything with lashes. That's just not in their scope.
Yeah.
And there's no like hashtag anointed skin.
Yeah.
You know, there's no at anointed skin, and so that's where I would think it was her doing the service. And that's how
Yeah.
it looks like it was presented, whether that was the intent or not. I can't like.
Even
subject-
when I post and tag her, I don't hashtag anointed skin because it doesn't have enough followers. Like as far as the hashtags that I use, they're meant to get the algorithm to get more attention to the post, not necessarily like, oh, let me hashtag anointed skin, anointed facials, anointed this. It's to broaden that what the post goes out to.
Can I pause you right there? It's not even the posts, you guys, like they're licensed to do these services within their salon. The posts are not the problem. The booking with her name is the problem. The supporting document with Tattooed Beauty and Anointed Skin on it is the problem. That's the problem. The social media, it's allowed to do that because she's dual licensed in there. She has her body art establishment, and then she also has the esthetician licensure there. So she is able to market for both of those. She cannot market herself as the practitioner. That's the problem.
Like she's the practitioner for all these services.
Right, and to Board Member Moreno's counterpoint, then, if everything is booked online, that is where the confusion will be, because there is nothing else going against it.
So this is Board Member Jeffers.
Hi.
I think for me personally, with her waiver or whatever that form was with the checkbox at the bottom, was her trying to encompass that idea that she knows that, like letting the client know that she's not doing it. I mean, I kind of feel like there should be, I feel grace towards that as a business owner, like she was trying to figure that out in a way that was okay.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Good point. I definitely see that as well. How are you feeling on the upholding or reducing or discarding the fine, Board Member Jeffers?
It's hard. Marketing's such a hard thing, and I feel like this sets precedent. So I feel like with what she did with presenting it to the client when they're booking, she felt like that was good enough. And if I was a client booking, I probably would have been like, oh, Anointed Skin, and I would have, you know, searched on Instagram who that was. But I know a lot of clients don't do that. I don't know. I kind of feel like this wasn't being like, she wasn't doing it out of malice or doing it out of like fraudulent terms, I guess.
Okay.
My personal opinion, though.
Yeah, appreciated. Yes.
If you're looking for staff recommendation.
Yeah.
We recommend, since definitely you're focused on the actual dollar amount, do you recommend that the violation stand and that staff recommends waiving the fine?
Okay.
All right. How does board members feel about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready to make a motion on that one? Okay, can I get a motion to uphold the violation and reduce the fine to 0? Or waive the fine for petitioner Emily Rocha, please?
Board Member Wold would like to uphold the petition against Emily Rocha, or is it?
Uphold the violation.
Oh, uphold, sorry. Board Member Wold would like to uphold the violation against Emily Rocha, U-101016161, and waive the fine to $0.
I, Board Member Moreno, second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, Ms. Rocha, so do you understand what happened? We are going to uphold the violation. We are going to waive your fine.
Okay, so I already paid the fine, so how does that work from?
Board staff will reach out to you and get all of that situated for you, okay?
Okay, and then
And
just
then-
going forward, I do like your referral card,
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're just trying to make it convenient.
I'm on
and-
Instagram. If you have any questions, reach out to me. Or I don't know if my email's on there, but what is my Instagram? It's like Sierra. Oh, we can't give that out. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Right.
There is a lot of good, there's a lot of good information out there on referral programs and things that are gonna work well for you guys within your own, salon. I think you're onto it. I mean, really, all you had to do was change it to her name and it would have been fine. So it's nothing that you even were very far off of. If you changed Emily to a different name, it would have been not under your licensure. So put it under the Anointed Gals and you're fine. Go back to doing what you were doing.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time today. You're welcome. Have a good one. All right, let's move forward to petition number 12, please. Petitioner Laura Marie Behar and 106096 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B3146682 and B3146683. Ms. Behar, are you present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, we can. If you can raise your right hand, we'll get you sworn in. Do we want her camera on or is she okay?
Yes, I'm working to get my camera on. Give me 1 second. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
No worries, take your time.
Okay.
Oh my God. I have a lot of great suggestions. I would love to share them.
You're like, kick.
So I'm talking off of my phone because my phone's not working or my computer microphone isn't working. So I'm talking off of two, but I'm right here.
So you're up top in the corner.
Yes, I can see you, Laura.
Okay, sorry
Raise your
about
right hand.
that.
Raise your right, okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Laura, this is your time to tell the board why you're here today petitioning before us. So go ahead.
So basically starting off, I enrolled into the nail technician program at Euphoria Institute in Summerlin, Las Vegas, started in June, graduated in September, got my license in October. During that time, the only people that I really posted on my Instagram, really like just posted their nails or anything like that, was people that were at the school, or mainly there was only 3 people that I really took that was just family or like family friends. And during that time, it was only at school. And I had no intention for it to make it seem like I was taking any services at home. I didn't charge them, even if you see like all the information that you guys have, all of it is with only showing like highlights. It says DM me to book or anything like that. Regarding about that situation, it was mainly because Euphoria told us that if you wanted family or friends to book with you, you have to let them know that to message you first in order to book, like call the school or let the front desk know to let them know that you're gonna book an appointment for this specific person, because of how many people complained about not being able to go with the same person after they graduated, etc. So that's why that I had that whole information on it. And even going into the highlight, I had it with Euphoria Institute Services, like it was like their main page and everything. And so yeah, basically during that whole entire time, I even paid the fine because I was in fear of not being able to test out or to graduate in order to obtain my license. And all those like fees is basically just for my college funds, because I am also a full-time college student right now. So like it was a really difficult time in order to get those $2,000, in which like it's just a little mercy I'm asking for, but yeah, mainly.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have a couple questions before we kick it over to board staff for their presentation. First and foremost, you're going to Euphoria. What were you, I almost said majoring in, what was your licensure? What are you going for? Aesthetics, nails, Cosmo?
Just nails.
Just nails. Okay, very good. And when did you enroll?
I enrolled I enrolled in January of 2023, but I didn't start the program because I had to graduate high school. I graduated literally like 2 weeks before I started the program. So I started on June 1st or June 2nd, I believe is when I started, or the 1st, but it was like right after I graduated high school.
Okay, and are you graduated now or are you still enrolled?
I already graduated. I graduated September 20-something of 2023 of Euphoria.
Okay, and you have your licensure today?
Yes, I have my license. It's just hanged up in the living room right now.
Okay, where are you working?
Right now, I'm currently trying to make it work at home. Right now, I'm making all the little fixtures and everything. I have
Okay.
to where it's like its own entrance and everything. I'm like slowly working into going into a suite, but that's just not right now like my full-time job. I do have a full-time job. It's I work at a little bakery shop. So yeah, that's where I work right now, and then I just take clients here and there, but it's completely sealed off from my house. I have completely like full from everything. So it's like my own little space. They don't go inside or anything like that. It follows up with codes and everything. So
Okay, and then you said you're enrolled in college. What are you majoring in?
I'm majoring in, I'm trying to at least get my associates, but I'm majoring in business management.
Okay, nice. And then is it your goal to own your own place or to run it out of your home like you're doing?
Mainly trying to start my own salon. I at least do want to go back to Euphoria just so I can get my aesthetic license, because I do want to branch out and offer like lash services, eyebrow services, because that's what I originally wanted to do. But then I realized, let me just start off with nails and see where it goes from there. And then, but yeah, I do want to stay in the beauty industry, just going more into, I had to go to school and get all my license, making sure everything is good. I do follow the rules and everything. So, but yeah, I do want to go back for sure. But yeah.
Okay, and then the walled off area that you have that you're using in your home right now, is that approved by the board? Did the board come out and license that as an establishment for doing nail technician?
Not yet. That's what I'm trying to get everything under control. As soon as I received my license, I've been trying to research and everything. So that's why right now it's sealed off, but I haven't had someone yet to come. But that is in the process right now. Yes.
You submitted your application already?
Not yet, because I unfortunately don't really have much time to do that because I am a full-time college student. So it's a little, like I said, it's a little difficult right now.
Yeah, coming up with all the funds, I get it. Are you taking clients at the time to help with that?
Currently, it's here and there. It's like I'm like trying to build it, make like TikToks, more like social media, trying to go more into it, just building into it. I don't have a lot of clients, maybe just twice a week, if anything, but I'm mainly just doing school and just working.
Okay, thank you. I would like to kick it over to board staff at this time for their presentation, okay?
Okay.
And then we'll give you an opportunity to respond to that once they've finished, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. For Laura Marie Beher, she is a licensed nail technologist, as she stated. She was cited for operating a salon without a license, first offense, and individual practicing without a license, first offense. Her first cease and desist notice was sent on August 1st of 2023, and her second cease and desist citation was sent on August 14th of 2023. She was enrolled January of 2023 in her nail technologist program and graduated September of 2023. She was a student when we found this social media account. So she does state in her social media account, Las Vegas Nail Tech, and then right below that, she states that she's a student in Chicago Euphoria Institute. And then below that, she also states to direct message her for info on booking. There's also booking information on her highlights on the Instagram. This is an individual post that was found on August 1st and posted on July 17th that says, direct message me for more info on booking, that she's a beginner nail tech. Another post from July 17th that was found on August 1st. So in this photo, you can't really see the wall, I guess, right here, but the wall is yellow and the light, we emailed the school this photo, asking them to confirm if this was taken inside of the school or outside of the school, because we're trying to make a determination of if there was a yellow wall inside of the school. This is an email between Chief Compliance Officer Janie Huggins and the school, Euphoria Institute. So it's asking, can you confirm if this light is used at your school? It's hard to see the brand, but it's a Tammy Taylor light. The school responded that it looks like it's one of their students. It's the one that the students get in their kit. And that was Benita Hawley, the Director of Education at Euphoria Institute. Janie then asked, do they typically use their kit lights on the clinic floor? We have received a complaint about it, and then they said, yes, they use them on campus. However, we do not have any yellow walls in any of our classrooms or on the student clinic. Perfect, thank you. So this message was August 1st of 2023 for additional information. I believe this is just another zoomed-in version of just that specific response saying that they don't have any yellow walls on the campus. This is more content that was taken from that specific Instagram. Just a collage of photos. This is another photo with a yellow wall in the background that was posted on July 7th and found on August 1st. So she would have been enrolled in school at the time that that photo was posted. Another post on July 14th. Tagging beginner nail tech. Post from July 18th. And then this was an updated screenshot of the Instagram. So Las Vegas Nail Tech in process, student direct message for booking was removed, booking info on the highlights was removed. So it just went to client point of view. And these were taken on the follow-up investigation, which prompted us to issue the cease and desist, the second cease and desist, and the citation. And that's all we have.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That was helpful to see kind of where we go from there. So Ms. Behar, do you have anything you want to say back to after the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so going back into those photos, like how I mentioned before, I never offered services at home or anything because obviously I knew it was in the wrong. So I would always tell them, hey, I'm at Euphoria, this and that. It was mainly like 3-4 people that was like, hey, like I want to book with you. I'm like, hey, so the prices are with Euphoria, they're not with me. So it's like, and then I always like mention like, hey, go back into the highlight. That's where it's all the Euphoria info message. Just let me know if you want to book it, what service you exactly want from the Euphoria list. That way I'm able to book the appointment for you. And there was only one person or 2 people that I did just practice on, which I know now it's like in the wrong, but obviously it was only because they weren't able to make the transport, and that was my boyfriend's mother and my boyfriend's little sister. So obviously that's with the only 2 pictures that were in the wall. Those were just the nails from them. I admit that it was in the wrong and I shouldn't have like done it, but either way, I was never profited off of that. I never told them it was this amount of money or this amount. It was just me like, hey, you can practice on me. But they were also wanting to get their nails done, and I told them to go over there, but they weren't able to make the transport. So that's when it went down to them asking if you could just do it here at the house and everything. But yeah, I do admit that. I don't want to like say that I didn't do it. I do want to mention that it was for the record that, but either way, I never profited off of anything. And but yeah, everything that I used was just from my kit. And then I even sanitized everything, and like I was never like in the wrong. So I used Barbicide. Like I took a little bit of Barbicide from school because I knew that they wanted to get their nails done. So I took barbicide, like a little bit in the bottles that we had and everything that was empty that was provided in the kit. And I sanitized everything, so everything was clean, everything was good. It's just the location was obviously in a different, it was at their home. But I do admit that that was just the only mistake I have done. But yeah, everything else was like following the lines of the school. And then the only reason why I removed that off of like my information in my profile was because I got nervous because I was like, okay, so, and then that's when I removed it because I got scared. I was like, what am I doing wrong or anything like that? So I just removed it. And then that's when I talked to the people from school, like the administration. They said they checked everything and they said nothing was wrong. So that everything was like in the right and everything, but they said like you shouldn't have deleted it. I'm like, oh, okay. But that's the only reason why I deleted that like that little portion was because of me getting scared and I was just getting nervous. And then that's when I received the second fine and I was like, or like the fine basically, and I was like upset because I never thought that someone would just report me, even though I'm a good student, I'm a good person. So, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it sounds like you have a passion for learning and education. So I mean, kudos on that. I think having that business license is going to help you in the future with your, salon that you want to open, because part of owning a business is definitely sticking to the mandates and regulations of the of your board. So, if the board's saying you got to be licensed to do this outside of the school, then you got to be licensed to do that. If the board says, you got to do this, then that's what you got to do. So you kind of got a dose of that. And it sounds like your family kind of got you in a little trouble unknowingly and probably not on purpose, but being a business owner, you do have to make those hard decisions. You have to say, no, I'm sorry, I can't take you, no matter if they offer you $5 or $1 million. It's, you want to get caught or not. You want to do the right thing. You want to be in compliance at all times. You got to stick with the regulations that the board puts in front of you. And unfortunately, you didn't do that in this instance. And, this is a really nice learning situation for you because you're young and it's early on in your career. And I think that you're going to grow from this. And I think that you're going to get on the right path and do the right thing down the line, because we're going to assist you to getting to that point, because it sounds like you've hit some bumps here. But I definitely think that the biggest thing for you to learn and grow from is a regulation, and a law is a regulation and a law. And it doesn't mean that you can skirt it for family or just because it's easy for you right now. It means that this is what is required of you to be a member of our community and provide this service under our licensure. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, and I completely understand that. When I was in school, obviously, like we learned a lot more here and there, and I understood the regulations there, but obviously my family didn't mean no harm, so it was more like, oh, it's just I couldn't say no, and I guess I did learn from that, but I also just know for sure that, especially working with the beauty industry, you really got to learn that there's good clients and bad clients, and those clients, like, yeah, it's money, but at the same time, it's not something that you're uncomfortable in doing and what they want to do.
Absolutely, yes, definitely. Well. Any other board member have anything to say? Are we ready for a motion? Motion? Okay, can I get a motion, please?
Does she have a-
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, does she have a fine? How much is her fine?
She paid her fines. Her fines were for $1,000 for operating a salon without a license and $1,000 for individual practicing without a license or certificate, for a total of $2,000. And it's already been paid.
Right, so we're not doing any refunds, right?
I mean, we can put it on the table. I wouldn't be voting in that favor at this time.
Right,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. I was just like,
Yeah.
what are we just dismissing her?
I think it was just to uphold the violations in the fine structure.
Okay, that's fine. Board Member Douglas, I would like to uphold her fines for license number N106096.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries, motion passes. So we are very interested in a few things that you said today. So we're going to have board staff reach out to you. We want to get you in compliance and make sure that you are on your way to being a wonderful producer in our community. And to do that, we need to make sure that you are in compliance on all levels. Does that sound good?
Yes, that sounds good.
Okay.
So basically, sorry, I have a question. What are
No, go ahead.
basically what are the next steps? So basically, yeah, I paid the $2,000 fine, but what's like the next step basically?
Yeah, great question. Board staff is going to reach out to you and they're going to let you know what to do. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Right.
All right. Oh, yeah, our next one.
Discussion or next?
Whew.
That better?
Yeah, thank you. All right, petition number 13, petitioner Shannon Logan, ST 101018798 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing oh my gosh. Violation B 3145876 and B 3145877. Ms. Logan, are you present? Miss Logan. Oh, another lasher? Okay. Are we looking for her? Is she not present in the?
See anyone registered under Shannon Logan?
Okay.
When she's not present, then the recommendation would be, of course, to say now, for the other petition due to no show.
Yeah.
Okay. You gonna do that one again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny petitioner ST 101018798 for violation V 3145876 and V 3145877 due to no call, no show.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Morales, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on. Petitioner, number 14, Holly Munez Holgrensen, One Stop Shop, S 1876692 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B 3145430 and B 3145434. Is Ms. Holgrensen here? Hi. Oh, you're muted. Will you unmute?
There we go.
Hi, Polly. Will you raise your right hand? Awesome. We're gonna get you sworn in.
Okay,
All right, Polly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being in front of us today. You have the floor to tell us why you're petitioning.
Okay, so the first one is in regards to the animal, the dog that was seen on premises. He is also in the process of being a service dog, so he's a service dog in training. And on the law book, it says that we can have an animal on the premises if they are certified service dog or a dog in training. So I don't understand why I got that fine.
Okay.
I mean, I've already paid the fines, which is fine. I needed to do that to get my establishment license renewed. So I'm just wondering why after all these years, because I've had the animal or a animal that has been certified as a service dog for the last 6-7 years, and I've never gotten a fine like this before with all the inspectors that have come in.
Okay. Are we also petitioning the second citation or just simply focusing on the animal on premises today?
The second one also with that one, the file is not, which I'm not understanding why I got that one anyway. With that, it's not used on every person. So I don't know why I got the fine. If you could explain that one to me, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Anything else that you want to discuss right now while you have the floor?
No, that's pretty much it. That's, you know.
Okay, let's kick it over to board staff. They're going to do their presentation and then we'll give you an opportunity to chat about what they've presented, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome, okay.
So in regards to the violation, this is Janie Huggins for the record. In regards to the violation regarding the animal on the premises, a dog was found inside the establishment and a citation was issued. The inspector that issued the violation is not here to give any more information. At the time that the violation was issued, the inspector said that the licensee told him that it was an emotional support dog. Our law specifically reads a service animal. When an inspector goes into an establishment If they see a dog or if they see a dog, they can lawfully ask two questions. Is it a service animal? Is it trained to perform a task? If they don't answer yes to those two questions, then it's, as far as the inspector knows, not a service animal. To my understanding, he was told it was an emotional support animal. If that's not the case, then we are more than comfortable with the violation being removed. In regards to the other violations.
Oh, wait, sorry, Madam Chair, I'd like to add on staff's behalf, Steve McCall for the record. The emotional support dog, service dog, actually came up to the pictures that you see, that came up to the inspector. Normally service dogs do not do that. They are trained to stay with their owner. They're not to leave. So I want to make sure that that was on the record. I've never seen that happen before. Go to the airport, that dog stays, that handler stays next, the dog stays next to their handler. Does not move. So.
And then in regards to the other violation, the licensee was cited for allowing or practicing invasive services, specifically using a cheese grater or a Credo blade, which you can see both a cheese grater and a Credo blade in the photo. The language of that law specifically says that they're prohibited on the premises unless they are being sold for retail purposes. So even if the argument was that they weren't being used, that they were being stored, unless they are being sold for retail purposes, they are prohibited from being on the premises inside a cosmetological establishment.
Okay, thank you. Polly, do you have anything you want to say in regards to what you just learned?
Okay, so with the abrasive ones, so what would be the difference by using the callus removers, the liquids? Wouldn't that be almost the same thing? I mean, you're more likely to burn your client using the liquid removers than you would with the files.
The way that the NAC is written, it is written that the removal of a callus using an instrument, tool, or other device that has a sharp edge or blade or point is prohibited as an invasive procedure.
Okay,
So that would say
that
those items have a sharp blade or edge to them, whereas a liquid callus remover does not. So the liquid callus remover would be an okay item to use, whereas these are not.
Okay, which I understand that, but with the liquid, you're gonna put burning your clientele with that over anything else. Because I myself do not use the liquid in my profession, and I've been doing this a long time. I would not want to use that on my clients because it's gonna burn. If the skin is healthy, it's gonna burn them. Because if you get it on your arm as a nail tech or a Cosmo, it's gonna burn your skin also.
This is Board Member Wold, Ms. Polly. We're just here to talk about what was found on the day of inspection. So I would just recommend to reach out to board staff to see what other alternative methods are suitable for your business. They're the best ones to talk to. We are not nail technicians, but they're the ones that. Well, I'm not a nail technician. I'm not one right here. She is, but the board is your best friend to talk to what methods you could use or what is appropriate, okay?
Okay, which that's fine.
That would explain why that citation was given, and that makes sense now that you can agree it has a sharp edge or blade, and that's why that was issued to you. Okay, so those items need to be removed from your salon unless they are for sale in your retail area wrapped up. They cannot be in your service stations, they cannot be in your dispensary or anywhere else. They need to be removed. Otherwise, you're gonna get another citation for that. So I would just recommend handling that part. And then we can move forward to the animal on premises now. So what board staff was presenting to us was that the dog was stated to be an emotional support animal, not a service animal. And the way that he responded to the inspector by coming up was kind of questionable as well. So it's kind of why the citation was issued to you. Did you want to counter that at all?
So when you guys said that animal in question, as a service animal, my animal, the only way I'm gonna be able to train him well to be a service animal is to be in the establishment so that he knows how it works and how it runs in order for he to be safe. Not only that, but my clientele.
Okay, what is the animal? What's his purpose? What is he there for?
I have anxiety issues,
Okay,
so he keeps me calm.
okay. Okay, gotcha. So that's why you were saying he needs to be in the salon with you to
Yes.
train for that? Okay.
This is board member Wold. What tasks does the dog perform?
He keeps me very calm, just by picking him up and holding him. He keeps my anxiety down.
I have a question for board staff. With the service animal and you have the general public coming in, does the dog need to have the service thing on, or can it just be unmarked?
No, there is, to my knowledge, this is Janie Huggins for the record. To my knowledge, there is no requirement for a service animal to have any kind of identification on it, wear a vest or anything like that. To my knowledge, there is no federal or even state, local, service animal training or identification. The questions that we can ask are limited by the ADA.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I was just curious. I
Yeah,
didn't know
no,
if that was
there's
a law.
no real information you can get, because it.
Yeah.
pertains to
Okay,
HIPAA.
Doug Harris, I have a question for you. Maybe you can help us in this direction. Are we allowed to ask like, a question pertaining to where the dog is housed, where it stays, all of those things throughout the day? Or is that kind of treading on?
My position on that is that if it would exceed the scope of what a inspector would be allowed to ask, then I would exercise that same caution. The document that we have here attached, she specified what that specific dog's task is. You have outlined here, what traditionally those animals' tasks are. And so the only thing that's really left is to just decipher if you still see her in violation.
Thank you.
This is board member Douglas. Miss Polly, are you training the dog or did you purchase the dog and he was trained before you got him or got her?
I am training him.
Okay, so you're the actually trained, you're the actual
Yes.
trainer.
Yes, because he is my dog. So in order for him to understand and accept where I get, oh, hold on. See, this is why I have it, because I get very emotional.
Okay.
And without him being here, this is what happens.
Okay. Okay, well, we're sorry. We didn't mean to upset you. We're just trying to make sure that we make the best decision for you, the animal, and the public. I don't want this to be, making you feel a certain type of way or adding to your anxiety or anything. We just need to do our due diligence to make sure that the questions that we're legally able to ask, that we were able to do. So that was all. Okay?
Okay.
All right. We can't really ask any more questions on that.
No.
then. So that was- Yeah, those are just those few questions. That one's done.
If there's anything related
Yeah.
to the other violation, that's
Mhm.
fine. But if not, then I would just recommend the board move
Yeah.
forwards with its delivery.
Okay.
Nothing else about the dog?
No.
Nothing else.
We can ask if it is a service animal and if it is trained to perform a task, and I believe what that task is.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
That slide that she has, if Lauren wants to go back to it, sorry, this is Jamie Huggins for the record again, does outline some examples of what tasks a service animal has, like alerting you to having a seizure or something to that effect, if that gives you guys any more information.
Yeah. Can you elaborate on any of the tasks that the animal provides for you? I know you said that it was there for your anxiety, but can you specifically align with those tasks a little bit, if you're comfortable?
What tasks? I can't see.
No, I'm just asking you, like the animal, what tasks does he do when he's providing a service to you?
I'm still not understanding that. I mean, what task are you wanting, what, him to come and sit?
And Madam Chair, if I may.
I mean, if you want, if you know, the tasks mean, does he obey? Yes, he
Miss
does.
Polly,
If I tell him to
it's
come,
okay.
he
It's okay.
comes.
Yeah,
If I
Miss
tell him to
Polly,
sit, he
it's-
sits.
Yeah, Miss Polly, it's okay. You don't even have to answer that. Ignore that question, please. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I was just only gonna add that she already previously tested.
We already did that.
That dogs provides emotional support, so. That was the question I was asking.
Okay, all right. How do we want to proceed? Should we? And you said she already paid the fine? Yeah, sure.
This is board member Jeffers. I think, can I weigh in?
Of course.
Okay, I think I feel comfortable if we drop the citation about the dog and kept the citation about the tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were just,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Drop the citation for the dog. Okay, the citation.
I think we have to, it's up to a problem with the ADA. If she provided the facts for the dog, and we're not allowed to ask question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to make a motion at this time, I can make a motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to make a motion at this time to, refund, citation 3145430 in the amount of $200 for operating a salon with an animal on the premises under the understanding that the animal was there as a service dog, and that is the capacity that he is there in. I would like to uphold the citation 3145434 for the amount of $200 that has already been paid for the allowing practice or practicing with invasive procedures. Can I get a second? Is that okay?
Board member Wold, Board member Wold, I second that motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So Polly, do you understand what just happened?
Yes.
Okay, so, that's going to be our final decision on this matter. And then we need you to remove those items from the salon premises though, so that you don't continue to get more citations on those, okay?
Yeah, those are already gone.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Madam Chair, and board staff will go over about.
Oh, yes, board staff will reach out to you regarding your refund. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have already handled petition 15 and 16, so we're gonna jump to 17.
Yep.
Petition Victoria Sanchez Hernandez, C 51528 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B 3145844. Ms. Hernandez, are you present? Oh, I heard something. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, I'm here, but it's very low. And I have terrible hearing. Right, you are. Oh, she's
Are
up
you
there.
able to speak up?
Yeah.
Oh, not really. You're gonna have to yell, girl.
Well, this is J.D. Huggins for the record.
Okay.
So something up real quickly.
I'm not mad at it.
If we have difficulty hearing her, I can, make a recommendation from the staff to remove the violation.
Okay.
When inspectors go out and issue violations, they are typically reviewed by Lauren or myself first. I don't know what happened with this particular one, but it would have been removed. It slipped through the cracks.
Okay.
We don't remove them after they get sent out because we have them petition the board. Even if they should be removed. So
Okay.
that's our recommendation.
All right, so, Ms. Hernandez, did you understand the recommendation from board staff to remove your violation?
Yes.
Are you okay with us making a motion on that rather than hearing your petition?
Would that mean I get my refund?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I care about.
Okay, all right, so, can I please?
I think you guys should really check that out because I'm in a lot of Facebook groups and that's been happening a lot with that certain guy that comes and checks it out.
Yep, can we get you to raise your right hand and be sworn in just real quick?
Okay, Victoria, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and so basically what we're gonna do is we're just gonna make a motion to refund the citation of $100 that she has already paid. So if I can get a motion for that, we can go forward with getting that handled.
Board Member Harris, I would like to make a motion to refund Victoria Sanchez Hernandez C-51528 for a refund.
Okay, second.
This board member
Maldonado,
Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carried. So we are going to refund that. Board staff is gonna reach out to you, and they will get in touch with you about that refund, okay?
Alrighty, thank you guys.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, and then number 18 has withdrawn their petition, so that one's done.
Oh, she did?
Yes, yeah,
And Madam Chair, that issue that the
yes.
petitioner that talked about, that has been resolved.
Okay, great.
It's more than an issue.
Okay, all right. Well, we fixed that,
The 20.
like expediting
Yeah,
things.
right.
I'm an expediting.
Awesome. So we're gonna jump to number 20, petitioner Kathleen Lampert, C 20776 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B 3145420. Ms. Lampert, are you present? Oh, God, I remember this one.
Something on the list now, Madam Chair.
No, okay. No show. Okay, yeah, can we do the same one for no call, no show?
Okay, number 20.
Yeah.
Board Member Harris, I would like to deny petitioner Kathleen Lampert C-2077 violation of 776 violation 3V3145420 due to no call, no show.
Can I get a second?
Board member
Wood
Douglas, I second that motion.
Got a third, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, so we are already finished with 21. Let's move on to 22. Petitioner Diane Tucker, C-8596, for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B 3146070. Ms. Kemper, are you present? Going once, going twice. All right, can we make a motion on the same grounds, please?
Board Member Harris, I deny Diane Kemper C-8596 V3146070 due to no call, no show.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Moreno, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, let's move forward to petition number 24. Petition Alejandro M. Brito Garcia, VIP Luxury Salon and Spa S187820 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing violation B 3146727. Mr. Garcia, are you present?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Garcia. Can we please have you raise your right hand? And if you have a camera, can we have you turn it on?
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, can you raise your right hand and we'll get you sworn in?
Ready?
Okay. All right, Ms. Garcia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. So this is your opportunity to tell the board why you're petitioning before us today. So go ahead. Oh,
Madam Chair, there's a question. You might be with someone, Yvette. Translate.
Hello,
have a translator in with you?
Yes.
I'm Yvette.
Hi, Yvette. Can we get you sworn in as well? Will you raise your right hand and we'll just make sure that that's on the record that you're sworn in, please?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Yvette, could you tell us your full name, please?
Sorry,
Could you tell us your full name?
Yvette Vasquez.
Okay, Ms. Vasquez. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So this is your opportunity to tell the board the reason for your petition today. So go ahead.
en su oportunidad de decirle al board que respete su petición.
El problema es que vinieron al salón y nos pusieron un ticket por algo que nosotros no habíamos hecho.
The problem is they came to the salon and cited us for something we didn't do.
Okay, can you go into more detail?
Sí, porque nos pusieron un ticket porque teníamos la licencia porque teníamos las máquinas para hacer los servicios avanzados.
They gave us the citation because we had the equipment to do advanced services.
Y nosotros no lo estábamos haciendo, solo lo teníamos que estábamos en el proceso para tenerlo.
But we were never offering the services. He just was planning the project to start in the future offering those services. So he was preparing.
Y no sé por qué razón, por tener una máquina y no haber nadie haciendo el servicio, dice que lo teníamos en nuestra página web, pero es porque estábamos trabajando en el proyecto.
And also the reason why he had it in the website is because he was working towards that project, towards that goal.
Y entonces hasta el día de hoy no lo ofrecimos y ya cerramos hasta el salón y nunca lo ofrecimos y no puede haber ni nadie que diga que nosotros ofrecimos esos servicios ahí porque no los ofrecimos.
There's no one that can say we offer those services because we never met that goal of offering those services. The salon is closed now and he never made it to complete that project.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna have board staff present their side of it, and then we will give you opportunity to respond, okay?
Ahora el board va a explicar el lado de ellos y te darán la oportunidad de responder.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Lauren Gossage for the record. The salon was VIP Luxury Salon and Spa was cited for operating a salon without a license on first offense, which is $1,000, and specifically for advanced aesthetics. So the salon at the time of inspection was licensed for only hair, skin, and nails. These images are the advanced esthetician equipment that was found during the August 15th routine inspection in 2023. Sorry, we're gonna jump to their website. This is an advertisement on the VIP Luxury Salon and Spa, explaining IPL hair, laser hair removal as a service.
Nosotros no tenemos esa máquina de IPL.
These are services that were listed on their website with pricing. It looks like you have some body sculpting, laser lipo, cavitation. There are other body sculpting packages that were listed on the website with pricing. This has their hours of operation, where you can contact them at. And this is back to the additional equipment that we found on the August 15th routine inspection. And all of the equipment in these images are advanced aesthetic equipment. So it has to be an advanced esthetician or someone who is exempt from having to hold a license in order to operate these machines specifically.
Okay.
This is a certificate of completion that we found for body contouring of an advanced esthetician. But again, the salon was not licensed to offer advanced aesthetics.
Okay. When the inspection was done, is the inspector here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Do we need to get sworn in? Yeah.
Okay, Dana? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. I have a question for you. On the day that you went in for the inspection, these photos that you took, are these all in the same room or are these separate rooms? And if they're separate rooms, approximately how many rooms did you inspect?
There were separate rooms. I believe that I don't remember, I think there was 5 or 6 rooms. I do have additional pictures that I sent in. Some of the rooms were labeled, there was, with labeled medical spa and laser rooms. So there were no advanced esthetician licenses hung. There was an esthetician license hung at the time of inspection.
What about our sign for compliance for it being a medical? None of that, they're not. Yeah.
License for hair, skin and nails.
Okay. When you were inspecting the rooms, did it look like the machines had been used, in your opinion, as a professional?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know.
And where did you find the certificate?
In one of the rooms on the bed like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
No other questions?
Watch your head.
Okay. Question, Board Member O'Brien for board staff. Upon finding the website, were you also able to locate a booking website?
No, I was not. It's Jay Huggins.
Okay. Were there any staff members listed on the website for the VIP luxury salon?
JD Huggins for the record, no, there was not.
Okay. Do we have information on when they gained their salon licensure for the standard aesthetics?
Janie Huggins for the record. The initial salon license was issued on January 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Garcia, can you speak to why these machines are on your premises and kind of the timeline for when you purchased them, your goal, what's going on here?
El problema es que yo estaba intentando hacer un medical spa, pero el problema es que los doctores que estaba buscando no estaban certificados para hacer esos servicios. Entonces me cuesta mucho trabajo encontrar una persona que esté capacitada para hacer eso. Entonces, por esas razones, estaba tratando de impulsar eso, pero no encontré personas capacitadas para hacerlo.
So I was working hard to complete that project. I searched for multiple medical directors who were had the knowledge to be able to manage that area, but it just I could never find a medical director who knew how to handle all the equipment and had the right license to go along for what the board asked for from either nurse practitioner or a doctor.
Estábamos tratando de hacer un equipo completo, pues cuando hago algo, trato de hacer algo completo. Doctor, estetician, enfermero, pero no pude completar todo lo que...
So he kept trying to put a team together, but he was never able to complete the team.
Por esa razón no decidí avanzar, porque tenía las máquinas y puse el advertencia porque estaba trabajando, tenía el diseñador, porque ese era mi gol, llegar a dar todo ese servicio.
So his goal was to open advanced aesthetics, but he just could never because, but he did have the web developer help him with that side of things because it was his goal to open advanced aesthetics.
Pero no lo pude por falta de personal, porque los doctores que estaban buenos, yo hablé con VIP, el doctor de VIP Plastic Surgery, con doctores que tenían buenas condiciones, pero me dijeron que su contrato no podían porque estaban atentos a otra localización. entonces me costó trabajo encontrar y no lo encontré, por eso nunca lo abrí. Compré las máquinas, me costaron bien caras, pero nunca lo pude abrir.
He mentioned he spoke to some doctors who he had good references from, but usually those doctors would have a contract and would turn him down because they would explain that those doctors had a contract somewhere else, so they couldn't work with him.
Por eso, por esa razón en la búsqueda, comprando las máquinas, trabajando, porque crear toda una página web cuesta trabajo. Entonces nosotros le enviamos la información del gol a todos los servicios que queríamos llegar, porque en la página pusimos muchos otros servicios, queríamos hasta, pero no pudimos tenerlos todos.
So yes, he put a lot of detail into the website because that's all the services he was hoping to offer, but again, was never able to achieve that.
Entonces, pues en base a la situación, no se pudo. Y entonces lo único que tenía abierto, porque el salón es un salón muy grande, tiene 4,800 pies cuadrados. Entonces,
He mentioned the salon's pretty big. It's 4,800 square feet.
por eso entonces tenía esa área, la tenía ahí, pero no la estaba utilizando, solo estaba utilizando el área del pelo.
So that area was there, but it was never being used. The only area being used and functioning was the hair area or cosmetology area.
Entonces hicimos varias entrevistas, estábamos dando de completar el equipo, pero cuando teníamos los estériles, no teníamos el doctor, no teníamos la enfermera, entonces yo quería tratar de conseguir el equipo completo para dar un servicio bien a la comunidad, no como otras personas que dan un servicio a media. Nosotros si queremos hacer algo, hacemos algo bien.
So he likes to try his best to provide a quality service, and so that's why he tried so hard to complete a good team, but was never able to.
Hicimos muchas entrevistas, pero no pudimos encontrar. Conseguimos varios estetician, pero al hacer las entrevistas no teníamos al enfermero correcto para sacar la sangre o algo, entonces por eso no llegamos a completar ese proyecto bien.
Yeah, he goes on to mention some of the same things. He did interview quite a few people, but something was always missing, and so again was never able to.
Okay, thank you. The certificate that was pictured in the documents, it says that it was certifying an individual in 2020. Is this your certificate, Mr. Garcia? Or whose certificate is this?
No, pero dile que no, que eso a lo mejor fue alguien que entrevistó y trajo sus papeles, pero nunca se hizo servicios ahí.
No, he's saying no, that's not a certificate he provided. It could be from someone that came to interview. But no, that's not their certificate. He didn't issue that certificate.
Dile que esa persona a lo mejor fue ahí, que a lo mejor le entrevistó a Amanda o le entrevistó a otra persona, pero esa persona no es ni parte del equipo. A lo mejor fue una entrevista y dejó eso ahí.
He's saying it's possible Amanda, the person that was helping him put that together, might have interviewed that person and that person left that there.
Pero si
But
esa
this person is not part of the team.
nunca, si nosotros le podemos hasta mandar los estimados de los servicios que se hicieron en el salón ahí y nunca se hizo ningún servicio de spa.
Also, he's mentioning how he uses Vagaro to for all the transactions that go through the salon. So if you guys wanted to analyze all the transactions of the clients and customers that came in, you're more than welcome to. He doesn't have any advanced services. You're not going to find anything on there for advanced services because it's something he never offered or was able to reach that goal.
So I just want to recap the rooms that we have photos of with all the machines in there. This was a separate section of the salon that wasn't being used at the time. This was a project that he was trying to get up and running by trying to find a medical director to sign off on it. and then build a team to
Right.
do the services? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so these rooms hadn't been used before?
No.
You bought all this machinery without even having a medical director yet? Dang,
Yeah,
that's a lot of money.
a lot of money.
Yeah, he did say he spent a lot of money trying to put that project together.
Where are we at with this project today?
¿Dónde está en ese proyecto ahora?
No, dile que lo vamos a convertir para hacer la escuela avanzada.
So because the salon is closed and he did invest a lot into that project, he's hoping to open an advanced aesthetics program as part of Beyond Beauty Institute.
This is Board Member Harris. When did your salon close?
This is Jane Huggins for the record. He just reached out to us
September.
after, in between this process of receiving the violation, petitioning and appearing to close the salon license. We have not closed it, because there's a balance due, but they did reach out to us to contact and say that they wish to close it.
Oh, okay.
Tú no contrataste para hacer.
I'm sorry.
Ella dice que no lo contrataste.
I'm sorry.
Dile que te.
Can you repeat?
Oh, yes, this is Janie Huggins. I was just informing the board that the owner did reach out to us some time ago to let us know that they did want to close the salon license down and that we only hadn't closed it until this matter was resolved. So there's some email correspondence between him and I about that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying, let's see. Unbelievable. He was praying on me.
Board member, Wald was able to pull it up on Google and the salon does say it's closed. And then it also has reviews on there, but only for hair.
Yeah, I
Not
saw it was
showing
hair.
anything for
Yeah,
hair
it's,
reviews.
yeah.
I
Can't
feel
prove
those
it, but
machines
they
look
look
fairly
new,
new. They didn't look
clean,
used, yeah. And I can understand. It's just like he
Yeah.
did things out of
And he
maybe an
was
order
ready.
you would think someone would do it.
I'm gonna pause you there because we just went through this with some heel scraper things that look from, the devil, or just scraping your feet with, but we can't prove those were used, but they're on premises.
Yeah, well, she's
That's the
supposed to have
difference.
those.
She wasn't supposed to have them at all.
Yeah, well, neither is he. He's not an advanced aesthetic, neither was the salon.
Closed down his salon because we knew he couldn't go forward with this.
Yeah, shows good faith.
Yeah.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. I do believe that they tried to mention this and I can verify they are now trying to open up. There's a space, he owns a school, one of our schools next door. They are trying to now open that space where this equipment was found and using, I believe, with this equipment, a school for advanced aesthetics.
Oh, and they would have the medical director.
I believe they have a medical
Dile
director
que ya tenemos.
and they're deficient in this required square footage.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
¿Me dice?
So is that before or after this matter? Okay.
It was after.
Dile que queremos hablar sobre eso de los.
2023.
Oh, so very recent.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This citation would prohibit him from opening the
Dile que queremos. Dile que si párate un momentico ahí que quieren hablar de los pies cuadrados.
Did he by chance submit any like receipts to you guys when he
Citation for.
purchased any of this stuff maybe?
No, we didn't get any information about that. This is Janie Huggins for the record. This may be an anecdotal explanation. I believe that this establishment has been around since 2020-ish.
Yeah.
Prior to us regulating the use of lasers. Whether or not they were actively able to do those services, I couldn't speak to it. Because I believe an inspector stumbled upon them at one point in time, which is how we began to work with the school.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be fair to say that they've always maintained that they didn't use the lasers, but it's unclear at this point because the equipment's still in there.
Yeah.
And I can see why he still has it there if he's trying to go forward with the school.
Right.
Why pull it out? I mean, it's kind of like,
Well, that's-
why pull it out if you're gonna pull it
But
again?
yeah, it's just,
You know, because it's
the
big.
square footage is what they're unable to meet.
And in regards to the violation, none of that was explained to the inspector at that time.
Right.
I do believe it was a med spa at one point in time, whether it was before we regulated it or not, I couldn't speak to. So that information wasn't relayed to the inspector about the future intent of that equipment.
So when did they close?
School's not big enough?
September.
They're not officially closed because of this matter, but I can pull the email now.
Yeah, cause this was, what, these were issued in August?
Yeah, it was after the issuance of the citation.
Okay.
We have two parts though, the balls.
I don't know.
The balls.
Cause I feel like robotic machines was kind of hard to tell how old the machine is. It looks new, but it's like,
Yeah.
there's no for sure way to know. Yeah.
The owner reached, this is Janie Huggins for the record, the owner reached out on Monday, October 16th to inform us that he would be permanently closing the establishment.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Bryant, can I ask Inspector Dana another question? You inspected the rooms, did it look like they were like set up for services or being used for services or just kind of like a separate area where?
So it looked like it was set up for services.
Yeah.
That's why I got the citations. It was a separate area from the salon area, but
Okay.
it's an active salon,
Yeah,
so it was like in a back, the back of the salon. But they were all set up with beds and for service.
Yeah.
did you
And
inspect?
there were pamphlets at the front desk, with advertisements.
For these services?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And were, okay.
but not in the slides, right?
No.
Were you able to inspect the trash can?
Well, there's a lot of trash right here.
Something in it, that's all I was wondering.
Yeah, there's definitely trash right there.
I couldn't tell. That's
Thank you for your honesty. Okay, but you did say there was pamphlets up front stating the services. Well, a cart before the horse situation for me on that then,
Yeah.
especially not having the
Maybe, like,
medical
trying to
director
shoot in the
too.
Dark.
Can we pause on this real quick and maybe jump to the other citation that's on there, like the head bowls, or are we disputing
I
that one?
believe this
or-
is the only one he's disputing.
Just the one, okay, so the other one's fine, okay. All right, do we want to hear recommendation from board staff before we have our own? Yeah, can we have a recommendation from board staff?
Mire que ya tenemos los dos especialistas para la escuela, para todo. Nosotros encontramos todo el equipo. Y que tenemos los pies cuadrados, pero que nada más no, dando el front day y todos los espacios que se cuentan. La escuela tiene 4.500 cuadrados. Espacio de Jennifer, 500 pies cuadrados.
This way, like,
Cuentan
they're
los
just-
baños, Londres, todo. Más de todo.
Yeah, it's ready. I'm sure.
Yeah.
In discussing with my colleagues.
Okay.
There's definitely some
Do it
questions,
then.
and I think the board through deliberation asked some.
Se puede hablar,
Oh, just one second, our executive director is gonna make a comment here, just one second.
Are they operating? That's a question. Why wasn't this explained or told to the inspector? Why wasn't it told to us reasonably subsequently to the inspection? If this was going to happen, the intentions were told to the inspector would come back, definitely discuss with the chief compliance officer. So there are questions as to why they're sitting on the floor. And if your intent is to open up a school, you should definitely let us know that. If they just said it's gonna shut down, and many months later, I'm gonna shut down, and they're not saying anything.
Yeah.
I want you to reopen it. So, there are questions too, as we all know, I've been in business, I've been in business myself. When you buy a lot of inventory, yeah, you don't have the licenses or anything to do it. That's kind of unique. That's a lot of money. We all realize that. So,
And this is Jody Huggins for the record. Another thing that makes it unclear is the person that they said they may have interviewed at the time of that held the certificate. Dana has provided me with an additional photo of her actual license hanging in the wall in one of those rooms. So it's unclear again on what exactly is going on. And the example about the school, I have offered that as an explanation for that equipment. They are agreeing with us, so it's unclear what their intentions were, what their purpose is.
because it appears like we're basically helping make their case. That's not really our role here. The board, staff recommendation,
De la misma foto, colgada ahí.
board staff recommendation is to
Pero si ahí no se trabaja, se le señaló.
uphold the violation. And then, really it's up to the court's discretion if they want to lower the $1,000 fine, but definitely uphold the violation.
Okay, thank you. Let's deliberate as a board on that then.
So for me, after looking at the photos, because I've worked around cavitation machines before SB 291 passed. The cords are in disarray if you're typically not using your machines and they were new, they would still be really firm. You wouldn't have the cords anyway. There's some type of pump lay inside. There's a broken piece on the first image. And then also there's a bunch, I don't know if that's trash. It looks like trash because it shouldn't be on the floor. And then if you scroll down, there is the cavitation gel on top of the machine. Again, if you weren't doing any cavitation, you wouldn't be using the gel at all. It should just be away. And the way the cords once again are hanging, they look like they've been in use. And then this one with this tin receptacle on it as well. That looks like there's fingerprints on it. So it just is not very clear that it wasn't in use. And that's just my experience with brand new machines, how the cords hang, how everything is.
Sí, en su experiencia, las bloques que ustedes han hecho prácticas ahí,
To mute themselves.
cuando los especialistas que se han hablado.
I don't know, would you guys have any feedback or any
Now that you
concerns?
pointed that out, I mean, like with the-
Después Chile que se han practicado los instructores que practican.
Madam Chair.
Un minuto, por favor. Silencio, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Okay. Okay, so our job is not the 99% proven, right? It's 51 preponderance of that it happened, right, Doug?
Well, that's if we were dealing with a contested case. On petition, it's really what you believe you find more probable.
Okay.
Whether it's Ms. Lopez's representations or their representations.
Okay.
And Dana Under Oath said that there was pamphlets with the services advertised as well, so. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know that you have it up front, ready to go and everything in the room set up. You don't even have a medical director, but you have an AE licensure hanging on the wall with their certificate on the bed in the room that they were, gonna be possibly using it.
Can a regular esthetician use this equipment?
No,
Mm-mm.
not anymore. Not
No, not
no
yet,
more.
but before.
In the past, yes.
So the esthetician that we had there could use the product.
But this was
No, prior
not
to-
since 2021.
Right, no, but prior to all this, she knows how to use it.
I don't know if she knows how to use it.
But let's hypothetically, do you know how to use it?
I wouldn't
We can have to.
guess on, it's just strictly off of what's been presented.
Yeah.
I just think that if someone was storing, even if they were getting ready, if they had just like one room with a bunch of machines and a room wasn't together, I could see that.
Yeah.
But the fact that the rooms were fully set up, I think it's like in that gray area of like, I don't know if you did, it looks to me, there's trash in the room, things are
Once you
unpacked.
close that out,
There's cords that aren't brand new, like in their normal area, because like I said, I've dealt with these machines. And you can definitely tell when they're in use. And so just, there's a broken piece on the machine, which means somebody had to use it to break it. Because these machines are so expensive that if there is something broken, they will replace it with a warranty, unless you just didn't care to replace it. But I think someone who spent that much money would have some concern, but that's just me, so.
No, good points.
Yeah.
All right, how are we feeling?
100% convinced
Yeah.
that it was being used.
I think some of it was probably being used, but not all of it.
I think we should uphold.
Yeah,
The
I think
violations.
it's because like,
That's in the fine.
yeah,
Especially if they're gonna open a school, they need to be very diligent, moving forward, in my opinion.
you wanna listen?
Does this keep them from opening the school of a violation?
Oh,
Does the violation keep them from opening up the school?
it does,
They do
yeah.
That, but they don't have the square footage either, so they would have to get a different space.
Okay.
Or,
But it would still stop the move.
because that's not a variance, is the square footage a variance or no?
It can be.
This is Janie Huggins for the record. That would be a variance, yes.
Okay.
So that is what, to answer your question, is building them up more, the square footage versus citation. We would work with them on the citation.
Could they petition to get the variance adjusted, but through us?
Yes.
But just a reminder to be consistent
Hmm.
on any variance that is applied.
Got it.
And to be clear, I think what Janie had said was the school was something that she brought up. They haven't even really gone forward with it, so I don't think we can
okay.
consider any of that.
They have made some strides in turning in some paperwork, getting additional equipment. We have gone out.
They're here, he's here.
Oh, they're
Driving.
Well, I just want to be clear, you guys are in your deliberation phase
Yeah.
now, so I just want to make sure that line is drawn.
Yeah, for sure.
They are very deficient on square footage, which I think is something they need to
Door lock?
work out with their property manager. There might be some other issues there.
Hello.
And then I believe they need additional instructors.
Hello.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, we know that this has, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So we know that this does have an impact for that, but we need to decide if it is heavy on the side of, no, I don't think that these machines were being used, or
Do you have anything to say, Ms. Jeffers? Do you have any input?
Oh, he's,
no, the.
oh, Jeffers.
Yeah.
Should have said anything, I'm like.
No, I mean, I think there's enough that we can't, like, based on what they presented, it seems like a pretty, I would go with what the board staff presented. The presumption is they're being used, they're in separate rooms, they have pillows on the beds in the separate rooms.
Yeah.
To me, owning a spa, that seems pretty, like, they would be stored, like you guys said, away from a treatment room if they weren't in use.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But this is Board
I don't
Member
think-
Harris. I don't, from the evidence and everything, I think, and what he said, she said, I just think they were creating a momentum.
Yeah.
Excited about opening up a school, you put everything in its place. I think you probably used them a little bit to test them or whatever, but to me, it looks clean.
We're in deliberation
Yeah, I
right
don't-
now. The board can't take any additional arguments.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We have already entered into deliberation, so. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can't, sorry, we
Yeah,
can't,
sorry,
yeah,
yeah.
we can only talk
That's
amongst
what I was-
ourselves at this
yeah.
moment. Sorry about that.
So that's what I was saying.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, yeah, I believe, like you said, it was nothing on the school side, but the hair was being used. So if anything, because they are in violation, like our staff has mentioned, our executive director, maybe we can reduce the fine
Okay.
down
Okay.
to maybe,
700 or something.
I was thinking more like 4, but it's up to you all.
There's one other thing with the website, with the prices listed. I know that nothing was transaction through Vagaro based on what they said, but you can hide services on Vagaro and you can hide, your web developer can hide those price lists. So the fact that they were public domain is a little, you know, raises concern.
That's true.
Another
Oh,
wrinkle. Okay, yeah, good point. Yeah, I'm okay with reducing to encourage, like, you know, better faith going
Yeah.
forward and like allow the next step to happen as far as the school and get them, you know, on the right path with that, of finding a medical director and getting the right people in, but I do think something does need to be imposed to ensure that, you know, the
I want to.
Okay.
A goes before D next time, which is don't put the machines in the right, yeah.
Right, don't right.
Sorry?
We don't want to go through what we're going through this other one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we
yeah,
don't wanna
yeah.
go through the same thing, yeah.
Okay, so for our motion, we're gonna uphold and reduce, so can we just word that as such?
To what?
What are we reducing?
Yeah, what are we reducing to?
To half? Half,
You wanna do it?
is that okay?
Just-
Yeah, I think we need to say with our precedent, when we do reduce, it's typically by half. Is that okay with
Yeah,
everyone?
that's fine.
Yeah, it's
Okay. Okay, can I get a motion for that, please?
Okay, Board Member Harris, I would like to uphold but reduce, I'm gonna uphold the petition,
Violation,
the violation, do I got something about the petition?
uphold the violation,
I'm gonna uphold the violation and reduce
reduce the fine.
to $500 for the luxury salon and spa S187820 V3146727. Board Member Harris.
Can I get a second?
Board Member will second that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Mr. Garcia, so basically what happened today was we are going to uphold your citation, but we're going to reduce it for you. Going forward, we definitely want you to put, your first steps first and then, do the second thing second. So for example, it would be getting the medical director, getting your licensure, getting all of that stuff before setting up the rooms and making it appear on an inspection that something was going on in those rooms. Unfortunately, we're only able to go off of what were presented. And so those were our findings today. Makes sense? I know I talk a lot.
Does she understand?
We're going to uphold. Okay. And board staff is gonna reach out to you with everything as well, so that they can get you on the right page, okay?
So what's it? Oh, here for me. Okay. Jane, yes.
Thanks.
Do you want me to repeat anything?
¿Cuál es su pregunta?
No, pero bueno, de la escuela puedo hablar, pero igual tiene 4.500 preparados, aparte de.
Okay, so he's on to a slightly different topic. He's mentioning, again, he's trying to open advanced aesthetics as part of the school. And he's just a bit confused on the square footage because.
Need to follow up with board staff.
We can chat about that.
Yeah, board staff will help you with that, okay?
Pagaron que entonces como nosotros, yo como dueño de negocio, ¿cómo me van a entonces a pasar a hacer servicio? Y que sin que yo entonces me están robando, ¿cómo puede pasar eso? Si yo tengo campo y yo no puedo ver esos servicios.
Oh, he's confused on the part you guys mentioned about hiding the services because then he feels like employees would be able to steal from him if anything's hidden from Vagaro. So that's the reason.
She was just saying.
Yeah, just for clarification,
just-
that was on the booking site. You can hide it off of there, but if there's no services being done, then there's nothing to be stolen. Does that make sense too? Yeah.
Not personally, it wasn't, it was a while.
Yeah.
Pero que yo pagué entrenamiento para ustedes, profesores.
Oh, he's also mentioning that he did pay someone to come and do training for the instructors to learn more.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And we wish you the best of luck with the school as far as any square footage questions or anything.
Yeah.
The board staff would be more than happy to help you out with that and we wish you luck. Okay.
Good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
All right. Let's do this. 25. Never thought I'd see 25. Here we go. All right, number 25 petitioner Reagan Jennings, Reagan's Wax Studio S188703 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing V3145769.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Reagan. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you for your patience today. We're going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand and get you sworn in, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Hi, Reagan. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. So the floor is yours. You have the opportunity to tell us why you're here petitioning in front of us, okay?
Okay, so the issue at hand is that I refuse to allow, oops, sorry, my phone is almost dead. There we go. Is that I refuse to allow an inspection, and that's incorrect. I never refused. I had a client who was getting a Brazilian wax and naked on the table. I announced to inspector that I was with the client. Immediately upon client leaving, there was a business card left, so I called and emailed the inspector. Brazilian wax is a treatment when a client requires privacy and it's not unreasonable to allow my client time to dress prior to opening the door. I was finishing this service at the time the inspector knocked. I have no history of violations. My client's actually on the call. If you would allow her to speak to state her state of undress at the time the inspector knocked.
We need to get her sworn in or?
Well, I think it might be more prudent to hear from the inspector
then-
if possible.
Okay.
And then see if that's necessary.
Okay, we're gonna hold off on your guest at this moment. If there's,
Staff will do their presentation.
Yes, we're gonna- yeah, we're gonna go forward with our staff presentation unless there's more that you want to add at this time, but we're gonna hold off on any of the guests that you've brought, okay?
Okay.
Do you want to continue making more comment or should we go forward with presentation?
Go forward with the presentation.
Okay, great. All right, Borsa.
This is Laura Bass, for the record. We don't have a presentation. I just have the documents that the petitioner supported are submitted. The inspector, if you want to ask her.
Yeah.
She knocked on the door, identified herself. I believe was told that there was a service being done, and then knocked again and no other information was provided. It is our policy to not walk in on a Brazilian, but we would wait. We give them a grace period of time. I don't believe we were given any additional information at the time of the inspection, but Tiana can come up and speak.
All right, let's get you sworn in.
Okay, Tiana, you raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome. Can you walk us through the events of that day?
Yes, so I knocked on the door, announced state board here for inspection. The person on the other side did say they were in service. I knocked again, just said here for inspection. She repeated I'm in service. And that was pretty much the end. After the second in service, I did stick around for a few minutes. I heard giggling and laughing, and then that was it. This was a suite type of style for inspection, so it was a private suite. So I wasn't able to go into like other suites because I was only there for that particular inspection.
Gotcha. About how much time were you on premises?
I would say altogether about 4 to 5 minutes, because I kind of hung around in the hallway.
Okay.
And nothing. Typically, when I'm in that type of situation, someone will just normally say, like, poke their head out, I'm in service. Previously, I've had people just pass me their license. So, but there was nothing.
Okay. Was the door closed and it appeared that the service was going on when you arrived?
The door was closed.
Okay.
And I heard people talking.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Okay.
Madam Chair, may I interject?
Yeah, please.
She's so wonderful, wonderful president. Could you repeat, how long were you on the premises?
I was there about 4 to 5 minutes, because I just kind of
You
waited.
said 4 to 5 or 45?
Oh, 4 to 5.
4 to 5.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was like 45 minutes.
That's wrong. 4 to 5.
Yeah, generally speaking, we, of course, when someone's having a private service, we're not there to interrupt that service. Not
Can
there
you
to
help me
interrupt.
put those pillows back on the couch right there? I just
Yep.
threw them on the couch, honey. Thank Awesome, thanks, guys.
That's okay, I call my kid baby cakes too. She doesn't mind that, she's 19 now. But, we are not there to disrupt and prevent the person from making a living. We do show reasonable, we show respect. So typically what we will do is that we will, of course, identify ourselves. And if someone says they're in service, we try to, say, okay, we can wait, another 15 to give them a chance. We don't want to disrupt that service at all and the privacy. But the key is reasonableness. The key is the inspector's there to do an inspection. We do them impromptu. We have a record. We don't have the resources, and you've heard this before, to keep going back to several licensees that go like this to us.
Yeah.
That's why it's in the regulations that allow us to inspect. So we don't have that latitude to keep on going back and saying, well, I'm in the service. I'm in the service again.
Yeah.
I'm in the service again. So that inspector never gets in there. So that's the reason why that regulation is there. It's there going back to 2015. So it's been there at least almost 10 years. Because the board back then felt that it had to be done. And it goes all the way through the legislative process and gets on the books as regulation, which is in effect law. So that's why it's there. It's been there a long time, pre-me.
Okay.
So I just wanted to explain the context and typically how it works. Now, our inspector says that she was there for 45 minutes. She already been told that, hey, I'm in the service. Tried to wait a little bit, but then no response after that.
Okay.
And this is J.D. Hunters for the record, sorry to interrupt. We're more than willing to provide a compromise or some reasonable accommodations, especially for services that require privacy, but we can't provide those accommodations if we're not met with some sort of response.
Absolutely.
I will be out in a moment,
Yeah.
et cetera.
Tiana, how many inspections do you do a day? Spitball.
Approximately, that's interval, give or take.
Okay. Is it uncommon for you to approach someone where they're in a service?
All the time, but usually I'm told, give them a minute, or they'll poke their head out and I'm in a service, give me a second. Sometimes people just slip their license through the door. This one was just, it was totally opposite. Like nothing, and I also, like I said, I stood around in the hallway, nothing.
Which, do you remember which, salon suites it was in? Phoenix? Salon
No,
Suites?
this one was like a private, it was the type where there were different businesses, like maybe law firms, mortgages, not so much Cosmo.
Okay.
So
So it
that's
met the establishment licensing regulations, so.
Well, I never got in. So, I mean, we licensed it, so I'm sure
Okay.
it did
Okay,
previously.
so it's been approved.
Yes.
Okay, so we can, yeah.
Jane Huggins for the record, this establishment is in a suite concept, but in an office, commercial building. It is the only, I believe, is the only licensee inside that establishment. She is the owner and operator,
Okay.
and we have never been able to get inside that establishment since the scheduled opening.
Okay, but it did pass
It did
initial
pass, yes, and it
inspection,
does
so
pass.
by our regulations, theoretically, if an inspector knocks on the door and you are in a service, it has enough room to pop your head out momentarily, excuse me, without exposing a Brazilian client. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good questions, good job.
Hi, I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject about the popping the head out. So my wax studio doesn't have the room or barrier to be able to open the door. So my wax bed and how it's set up literally faces the door. So my client's exposure is at the door. And there's also a window like within the building. So it's like a window or within my room. So it's like a window with blinds and then the door is right next to it. So I can't, the blinds are always closed for obvious reasons, but then I can't open the door because opening the door exposes my client.
Okay.
So I can't even crack it or remotely because that's exposing my client.
Okay, so this is definitely going to be something I would suggest to you to figure out a workaround in the future, or we're gonna have to keep getting citations for, because I mean, they need to be able to have some type of communication with you when you're in a service and they're there for an inspection. Whether it's just a minute, I'll be out in a moment, or, you know, popping your head out, whatever it is, but the inspector has to be able to do her job. It is like our executive director said, it is in our law. So that's something that I would be revamping.
Well, and again, I'm not refusing inspection. My client though isn't, because based on me having my license, I'm absolutely consenting to you guys inspecting my space. But my client, on the other hand, it's her consent of not allowing someone in the room or even me opening the door to address it. Also announcing to the inspector, my client's getting a Brazilian. As she stated, I am in an office space. So people that walk by in a hallway, I'm not going to then take away my client's privacy of announcing what service that she's getting, because I have no idea who's on the other end of the door on top of the inspector. So then that takes away from my client's privacy and right to have that privacy.
Absolutely. I don't think that's the board's position at all, is to compromise your client, make her feel uncomfortable in any way. And we do know, as all business owners on this panel, how important it is to make your client feel comfortable and confident in their services and you as their service provider. However, if you are aware that State Board is on the other side of the door, draping your client momentarily is not out of the question. So you can pop your head out to ask the inspector to give you a few moments to complete your service. I think that's what's most important here, is understanding that there was an order of operations and there was not a lot of communication between you and the inspector, hence why the citation was issued, as it was her understanding that you were refusing to do the inspection. And you're saying that it was just, you were in a service, your client was uncomfortable, but you didn't communicate that properly with the inspector.
But based on my citation, I did state to the, as she put in there, that I did tell her twice that I was with a client. And I don't have any products because I only perform waxing. I don't have things that drape over my client, like a towel or anything like that. My client just comes in, hops on the table, and gets the service.
And this is board member Wold. Do you ever have clients that get a Brazilian and then maybe like other areas of their body waxed?
Yeah, absolutely.
So does the client remain exposed the entire, like?
Yes,
service?
usually.
So just moving forward, maybe have a drape. That way they're not exposed after you're done with the Brazilian, or just exposed, you know, before they get the Brazilian. And then I would also recommend that you have them face the opposite direction. That way their legs aren't towards the door, to give them that added privacy.
Well, so none of my clients have had the issue with the privacy or the drape. I came from working at European Wax Center and we didn't have drapes either.
Well, I get service at European Wax as well, and I'm not just faced towards the door, I'm not just exposed towards the door. So that's my recommendation to you, is just to find alternatives. Just because you don't know when State Board is coming. So if you want to ensure that your client has that privacy and you're able to uphold the board standards, that's just an alternative possibly you could try to implement moving forward, just a suggestion.
And board chair, if I
Okay,
may,
thank you.
Yeah, please.
you know, under this statute, there is at least a duty to convey to the inspector, yes, you're with the client, but more importantly, when can that, how long does that inspector need to stand by? When can that inspector resume that inspection? That is pivotal information that is important. Otherwise, the inspector here is well within her position to reasonably deduce that she's being refused.
Yeah.
Understood. Any comments made by the board, as far as your room goes, are just like suggestions for helping you in the future to avoid this situation? And, you know, make sure that you're not in this situation again with the board, because again, the communication wasn't there between you and the inspector on when the inspector would be able to perform the service. So, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't feel like we were trying to tell you how to do your business or what you needed in your business or products to have or where to put your bed. It's your decision, your business, but we were just trying to assist in that aspect of things. But as far as the citation goes, you know, I think it is your due diligence to, when an inspector announces themselves, to make it very clear, you know, just a minute, find some way to communicate with that gal. You know, hey, I'll be right out. Give me 2 minutes, give me 5 minutes. I mean, if you had the time to say I'm with a wax client, you could also said, hey, I'll poke my head out in 5 minutes, or I'll be right there. Can you give me a minute? We're doing a Brazilian. Like, communication is key in any aspect as a business owner and as an adult. So I just feel like that was a little lacking in this situation. And again, these citations are really just to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and how you do business with the board and what's expected of you. So we just want it to be a learning situation for you that you can grow from and never be in this situation again. And that's really all that we're trying to do here. Can we make a motion?
Oh, yes. This is Board Member Harris. I would like to uphold the citation for S 188-703 V3145769.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Wold, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, so.
Sorry, this is Board Member Jeffers. Petitioner number 26, I know personally. Can I excuse myself from this next one?
Oh, yes. And before we get to petitioner number 26, I just want to pop back on petitioner number 25 for Ms. Jennings. The citation, board staff will reach out to you with regards to that, okay?
Okay,
Okay, thank you for your time.
thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, and then, so yeah, we're gonna excuse Miss Jeffers. See you later.
To walk out, just go participate in the vote. but-
I think she's in the room or something, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't want to have to make eye contact.
Yeah, Luke's like, I'm gonna zoom the rest of the day. I'm out.
Leave
Got
the-
babies.
Yeah.
It might be snowing up there, we don't know. All right, petitioner number 26 is. All right, Ewelina Manzak. Did I butcher that for you? I'm sorry. Daisy Day Spot S11525 for discussion and possible action. Petitioner is disputing V3145971.
Hi,
Hi. Oh, we can't hear you now.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you now. We're gonna get your right hand raised, please, and we'll get you sworn in.
Miss is it Mansick?
Mind trick?
Oh, Manchick, that's right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, would you be able to tell us why you're petitioning the board today?
Yes, very similar situation to the previous lady. I was performing 90 minutes facial, which include bag and feet and scalp and facial, European facial. Plus, of course, we started with waxing and tinting. So I was almost done. I was massaging, I think, feet with warm towels when we hear knocking, which of course it's surprise because I am by appointment only at my spa. When I asked who is it, was inspector. And so I informed him that I am during the service and I will be done soon. Please, can you give me 30 minutes and I will be done. So we heard him answered something, but we didn't know exactly the message he said. So I said, I will be done in 30 minutes. Can you please wait? And after this was silent and I finished in 30 minutes, even earlier. And in my little waiting room was only business card. I think his name was Stan. And after this, 2 days later, I got invoice for, the citation for $1,000 of not opening the doors for inspector. Which again, the same situation like previous lady, my clients, of course, it's without clothes. And yes, I'm doing massage. My hands are with cream. And I ask for 30